Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sam's Secret by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Felicity Monroe and Sean Crisden. Prologue. Sam. I breathe through my nose, short, shallow breaths. I clutch the kitchen knife against my chest, but I know it's not enough. It's never enough. I'm going to die. If not tonight, then tomorrow night, or the night after. Brad's going to come after me. I know this, and I know I won't be able to stop him. I've taken self-defense classes, and I'm armed, but Brad's an MMA fighter. He'll take me down without batting an eye. Funny how I thought dating an MMA fighter was going to be really hot 2 years ago. Not laughing now. I've left the restraining order paperwork tacked to the refrigerator with a kitchen magnet. When the police find my body, and I'm sure they will, maybe they'll realize he's been serious all along. I've called and called and called, but no one does anything. They show up, they chase him off, and then the same story happens the next night. Or he goes out and gets drinks with the cops, since some of them are his friends or fans of his bouts. No one seems to realize that he's harassing me, that he's threatened to kill me if I flirt with anyone at work. And because I work at a coffee shop, and some of the customers are male, that counts as flirting. My cell phone buzzes with an incoming text, but I just close my eyes and lean back against the closet wall, hidden amongst my winter sweaters. I've taken to sleeping in the closet because it's another locked door between us. Not that it'll do much good. I don't check the text. I know it's just another angry message from Brad. Brad, who thinks he owns me. Brad, who ignores restraining orders and my requests for him to leave me alone and get out of my life. I've already moved across town twice, but every time he gets my address and follows me, and I don't have the money to move again. My phone buzzes angrily again, and I clutch the butcher knife tighter against my chest. I don't cry. I'm past tears. I'm just tired. Tired and scared and resigned, but mostly tired. It's while I huddle in the closet that I smell something strange. It smells like chemicals, and just as I notice it, my head grows heavy. Did he drug me? Is that how he's going to take me out? The door to the closet opens as if it wasn't locked, but instead of Brad standing there, it's a strange, spindly figure with a large head surrounded by light. A bird trills. I pass out. "Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey," calls out a cheerful voice. My head throbs, and my mouth tastes like a sweat sock. I groan, trying to orient myself. My eyes feel heavy, so heavy. My skin feels damp, too, which is strange. "Be nice, Liz," a woman hisses. "Oh, come on. Who doesn't like eggs and bacon?" "Everyone likes them, but we don't have either. All we have is jerky and trail mix." "Yeah, but those don't rhyme." The warm hand taps my cheek again, reminding me just how cold the rest of me is. "Wake up, honey. Time's a-wastin', and we've got 6 other people to wake up." I moan, trying to open my eyes. They feel crusty and heavy, and I wipe them clean as I blink. Am I in the hospital? But when my blurry eyes focus, I see 2 smiling faces, a redhead with freckles wearing a fur coat, and a lean-faced blonde with a puffy white fur hat. They both smile at the sight of me, and then something moves behind them. It's a devil. My eyes bug, and I sit upright, trying to back away. I scramble to find my knife, but my hands feel as if they're wooden blocks, and I can't find anything at all. I touch nothing. The blonde turns her head and glares at the devil nearby. "Stay back, Rahash. You're scaring her." The scarred devil scowls at her but moves away, and I notice as he retreats that he's got horns and a loincloth and not much else. I gasp in shock and my breath puffs in front of my face. Not summer. Cold. Real cold. I blink again, staring. You're with friends, the freckled woman says sweetly, a smile on her face. I promise you're with friends. Where am I? I ask. My mouth feels dry and strange. Freckles bites her lip. So, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want? Oh, God. I've had enough bad news to last me a lifetime. What is it now? I've somehow been relocated somewhere. Brad kidnapped me and left me in a freezer with those other women. And I'm hallucinating? Because I'm pretty sure the blue devils that wander around in the background are not real. They can't be. Good news, I decide. Tell me the good news. Her smile brightens. You are completely, utterly safe and with friends. I know the big blue guys look a bit alarming, but I can reassure you that everyone here just wants your absolute well-being. We're going to help you adjust. That's strange. I squint at her, trying to decipher her vagueness. Adjust? Adjust to what? Bad news? I ask. What's the bad news? The blonde leans in. The bad news is you were kidnapped by aliens, but we rescued you, and now you have to get a parasite in your chest and live here forever. She snaps her fingers, thinking, oh, and it's a primitive society. Way to soft pedal it, Liz, Freckles says, with a hint of a frown. The blonde shrugs. What? Best to get it all out at once. I sit up as they argue, rubbing my head. It feels like a mess. Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time grasping what they're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm not following. Freckles takes my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, and I automatically jerk away. She doesn't try again, just keeps that calm expression on her face. You're disoriented because we just pulled you out of a stasis pod. Aliens have taken you from Earth. Bad aliens. Blonde Liz interjects. Bad aliens, Freckles agrees. And the slave ship more or less crashed here. With us, the good guys, Liz continues. And now you're here, for good, with our people, humans and the blue dudes. She gestures at one of the big guys walking past, and I could swear I see a tail. You're totally safe, and we're going to take care of you. But this planet is a one-way ticket, Freckles says softly. I need you to understand that. Tell her about the cootie and shit. You're better at this than me. Liz continues, getting to her feet. She pats Freckles on the shoulder. I'll wake up the next one. Right, the cootie, Freckles says. How do I put this mildly? She taps her chin, thinking. My head is spinning, but I grab at the edges of the coffin thing I'm in. One-way ticket? The phrase echoes in my head over and over again. One-way ticket, no way back home. Aliens have taken you from Earth. Wait, I say as she begins to talk. Wait, there's no way home? No, Freckles says, and her voice is so soft. I'm sorry. I know it's hard. No one is coming here to get us. No way home? I look around, my heart hammering. I don't recognize my surroundings at all. It's an unfamiliar metal-looking cargo bay, and as I watch, Liz and a blue guy kneel next to another coffin and slide the lid back, talking quietly amongst themselves. I see a few other women in the distance, big blue guys wrapping furs around them and leading them away. This looks like a rescue party, all right. That part clocks. I scan the human faces, but they don't look familiar. If I've been stolen, then Brad... Oh, fuck. Where are the men? I blurt out. The human men. There are no human men. There's a few alien men, but no humans. Did you leave someone behind that you love very much? Freckles' face is heartbroken, and I'm guessing she's imagining the worst. that I'm married and I've been separated from my spouse, that I'm devastated. I'm so sorry. Hot laughter bubbles up in my throat. You're sure? I wheeze. No men? There were 4 men, Freckles says, and my heart goes still in my chest. All gladiators, all aliens, not human. My heart starts again. This time, it's racing, but not from terror, from sheer excitement. I don't care if this place is cold or primitive. I don't care if it's filled with blue dudes or red dudes or no dudes at all. Brad isn't here. Brad isn't here, and I am. More laughter rises from my throat, and I scramble to my feet, tripping over my wobbly legs as I get up. Freckles follows behind me, trying to say soothing things, and I'm barely aware that I'm naked and clammy, and it's fucking freezing. I don't care. I race to the next coffin and look at the face inside. A woman. The next one, a woman. I look at every coffin, and when I've gazed at every face, I race toward the fire in the next room where the rescued women are huddled as the blue guys offer them drinks and blankets. I look for that handsome, familiar, awful face. No Brad. He's not here. I laugh and laugh. By the fire, someone is weeping, but I just keep laughing and laughing. No Brad. No psycho ex-boyfriend with a gun, no restraining order, no useless cops who would rather drink a beer with Brad than protect me. No stalker. He's back on Earth, and I'm here, wherever here is, and I can never leave. I clutch my sides and howl with joyous laughter. I can fucking breathe again, and it feels amazing. I take a deep breath of frosty air, and I feel joy, happiness, and I laugh and laugh and laugh. How many times did I cry over my situation? How many times did I go to sleep with a knife clutched in my hand, worried I wouldn't see the morning? How many times did I pray for someone to help me, to save me? Aliens did. Aliens kidnapped me from Earth and saved my life. I can't stop laughing about it. 1. 4 years later. Sam. I pat my leathers, double-checking to make sure I have everything. Shiv in each boot, check. Knife at the belt, check. Spear, check. I touch the boning in my leather corset, running my fingers along the points that dig into my skin. I've sharpened each one so it can be removed and used as a weapon, in case all of my other weapons are taken from me. I tighten the belt of rope at my waist and then smooth my hands down my legs, feeling the extra bone knives I have hidden there as well. I pick up my cloak, and the hard, heavy edges feel comforting to me. A month or so ago, I sewed in leather-wrapped stabbing points that can be accessed if necessary. I told the others that it was to weigh my cloak down so I wouldn't fly away in the breeze, but I know the truth of it. Satisfied, I tuck my poison kit into my belt, letting the pouch hang off one hip. The other is for my tea, and I sling a bow over my shoulder, quiver on my hip. My hair is braided tightly to my scalp, and I pick up my spear again, running my finger along the point. Nice and sharp. I've got a couple of spare points in another pocket, too. I'm all ready to go, but it feels like I'm forgetting something. I frown, glancing around at my supplies and curling my toes along the inside of my boot. I can just barely feel the leather-wrapped bone reinforcement under the pad, one end of which I've sharpened as a stabbing tool. What on earth am I forgetting? I scan my small hut, and my gaze falls to my water skin and jerky pouch. Right, food and drink. With a snort of amusement, I add those to my clanking supplies at my waist and make sure my fire is out before ducking out of my hut. I make my way across camp, smiling absently at Willa and Gren and little Shade as I pass by. It's midday, which means most everyone has gone hunting. I saw Nadine and Thren strap little Deanie to Thren's chest before heading out on their trip, and from drinking a cup of shrimp tea by the fire this morning, I heard a lot of the men went to go after a Dvisti herd wandering close to the camp. Nadek, Ojek, and Juth all went, but I'm not sure who else. Probably almost all of the hunters. I should be able to get out of here without anyone giving me too much trouble. I'm a good hunter. Farley taught me all that I know. Me going hunting by myself? No big deal.
Hey, there you are, stranger.
Steph beams at me as she crosses through the pebbled sand, heading in my direction.
I was just looking for you.
And shit. It's not that I don't like Steph. I do. Steph is an absolute sweetheart and the kindest person I know. She wants to help everyone with their problems and take their burdens on for them. If you need a helping hand, she's the first one to volunteer. She's always got a good word or an encouraging smile. But she's absolutely the last person I want to see when I'm sneaking out to go hunting alone. Hey yourself, I say casually, smiling. I move to her side, and as I do, the baby strapped to her ample chest waves its arms and legs excitedly. How's my favorite baby girl? How you doing, Jethany? Tiny Jethany burbles happily, blowing a spit bubble in my direction as she reaches for me.
No, sweetie,
Steph tells her baby daughter, closing her hands over Jethany's tiny blue fists.
Sam's got weapons on her. She can't hold you right now.
If only she knew how many. Jethany's the cutest baby, though. She's got the same stubby tail that Pack does, a slightly shorter version of Juth's, and her dark hair has a reddish cast to it. Steph swears she saw Jethany shift colors the other day, too, which is from her papa. She's the happiest baby, too, which makes me glad for Steph. I love seeing happy babies and happy mamas. I offer little Jethany my finger, and she curls 3 small ones around it, making baby sounds. I'm surprised this one's with you. Juth didn't strap her on and go hunting with her? When Steph is quiet, I glance up and she's wearing a sheepish look of annoyance on her face. He tried to? Really? She nods once.
Told me he used to do it with Pack all the time, and it was never a problem. I put my foot down. Just because Pack managed to get through in one piece doesn't mean Jethany would be so lucky. I know he's trying to give me a few hours to myself, but taking the baby hunting is not an answer.
I think about Nadine and Thrand. Well, Deanie is a little older than Jethany. Maybe that's the difference. Or maybe Steph's just more protective. That's entirely possible. Well, I say, keeping my expression bright. I can't stay and chat. I need to head off before the day gets too late. Immediately, Steph's expression clouds.
Where are you going?
I'm not going to lie about it, because I'm an adult. Oh, I decided I needed a little break from the cold. I'm heading for the fruit cave for a few days. She gives me an alarmed look.
Alone?
This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. I've been to the fruit cave 3 times in the last 3 years. Twice was with Farley, but now that her son Farlock has been born, she's holed up in Croatoan in the bliss of new motherhood. The last time I went with Penny, Sabren, and Callie and Matok, and I felt like such a fifth wheel that it was miserable. I'm happiest by myself, so why not go by myself? I know the way. I know how to hunt. I can take care of myself. I do lots of hunting, Steph. I can handle a few days on my own.
Yes, but Metlax.
She waves a hand in the air.
And Skyclaw. And, like snowcats. It's all so dangerous.
Steph means well. She really does. It's why I don't get upset at her. I know how to take care of myself, I say firmly. Farley taught me everything she knows.
Oh, I know. I didn't mean to imply you were helpless.
She bites her lip, a worried expression on her face.
It's so hard out here, Sam, and I don't like it when anyone goes out alone. It just worries me. We're not equipped for this sort of life, you know.
Well, it's the only life we've got, I say cheerfully.
And everyone else is out hunting. If I run into trouble, I'll use one of the emergency flags. I pat my satchel, indicating where it's stowed. The safety flags have been a thing ever since Vordis broke his leg hunting and Angie nearly lost her mind with worry. Now we can toss one of the red-dyed flags out, and Ashtar can easily see them from flying overhead. It signals danger and the need for a rescue, and everyone carries one. And the Metlax haven't been in this area in a while. I'll be fine. Steph doesn't move. If anything, the worried expression on her face grows. This is exactly what I was hoping to avoid, but it seems that luck isn't on my side today. I can handle myself, I reassure her, and pat the visible weapons I carry. Please don't tell me I can't hunt because I have a vagina. I'd expect that from the men, but not from you. You know I would never, Steph says fiercely. At her mother's tone, Jethany makes a worried coo, shoving a fist into her mouth and drooling on it as she looks up at her mother. Steph smooths the baby's wild hair, tufted like her father's, and gives me a calmer look. This isn't about hunting. If anyone can handle their shit, it's you. That makes me feel better. The last time I tried to go hunting by myself, our Jarl acted like the world was ending. That a precious womb shouldn't put herself into danger or some macho shit like that. I haven't spoken to him since. I worry about you, Steph says. You've been pulling away for a while now. I just want to know what's going on and if I can help. You know I'm here to talk whenever. But I don't want to talk. I want to say, but I bite the words back. I really do know Steph is just trying to help. She sees the wound inside me, and she wants to help. The thing is, no one can, and talking about it just makes it worse. It's nothing, really. It's not nothing, she protests, falling into step behind me when I start to walk away. When we first got here, you were so happy, so full of laughter and joy. What changed, Sam? What made you pull into yourself like this? Talk to me. Please. I'm your friend. I pause, because I really do feel guilty. Have I been that obvious? I've been doing my best to hide how I feel, to put on a bright smile and act like nothing's wrong, even when I'm being eaten up inside. I'm not sleeping well, either. My brain won't turn off, so I just sit up all night by my fire, listening to noises and making more weapons. And waiting. Steph puts a gentle hand on my arm. Has someone hurt you here? Touched you inappropriately? I blink at her, shocked she would even suggest it. The cooey makes mated couples cleave so tightly to one another that cheating seems revolting to both partners. The mated men here would never even look twice at another woman because they're so utterly besotted with their mates. Heck, Liz and Rahash have been together for 12 years now, and they have 3 kids. Yet just the other day, I saw her playing with his tail when she thought no one was looking, and they'd disappeared into their hut after that for a good long time. They still act like kids together, which is sweet. As for the single men, yeah, right. Erek is an absolute surly beast, but he's never given me trouble. Arjal thinks all women are precious creatures, and he'd probably braid my hair for me before he'd lift a hand against me. Ojek is hopelessly in love with Daisy, and everyone knows it except for Daisy. And Sasa is at Croatoan and has been for years. Besides, he's just a kid. No one's touched me. I shake my head. I'm surprised you'd even ask that. You just seem... She studies me, cocking her head. Afraid. I don't know. That's why I want to help. She's more astute than she lets on. I gaze at the distant snow-covered hills, wishing I was there, wishing I was anywhere but here, trapped under Steph's too knowing gaze. Am I afraid? Abso-fucking-lutely.
I'm afraid Brad's going to come back, and that's a stupid, ridiculous fear. I can't shake it, but it's still there, lurking in my mind. If aliens managed to lift me from my home, they could have gotten Brad, too. He might be out there in space, lurking, waiting for his chance to ruin my life again. Or to take it. I have no doubt in my mind that if we were ever in the same place again, he'd try to kill me. The logical part of my mind says that Brad is back on Earth, that there are millions of light years separating us, that no one knows the Sakui or the Icehome villages are here. For several glorious months, I felt like I could breathe again. But then, Daisy arrived. I was fine with it at first. Daisy is friendly and excited about everything, and she loves babies. Another girl on the beach isn't a problem with me. But about a week after she arrived, I started having nightmares. Nightmares in which Marduk would open up the stasis pod, but instead of Daisy coming out, it was an angry, angry Brad. I realized that if Daisy could arrive to live on the beach, so could Brad. It stood to reason that we'd been taken at the same time if he was near my house. If there was a way for him to somehow get on this planet, he would. Which means that even here, in the far reaches of the universe, I'm not safe. Never will be. After that, the nightmares returned regularly. I had a hard time sleeping, so I'd stay up and sharpen weapons or look for ways to creatively hide my weapons in my clothing. I never want to be caught off guard, not when I can't count on anyone to protect me but me. I've been pulling back quietly, too, just because I don't want to tell anyone else what I'm afraid of. They'll laugh at me or say I'm overreacting, just like the police did when I tried to get them to handle Brad. You can only reach your hand out so many times before you stop trying. Maybe Steph is right. Maybe I do spend all my time alone. But it's just easier that way. I've never gone hunting with the men because I just can't trust anyone, truly. All the Sakui and Islander men are fine. But what if I'm wrong? It eats at my nerves, and then I'm jumpy all day, and it's not worth it. When we rebuilt the huts after the big shell beast incident, I built my own right smack dab in the center of camp. I think Flora was a little hurt when she returned to find out I wasn't interested in a roommate. But it's so I don't wake her up with my constant weapon making or my nightmares. Farley was my old hunting partner, but since she's returned to Croatoan and had her baby, I've been alone. I've done fishing or checked traps near the camp, but I haven't gone on any extended hunting trips. As most of the tribe has been paired off with resonances, it's been easier and easier to spend more time alone. Just in case. I'm fine, I tell Steph brightly. And I really want to head out to the fruit cave. Do you want me to bring you back anything? You like those red fruit things, right?
Sam, please, don't go hunting alone.
Steph sounds more worried than ever.
I feel like it's a bad idea.
Farley hunts alone, I point out, adjusting my gear and gazing off at the cliffs. The moment I shake Steph, I'm out of here. I just want to be alone, to breathe, to not have to worry about anyone other than myself. When I'm alone, it's not so bad. I'm learning to like it. Best of all, the worry seems to recede when I'm alone because I'm in control of my situation. I suspect in a few more years, it might be best for me to move quietly into the mountains. Just find a nice hunter cave and never leave it. It'll help my stress and my nightmares. And if Brad ever shows up, I won't be here. Steph trots after me, her feet crunching on the sand, Jethany cooing happily.
That's not a good comparison, she protests. Farley's been hunting since she was in diapers, and she's also twice your size. If something attacks her, it won't eat her. Remember the story Hayden told us about the skyclaw swallowing Josie whole? You're about the same size as her. It's dangerous, Sam. I'm not saying that because I don't want you to go. I'm saying go. But be careful. Just wait for one of the other girls.
I pause,
because there's a desperate tone in Steph's voice that's getting to me. She's a friend, and she wouldn't push unless she truly felt it was dangerous. Maybe I'm being stubborn. I acknowledge that. But I'm also low on options. One of the other girls, Daisy, Floor, they don't hunt. I'll ask around. I'll find someone to go with you, at least part of the way. All right? So they can see what trails you take, and so you're not alone. They don't have to stay at the fruit caves with you because I know you value your privacy. But please don't be headstrong and get hurt. She jogs in front of me, the baby strapped to her chest bouncing a little. Whatever you're running from will still be there tomorrow. I flinch. Ouch. Steph is far, far too good at seeing through me. I glance up at the sky. It's gray and unpleasant looking, and I guess I can wait to see if it's clearer tomorrow. The clouds don't look great. I guess I can wait until tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Steph gives me a relieved look. Thank you, Sam. And if no one else will go with you tomorrow, me and Juth will. I promise you we'll stay out of your hair, too. I give her a faint smile. You're a good friend, looking out for me. I'm always here for you, she says fiercely. Anything you want to talk about, just know that I'm here. I nod and glance around the mostly empty beach. It's not my day to cook, and I don't want to do it on my day off. My sewing projects are all completed at the moment, and the skins I have curing don't need work for days. I've actually managed all my projects so I could be away for a bit, and now I have free time. Ugh, I hate free time. It's just time I'm stuck in my own head with all the thoughts I'm trying to drown out. Is Bridget working on pottery today? I ask. Maybe I can help with that. I think she just fired a batch yesterday, actually. She's making me a bowl. Oh. I glance at the beach. Maybe I'll go shrimping then, since I'm drinking everyone's shrimp tea. She wiggles the baby on her chest. You could always babysit. So tempting, I tease, and then mock study my wrist, pretending to look at a non-existent watch. Look at the time, gotta go. Steph just laughs and runs a hand over her daughter's puffy hair. Fine, but you're missing out. I probably am. But Jethany is cute as a button, and the last thing I want is to get baby fever. If I cuddle her, it makes me think about all the things I can't have. So, I'll watch her some other time. Since I drink the tribe's shrimp tea like it's going out of style, it's only fair that I replenish our stores. After I dump all my travel gear back into my hut, I spend the afternoon in the tide pools, stirring them up and using my finely woven shrimp net to scoop them out of the water. Some people prefer using baskets to get the shrimp, but I like the heavy drag of the net as I tug it through the water and the satisfying feeling of it when it's laden with shrimp. Plus, Willa and I spent weeks and weeks cutting leather straps fine enough and then braiding them so the mesh of the net would be small enough to catch the tiny shrimp that have the biggest caffeine burst. Thinking about Willa makes me feel lonely. I don't begrudge her or anyone their families. Willa loves Gren so intensely that it's frightening, and she's applied that same ferocity to her son Shade. They're trying for another, or so I've heard around camp, which seems a little strange to me since resonance is what makes babies. But I didn't ask. It seemed impolite to press. If she wants more babies, then I hope she has a dozen of them. I wish that the beach was back like it used to be, before everyone got mated and had babies. Back when it was a bunch of us single ladies and the world was full of possibility and excitement. Back when we stayed up all night, talking, and there was always a friend nearby to do chores with. Now those friends have babies and mates. So we still get together, but it's not quite the same. Nothing's been the same for me since Daisy arrived. But I can't blame her.
It's not even her presence that's a problem. It's the possibility that her arrival brings with it. I move to the next tide pool, noticing that I'm far from the main encampment on the beach at this point. Everything has been more or less rebuilt, except for the longhouse, because there wasn't enough wood left. The spot where it was is nothing but pavers and a hearth left from the flooring, and as I pass by it, I feel odd, uneasy. When we first got here, change was fun. When did I become scared of everything, I wonder, even as I pat my clothes for my weapons? They're there, the presence of bone knives and shivs, comforting. Satisfied, I take my net and the crawling bag of shrimp over to the edge of the new tide pool. I shrug off the heavy cloak I'm using to keep warm, roll up my leggings again, and then get into the water, scuffing my feet along the rocky bottom of the pool to scatter the shrimp. As they dart through the water, I run my net through, scooping them up. Even though this is a familiar chore, I can't shake the feeling of being off, as if something's wrong, like a bit of sand under my eyelid, just enough to irritate. Something is amiss today, and I can't shake the sensation. Wary, I glance out at the water, wondering if the shell beasts are returning again. Devi said it wouldn't be a regular occurrence, but more of a generational thing, and since the shell beasts were huge, the generations were probably far between. But what else could it be? I scan the distant village, but everything looks as it always does. So why am I anxious? My heart's pounding as if I've run a marathon and I'm jittery. Did I drink too much shrimp tea earlier? I'm the local caffeine addict, but I know my limits too, and I'm pretty sure I didn't overindulge. I toss my net onto the sands and hop out of the icy pool, quickly shaking my bare legs off and then wrapping up in my fur cloak once more. I shake my catch into the wriggling bag. Once I take them back to the camp, I'll smoke them to cook them instead of boiling. But for now, they're doing their best to escape.
"Ho!"
calls a voice in the distance.
"Icehome! Ho!"
I freeze, my heart pounding. Someone's here. Is this the day? Is it going to be someone bringing a new stranger to the camp? A stranger named Brad? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Won't happen, I tell myself, even as I scoop up my gear and shove my feet into my loose boots. The odds of someone bringing Brad to Icehome Beach are millions to one, billions to one. There's no way, and yet I'm panicking. The moment I have my boots on, I toss my shrimping gear back down on the shore and race toward the calling voices because I have to know. I have to know if my reprieve is over.
"Ho!"
calls the voice again, followed by a second female voice. Ho! A woman, too? I scramble across the beach, heading toward the sounds. They'll be coming from the cliffs, since that's the only way to get to our inlet other than taking a boat. I scan the rocky slopes, but all I see is snow. Frantic, panting, I race on as fast as I can, my legs churning up sand in my wake. Have to see, I chant to myself. Have to see, have to see. I've never run so fast or so hard in my life. If Brad's with the travelers, maybe I just keep running. A hysterical laugh bubbles in my throat at the thought, and I choke back tears as I head up the winding trails toward the cliffs. Just visitors, that's all it is. I shouldn't panic when the beach gets visitors. Just because I have never visited the other tribe doesn't mean they don't like visiting us. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I see horns and fur-covered shoulders first. You would think that would calm me down, but I count heads instead. A smaller figure walks beside the horned one. No, 2 horned ones, I realize. One is at the back. There is a smaller figure at the first horned person's side, which must be one of the kids, and the person on the other side of him is heavily cloaked. Smaller, too. My heart thunders. Not Brad. Please don't be Brad. They see me and wave.
"Ho! Icehome!"
The horned man calls out, and I recognize that voice. Rokan, who has visited before. The little one at his side must be his oldest, and I rack my brain, trying to recall the name. In my panic, I can't remember, and I keep staring at the cloaked figure at his side. Human, I decide, and my panic rises a notch. Surely it's his mate. I still need to see the face to be sure. The greeting I want to make dies in my throat, and all I can manage is a panicked croak. I'm the worst welcoming committee, because I've freaked myself out so much that I can't function. A cold sweat is peppering my skin, and I feel faint, even as I storm forward, determined. Once I see the person's face, I'll be fine. My heart will go back to normal, and I'll be able to breathe again.
Sam,
Rokan says warmly. He pronounces my name like Sam, which I would normally find charming, but today I'm too rattled. I march up to the person at his side and flip the fur hood back. A woman blinks at me, dark-haired and pretty. Lila, his mate. Of course. I feel like an idiot. Of course Rokan brought his mate along with his children. To cover my panicky actions, I immediately embrace Lila in a bear hug. Hi there! Good to see you all! Is it just you guys? I immediately move to Rokan's side and give him a hug too, though it's difficult given his height and the fact that he's got several traveling packs on his back. I move to their kid, Roly, and give him a squeeze too. Cute little guy. This is all? No one else?
it is good to see you too.
Rokan says, an amused look on his face. He glances behind him, and my heart pounds.
Sessa is with us. He has Lolo with him. Sessa!
He cups a hand to his mouth, calling.
Come and greet Sam!
It's nice to see you, Lila says, her hands moving, and I remember that she talks with American Sign Language as well as verbally. I try to think of the few hand signs I remember from working the coffee counter. I touch my chin, then push my hand out from my face in the thank you sign, and her face lights up with a smile. My own smile feels frozen to my face, and I wish I could calm down. I feel on the edge of a panic attack, my heart quivering harder than I've ever felt it. You're good, I tell myself silently. No Brad, just Sessa. You guys are visiting? I scramble to find the ASL word for visiting and end up doing a fingers walking sign, inwardly wincing at my lack of knowledge. I'm sorry, I don't know much ASL. I can teach you, Lila says, her hands moving. She smiles down at her son, whose long hair is pulled into 3 braids equally spaced apart. Rolan can too. Rolan, right. The little one grins up at me and makes a sign with his hands, gesturing at his face. I blink at him, unable to concentrate. I'm so scattered that I just want to run away until I calm down. I don't know that sign. Pretty, he says, and makes the gesture at his face again. Then he gives me a shy smile, ducking his head against his father's leg. Aw, my heart melts. I mimic it, smiling through the rattling of my chest. You're too cute.
Here,
calls another voice, this one deep and rich and surprising. Another figure emerges from the trail winding through the canyon, a short distance away.
Lolo spotted a hopper nest. She has your eyes, brother.
All I can do is stare. That is Sessa? It's been 3 years since I saw him last. After he'd found out that the Icehome visitors to Croatoan were staying for the long brutal season, aka winter, he'd declared that he missed his parents and wanted to return. He'd been there ever since, and I suspect it's got a lot to do with Tia. She's one of the closest to his age, and he's had a crush on her for forever. The last mental image I have of Sessa was a teenage boy, his hair messy around his shoulders, trailing after Tia like a lost lamb. The guy with the toddler on his shoulders is absolutely not the same one I remember. He's the same height he was before, his horns a tall sweep above his brow, but he's no longer lanky. He's filled out to the point that he looks like an absolute beast, and I remember that he's big, thick, Ihako's youngest brother. That explains the size. Rokan is fit, but he's lean, and Sessa is most definitely not. He's all bulging muscles and sheer breadth. He takes the toddler off his shoulders and sets her down, then extends massive arms out for his hug. And I walk into it, because I hugged everyone else, right? My eyes go even wider when he bear hugs me, lifting me off the ground. It just emphasizes how damn big he's gotten. Sessa was an adult before, but he is absolutely a man now. Jesus. He sets me down and then gives me the same bashful grin he always has. His wide-set eyes are brimming with gentle amusement as he gazes down at me.
You shrank.
I laugh because it's a ridiculous thing to say. I just can't stop staring at him because he's so very different. What are they feeding them over in Croatoan? Sessa's hands are enormous, along with the rest of him. I stare at his big body, at the chiseled abs that ripple down his middle to the short, fluffy fur kilt he wears over leggings. His boots are equally fluffy, and he's not wearing a cloak, just a backpack, brimming with supplies that look ridiculously small on those huge shoulders. His hair's grown longer, too, and he wears it in a tight French braid that starts at his hairline and goes all the way down his back. He's just... my goodness. I can't stop staring at him. He looks great, and I'm just about to tell him so when I put a hand to my chest and realize my heart is still thundering. That seems strange, as I'm no longer nervous. Maybe it'll take a little to calm down. So, you guys walked? Didn't want to wait for Ashtar for a ride? Rokan said it would be good weather, so we enjoyed the trip. Lila says, signing in tandem with her words. She then picks up her daughter, pulling a handful of snow out of chubby pale blue fingers, and smiles at me. It was a good journey, but I'm glad to see the beach. Rokan speaks again, bending over to tighten a tie on Roland's boot, but I don't pay attention. My heart's still thundering, and I'm starting to suspect something else is going on. If anyone notices other than me, they haven't said anything. I glance over at Sessa. He laughs, the sound rich and gorgeous, and my heart thunders louder. Oh no. I give them a frozen smile and put my hands on my hips. Well, you guys know the way to the village, right? I've got to go grab my equipment because I left it by the tide pool. I speak quickly, backing away. Can't let the crabs carry it off, or I'm going to spend days making it all over again. It's nice to see you all, and I'll catch you at dinner.
Do you need help?
Sessa asks, scratching at his bare lower belly with one of those enormous mitts. Fucking heat rushes between my legs. Nope, I'm good, I bark out. With that, I turn and practically run away from them, fighting the urge to burst into tears again. Fuck. This is my second worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario is Brad's arrival on the beach. Second worst? Resonance. And it sounds like it just happened. I have to get away from here.
2. Sessa. I stare after Sam. I cannot stop looking at her, at the curve of her hips as she races away from us, her sunset-colored braid bouncing against her shoulders. I remember thinking that she was attractive, but I do not remember being struck by her like I am now. The sight of her hit me like a fist. Ihako says that when resonance hits, it feels like a sudden face full of snow. That is how I feel right now, but I touch my chest and my kui is silent. Not that, then. Just Sam's beauty. My ever-knowing brother sees the awestruck look on my face and pauses. Is it... I shake my head. He nods slowly, digesting this. I flush under his scrutinizing gaze. My decision to come to Icehome is not completely innocent. Lately I have been feeling restless, my dreams full of female touches and longing that not even a quick stroking of my cock will fix. I have always had my eye on the females, fascinated by their soft curves and laughter. I am entranced by their smiles, their fragility, their quick minds, and I hunger for a mate of my own. I would love nothing more than a female to call mine, and my dreams have always been filled with this longing. But lately it has been different. I have never felt this restlessness, this dissatisfaction with everything around me, as if the air itself is a poorly made tunic with seams that fight against me. It was only when my older brother Rokan spoke that things made sense. 2 hands of days ago. I growl down at the skin I am working on. My hands are not steady. My thoughts are elsewhere, and I have torn a hole into the soft hide, scraping so hard. Now it is ruined. Another one for Himalo or Kashram to test their dyes upon. A waste. I toss it aside, frustrated, and run a hand over my plaited brow. Rokan is there, watching me. My older brother, so perfect at everything he does. I give him a weary smile. Your brother still has much to learn when it comes to skins. I do not have the patience that Himalo does. Something bothers you, Rokan states. I shrug. How do I tell him? That my thoughts are scattered, that my skin crawls with restlessness at night, and I cannot sleep, that I live in a state of distraction. Have you thought of resonance? He asks out of nowhere. I sit back on my haunches and stare up at him. Of course I have thought about it. Every male has. Recently, Rokan asks, then waves a hand. I should not have said anything. But I surge to my feet, full of hope. My brother has a sense, a knowing. He sees things that are to be. Is that what I feel? I ask him, relieved and excited all at once. Am I to resonate soon? He only shrugged, but I knew, and then the next moment I recoiled in horror, because the only female at Croatoan that was not mated, and of an age, is Tia. Fickle, fickle Tia. Not her. Rokan manages a small smile. I see a beach. That makes my happiness return. Icehome, of course. It makes sense. I know the females there. They are all good friends. There's Floor, who has a bright smile and a silly side to her. There is Daisy, who fusses over her mane and her clothing, but who has a sweetness to her spirit. And there's Sam, who is so beautiful to look upon that she makes my teeth ache for wanting, who is kind but remote, and who holds herself back. It is one of them, and I grin with sheer delight. A mate, a resonance mate for me. I am thrilled. I must go to Icehome immediately, I tell my brother, as if this is not obvious. Today. Tomorrow, Rokan states. Lila and the kids and I will go with you. It will be a pleasant outing. Pleasant. Just thinking about Icehome Beach makes my mind fill with thoughts of the females, of them smiling by the fire, laughing, tossing their hair, of kissing games by firelight. If I could pick my mate, I would pick Sam, I think. She is older than me, they all are, but there is something about her that calls to me. She needs me. She needs someone. Even though she hides it well, she seems lost and alone. Floor is pretty and a good friend, but Sam is the one my cock grows hard for. But if it is another, I will be pleased. The Kui knows. The Kui always knows. I touch my silent chest and try not to feel disappointment. Whoever I am to resonate to, it is not Sam. That leaves Floor or Daisy, then. They are both fine choices for a mate, I remind myself, both good, strong, smart females. I quell my disappointment and follow Rokan and Lila as they bring their kits toward the beach. This is the first journey for all of them except Rokan, because the kits were too young. I want to see their eyes widen when they look out upon the great salt water, to watch it stretch out forever. It is a wondrous sight. As we head toward the settlement, others come out to greet us. I am hugged by person after person, and the littlest kits climb on my legs, screaming their delight. I toss each one into the air, loving their shrieks of joy, because kits are always a pleasure. Soon, I think, soon I will have some of my own. I cannot wait. After I am hugged by the members of Strong Arm and their mates, and Loren shows me their son, Kathen, I am greeted by Daisy, who kisses both of my cheeks and then squeezes them. She is attractive, but I find myself thinking of Sam instead. Flor throws herself into my arms, rubbing her knuckles over the top of my head and squealing with delight. "You freak," she cries, laughing. "You've gone and turned enormous when I looked away. How does that even happen?" I blush, hugging her. Flor is a good friend, but her flattery makes me uncomfortable. "I feel the same as ever." "Yeah, but you look—" She pushes her fingers together and then makes a smacking noise. At my confused expression, she explains, "That's a chef's kiss." "Is it good, then?" She winks at me and gives my bicep a squeeze. "Oh, yeah, buddy. You're a snack." Her words are so strange. You have my thanks?" Flor chuckles and takes my hand, dragging me toward the center of camp. "Come say hello to everyone. It's baby central around here, but I imagine it's like that back in your village, too, She keeps up the conversation, telling me all about who has given birth in the last few years and who is on their second residence. I rub my chest, glancing around the camp as everyone bustles around us. Visitors are always a joy, and normally I would bask in the attention, a joy of laughter and talk before life returns to hard work. Today, though, I feel strange. I think of Sam's hug and how she felt as if she was pulling away the moment I touched her. Does she not like that I have become a snack? Flor says it as if it is a good thing, but I wonder. Perhaps I am a snack and Sam prefers a full meal. The thought is discouraging. "So," Flor asks, "where's Tia?" I glance down at her. She pulls me along, confused. "Why would I know where Tia is?" She laughs, patting my arm as she leads me toward the fire, and where everyone is gathered. I set my pack down even as Flor claims a seat by the fire and indicates I should join her. "I don't know. Didn't you go back to Croton to be with her? Kind of thought you two would be pleasure mates at this point, impossible to separate, young love and all that." She flutters her eyelashes at me, and I wonder if something is stuck in her eye. "Tia is Tia." I knew they would ask me about her, but the thought makes me sour anyhow. It is true that I returned to Croton because she was exiled there. I imagined all the other males visiting the village, winning her smiles and her laughter, and it made me insanely jealous. So I returned. And when I did, I found that Tia was the same as she ever was. She was kind enough, but she saved her true flirting for Erek and Arjal. She told me I was just a boy. That soured my affection for her. It soured even further when Erek and Arjal returned to Icehome and she suddenly decided to flirt with me once more. That even though I was a boy, in her eyes, I was worthy because there was no one else to flirt with. I said harsh things to her, and we have not been friends since. I do not miss her, and I feel foolish that I wasted so much time chasing after her, just because she was my age. Tia might be the same age as me, but we are not the same. "Tia is like a sister to me," I tell Flor. A sister that I do not get along with, perhaps, but a sister nonetheless. I continue to rub my chest, watching as others gather around. Gail, Vaza's mate, presses a kiss to my forehead and then bustles toward the fire. "It's so good to see your faces," she says, beaming. "Let me cook you up something to eat. I bet you're all starving." I glance at my brother. He is hovering protectively over Lila, and while there is a smile on his face, I can tell he does not like all the voices. Lila was without her hearing for a very long time, and the happy chaos will bother her. It makes Rokan on edge, even as Lila gives a strange smile and hands Lolo over to Daisy, who squeals with delight over the chubby kit. "Are you well?" I sign to Lila. "Your mate will take you away. Just ask." "I am good," she signs back, smiling. "They are just excited." She puts a hand over Rokan's, where he grips her shoulder as if silently reassuring him. My brother has an easy spirit, but the moment his mate is involved, he becomes more protective than a snowcat in a den. I rub my chest again, thinking. My cooey is yet silent. It is not Flor, then. It is not Daisy. Perhaps Rokan's seeing was wrong. A small hand taps my knee as I sit by the fire, and I look over to see Zokren. He immediately raises all 4 arms in the air, wanting to be picked up. "Sasa!" I laugh, swinging him into my arms. "You know how to say my name, Zokren. You are old enough." "Sa, he teases, calling me by the name of the fermented drink. Then he giggles, amused at his own joke. I mock growl and tickle him, his arms flailing with delight. Gail laughs, shaking her head as she stirs the pouch over the fire. He's been asking about you for weeks, wanted to go to Croatoan and see Sasa. I told him we'd have to wait here until he's older, but this should make him happy. I give Zoren a hug. Growing up, Farley and Tauschen were several turns of the seasons older than me, and everyone else was younger. Perhaps that is why the kids love me. I am good at their games. I tickle the wiggling kid again until he screams with laughter. You are big enough to hunt now. Does your father take you? Zoren nods, eyes wide. I made a trap. You did? Excellent. Yesterday, Zoren says, his expression proud. Not yesterday, Gail corrects. It was 3 days ago. Yesterday, Zoren says stubbornly, and his mother just rolls her eyes. Zoren puts 2 arms out, gesturing. A big one. I make my eyes go wide, playing along. What did you catch? As Zoren tells me all about an absolutely enormous two-fang that was not all that big after all, judging by his mother's gestures, I pay attention to those in the camp around me. Daisy continues to gush over Lila and the kids. Flora has moved to Arjal's side and says something to him in a low voice. There is no sign of Sam, and my cooey is as quiet as ever. Yet that strange feeling persists. The sensation of being knocked off my feet and not entirely settled. Something momentous feels as if it will happen soon, and I know that is resonance. My resonance. So where is it? And where is Sam? Just as Gail hands out bowls of food, Steph moves to Arjal's side, a worried expression on her face. I need a favor, she says, adjusting the kit in her arms. I can't find Sam, and Juth won't be home until later, and I need someone to go after her. I'm afraid she's gone hunting by herself. Hunting by herself? Now, when visitors have just arrived? I think about Sam's strange expression earlier, how she pulled out of my arms the moment I hugged her, how she seemed desperate to get away. She is not hunting. She is hiding. From me. From resonance. I know this like I know the feel of my spear in my hand, and hot excitement rushes through me. This is what I have been waiting for. Before Arjal can answer, I surge to my feet. I will go. Oh, but you just got here, Steph says, shaking her head. You need to rest. I hand my bowl back to Gail and give her arm a squeeze of thanks. I will find Sam, I say again. I will bring her back when she is ready. Steph frowns, but I glance over at Rokan, my brother. He gives me a small nod. He knows. My heart pounding with excitement, I ease my way out of the group and snag my pack. Then, racing, I head for the hills. You don't even know where she's going, Steph calls out after me. I do not need to know. Resonance will guide me. Even now, that restless, itchy feeling under my skin, the sensation of wrongness fades the moment I turn toward the snowy hills. I will find Sam. All I need to do is follow my cooey.
3. Sam. Hot tears slide down my cheeks as I stumble through the snow, moving as fast as I can. I'm not worried about being quiet or being stealthy. I just want to put distance between me and the village in the hopes that it'll make my rumbling, angry cooey slow down. It won't stop. I know now that it's not pounding out of fear or anxiety. It's purring, because it thinks that it has found me a mate. Sessa. Of all the people here, the cooey picked Sessa. What the hell is wrong with the damn thing? Sessa is nice enough, but he's young. He's a kid. And I'm a fucked up adult that doesn't want anyone, and so I'm running like a coward and crying. My feet feel like ice, my boots soaked. I didn't take the time to layer up again, just grabbed my things from my hut and quickly sneaked away when everyone was greeting the others. No one saw me go, not even eagle-eyed Steph. Why couldn't this have happened to Daisy? Daisy wants a mate and a child, desperately. Why does it happen to me, who can't stand to be around any man without getting exceedingly nervous and worried that Brad is going to somehow appear from the shadows and cut my throat, to finish what he started the day he threatened to kill me? I pause to catch my breath, and my cooey hums even louder, the traitor. My whole body feels like it's shaking with the force of it. My pussy throbs and feels overheated, and I want to drop to my knees and just rub, but I can't. I have to keep going. I have to put as much distance between myself and Icehome Beach as possible. The only saving grace in this, I think I'm alone in the resonance. For some reason, Sessa's hasn't activated yet. It's rare for the Kuis to miss time, I think. Most of the time, it happens all at once. But I remember someone saying that Vectal resonated with Georgie before she even had her Kui in her body. One is just more decisive than the other, I suppose. My Kui is a pushy asshole and resonating, so if I stay away from the village, maybe it'll stop. I can keep it secret. No one has to know that I resonated but me. I can live alone at the fruit cave, and if anyone comes after me, well, I'll deal with it. I'll explain to them what's up, and maybe they can send Veronica out to fix this damn thing. Though Veronica has sworn that after Marisol, she's not messing with resonance ever again. But this is different, I tell myself. If I'm the only one resonating, I can decide, right? I just need time to get my Kui to stop popping off like a damn firecracker. Really, it's for the best if I nip this in the bud before it ever begins. Sessa is a sweet kid, but he deserves someone that will love him back. Me? I'm broken. All I want is to be left alone. Forever. I walk all afternoon until I feel so awful I can't stand it any longer. I stagger along the cliffs looking for the stupid hunter cave that has to be somewhere along this trail. I know it is. I've been this way before. But it's hard to concentrate when all I can think about is my pussy. When my innards clench on nothing at all over and over again, and all of me feels oversensitive and so damn needy I could scream. The valley I drag myself through opens up to another set of hills, and I trudge up them, losing steam. The suns will go down soon, and once they do, the temperature will drop dramatically. I can build a fire provided I find some out-of-the-way spot, but I'd prefer a cave, so I keep walking. My leggings shift, rubbing against my pussy, and I drop to my knees, groaning. "You whore!" I tell my girl parts. Frantic, I shove my hand down my pants and rub my aching flesh. Everything feels overstimulated, but it doesn't take me long to come. A few quick drags of my fingers into my core and one grind of my palm against my clit, and I explode so hard that spots dance in front of my face. I groan, collapsing over my hand and pressing my cheek into the cool snow. Once I catch my breath, I slide my hand away from my too sensitive body and gauge how I feel. If anything, I feel worse. How is that possible? How do I feel more needy than before? I stare at the butt of my spear, tempted to use it for some unholy purposes, but I shake the idea off. No. With any luck, there'll be some nice phallic fruit at the fruit cave, and I can solve my problem that way. I just need something inside me to fill me. And how fucked is that? It's been years since I've had sex, and I haven't minded at all. On days that it got to be too much to handle, a quick session with my fingers would do the trick. But this is bad. I pick myself up and begin walking again, following the trails once more. Even though there's crusted snow over everything, it's easy to see the game trails, and I've been taught to follow those. The animals take the path of least resistance, and so do I. When the ground rises again and becomes rocky, I decide I'll follow along the cliffs to see if anything looks familiar. I do this for a time, and then my bag feels so damn heavy I drop it onto the ground behind me and stagger toward the edge of the cliff. A sob escapes me as I stare down the side of the cliff. I'm so tired and achy, and everything feels like it could give me an utterly unsatisfying orgasm. My nipples hurt when they brush against the leather of my tunic. My pussy hurts. My fucking vaginal passage aches, and that's something I thought I'd never say to myself. Even my hair hurts. I'm tired and hungry and cranky. And most of all, I'm horny as hell. I weep as I stare out at the valley, desperately trying to find something that looks like a hunter cave. All the while, my cooey gets louder and louder in my ears. Why won't you stop? I cry, blubbering and feeling sorry for myself. I'll pull my shit together tomorrow, but for now, I just want to bawl. I bang a fist against my chest. How do I make you stop?
No, Sam!
The shout takes me by surprise. I can't even turn around before I'm tackled by a big, heavy body and tossed to the ground. Hot pain flashes through me as I hit the hard-packed snow, quickly followed by panic. A hand grabs my shoulder and I scream and scream and scream. No, no, not again! Frantic beyond thought, I pull one of my knives free and stab.
4. Sessa. Sam's trail is easy to find. It does not take me long to follow after her, not when she is leaving such obvious signs in the snow. I keep a fair distance behind her, out of sight, so she does not notice me, and as I do, I try to figure out how I will approach her. I am not resonating, and she will not like it when she finds I am following her. When I see Sam standing over the edge of the cliff, weeping, I forget about caution. She looks desperate enough to fling herself over the cliff, and so I race toward her, tackling her before she can throw herself over the edge. No, Sam! We crash to the ground, hard, and I immediately touch her shoulder, giving her a slight shake. I landed hard on her, and I am large and heavy. The human female immediately starts screaming, clawing at my face. Her eyes are wide with terror, and I could swear she does not see me. It is me, I tell her, even as my cooey begins to sing. It is Sessa! She screams again, and to my surprise, a knife appears in her hand. She stabs at me, but I catch it easily, surprised that she would try to wound me. I pull it out of her grasp, only to have her find another, and try to stab me again. Sam, I say again, as she struggles to break free from my grasp. Sam, I am not here to hurt you. It is Sessa! The wild look in her eyes is frantic, her gaze darting everywhere but my face. She screams again, loud and shrill, and I realize she is lost in her terror. I grab her chin and force her to look me in the eye. Sam, do you know who I am? Say my name. Her eyes flutter, and she smashes a hand against my arm, scratching furiously. Say my name, I repeat calmly. You know who I am. Her struggles grow slower, and I can tell the moment she regains herself. Sessa, she pants, recognition in her eyes. Oh, God, Sessa, never sneak up on me. Never again, I agree, releasing her. But you must not fling yourself over the cliff. Fling myself over the cliff? She echoes, confusion on her face. I am relieved to see that instead of disappointment. I worried she would hurt herself, but it seems I am simply overeager. Her hand presses against my chest where I am still looming over her, and her confused expression changes to one of pure misery. My cooey hums harder at her touch, at her nearness. So this is what resonance feels like. I close my eyes, reveling in the overwhelming sensations. It feels a bit as if I am the one being flung over the cliff. So many new feelings rage in my chest. I have always thought of myself as easy-natured and slow to rage. The fires that burn hot in Beck or Vectal do not burn nearly as hot in me. On this day, though, with my female pressed under me and her cooey singing to mine, I have never wanted so badly. There is nothing in the world that would please me more than to rip Sam's leggings from her body and to bury my face between her thighs, to grab her and put a hand on the back of her neck as I shove my cock into her cunt, to hold her jaw while my mouth plunders hers in a tongue mating. Raw, visceral images flash through my mind, and I want. I hunger. My cock is swollen with need, my body demanding my mate. My mouth waters to taste her, and my blood pounds in my ears. Sam is under me, and her scent fills my senses. I breathe it in, deep, and then open my eyes. She looks desperate and miserable, her eyes full of tears. Her tears make me feel like a monster. Full of loathing, I shove myself off of her and roll away into the snow. A dull ache gnaws at my thoughts, replacing some of the aching hunger I feel. You do not want me. She swipes at her face, sniffling. No! I get to my feet, brushing snow off my leathers. I want to rake my nails across my skin, to hurt myself to make this misery recede, even for just a moment. My mate does not want me. My kui sings, but my female hates the thought of being mine. Hot misery is all around me. Is there another? A pleasure mate? Sam gives a bitter laugh, hugging her arms around herself. It's not you, Sessa. I don't want anyone at all, ever. I swallow hard, trying to think of something to say that would make her feel better. To offer a mating where I cede her and walk away, but I cannot even suggest such a thing. The words will not leave my tongue. I want a mate. I want Sam to be mine. I want to share everything with her and to take care of her. Helpless, I spread my hands, unsure what to offer. Did you think that by fleeing you would avoid resonance? You know that does not work. Josie and Hayden... I know, she snaps, struggling to her feet. I want to help her, but I know it will not be appreciated. So I curl my hands into fists and force myself to watch as she rights herself. I know all about Josie and Hayden, okay? I know you can't avoid resonance, but I was hoping that if it was just me, it'd eventually go quiet. That if I didn't go back, it'd die down and it wouldn't affect anyone else. Her mouth twists. But now you've gone and activated it. You've ruined everything. I am confused. I scratch at my head, then move forward to pick up her pack of gear. She gives me a wary look, pulling out another blade from her clothing and holding it out. Don't touch me. I shoulder her pack, adding it to my own. I am merely helping. Maybe I don't want help. Sam studies her knife, and then looks back up at me. Does resonance pay attention to injuries? If I stab you, do we still resonate? It does not notice injuries, I point out. Remember Tachai and Marisol? Shit, right. She rubs her brow. I knew that. You would not stab me anyhow, I point out. We are friends. I do not mention that I would gladly let her shove her knife into my gut if it meant she would mount my cock. I would eagerly trade a stabbing for a mating, and I am not averse to a bit of viciousness in my female, if it makes her happy. I will gladly go along with it. Anything to please the kui singing desperately inside me. She stares down at her knife, upset. It's because I'm weak. I'm weak, and that's why I'm fucked. You are not weak. I adjust the strap of the pack on my shoulder. This is heavier than most females would carry. You have made it far even with the resonance, slowing your feet. You are strong and capable, Sam. Do not be hard on yourself. I make sure both packs are secure before picking up my spear again. Where were you headed? Tucking her knife back into her leather, Sam frowns at me. I didn't invite you. Who says you're coming with me? Resonance, I want to point out, but I do not. It will just make her angry and remind her that it will be difficult to be apart while resonance is humming between us, unfulfilled. She knows this, though. The others asked me to escort you to your destination. I will not stay if you do not want me around, but at least let me see you there. Sam swallows, her eyes bright with her kui. She licks her lips, and I try not to notice how much they tremble. I'm sorry, Sessa. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I know, I say softly. It is a surprise for both of us. I gesture at the trail below the cliffs. Come, let us walk. You were going to the fruit caves? She gives a jerky nod, then steps ahead of me, taking the lead. I follow behind her, my cock and heart both aching fiercely, as my kui sings and sings and sings.
5. Sam. I am so fucked. If Sessa was an asshole or a pushy type like Beck or Erek, I could hate him. I could hate all of this, and it would help me fight that much harder. I could maybe use some of these weapons I've been crafting for all this time. But Sessa is nice. He's my friend. If we weren't resonating, I'd say he's an utter and complete sweetheart. There's not a mean bone in his big, overgrown, husky body. He's just kind and thoughtful and ever so slightly shy. I think of how Tia led him around and how bad I'd always felt for him, how I thought he deserved someone better. Or not better, because Tia is pretty and sweet and high-spirited, and that's unfair to her. He deserved someone to give him the affection he clearly craved in a partner. I didn't realize it'd be me. I feel trapped as we head silently along the snowy trails winding through the valley. It's easier to walk without the heavy pack weighing me down, and I'd take it back in a heartbeat if Sessa would leave. Not that leaving will solve anything. Now that he's resonating too, we're both screwed until we figure this thing out. I think about Josie and Haydn, and all the stories I've heard about their stormy resonance. They held out for a few weeks, I think. I've got some time before all this becomes completely unbearable. I'll just have to figure something out. As if he can read my thoughts, Sessa speaks up.
Veronica.
No, I say immediately. I know what you're thinking. She won't. Not after Mari. I think back to Marisol and to Chai. The tall horn man had been grievously wounded and unable to perform resonance, and Mari was struggling. Veronica was still learning her healing powers, and so she shut off Mari's cooey. Whatever happened, it messed up Mari bad, and she and Tachai were miserable long after he'd healed from his wounds. Veronica has sworn that she will never again mess with resonance. I know she won't turn mine off just because I'm not interested. It's not just me it affects, but Sessa, too. Now that he's resonated to me, he can't resonate to anyone else. He's stuck with me. It's not an option, having Veronica monkey with things. It's just not. I know even before he asks. It's nice that he asks, however. Thank you, though, I say softly. I know this isn't what you wanted. Sessa is silent. If he agrees with me, he doesn't respond. Somehow that makes me feel worse. Why did he have to follow me? Why? I hug my cold fingers to my chest, tucking them under my arms. Why couldn't he have stayed back at the camp? If he had, I'd be carrying a heavy pack and still resonating, I realize. I wouldn't be any better off. Just alone and miserable instead of accompanied and miserable. I feel guilty. Sessa is a good guy. He deserves someone that loves him. I know he wanted resonance. And Tia... This must mess everything up with Tia. I want to apologize for that too, but for some reason, I have a hard time forming the words. Even now, with my cooey singing in my chest and making my body light up in response, it's hard to think about Sessa with another woman. I know it's my biology responding. It's forcing me to think of this, to think about mating, about touching. And then what? What happens when Sessa decides that I'm his no matter what I say? What happens when he gets crazy possessive and won't let me go? That he'd rather kill me than leave me alone? Just like Brad wanted to? A cold chill moves up my spine, and I bite back a whimper. I've been in this situation before, and it didn't turn out well. On this planet, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere for me to escape him if he decides to go crazy. If he decides that if he can't have me, no one else can either. Terror makes my throat knot up.
You are shivering,
Sessa says, coming up beside me. I'm fine. I don't want to show vulnerability. I don't want to give him an inch to use against me. I can keep going. But Sessa jogs in front of me, all energy despite the fact that it's been a long day. I give him a wary look when he blocks my path, but he doesn't move any closer.
Sam, it grows dark. Even a good hunter knows it is foolish to wander in the snows by moonlight. There is a hunter cave near here. Let me take you there.
It just makes me shiver harder. I know that cave. I know how tiny it is. How there's barely enough room for one person, much less two. I can't. He puts a hand up, a patient look on his face.
Let me take you there. You can have the cave. I will sleep outside.
I swallow hard. He'd do that for me? Then I chide myself for even doubting. Of course he would. Sasa is the nicest. The last thing he wants is to scare me. It'll be an unpleasant evening for him, but he's volunteering it anyhow. Thank you. He nods, and for a moment he looks like the bashful, shy Sasa I remember instead of this overgrown man.
You are frightened,
He says in a gentle voice.
Take all the time you need. I will be your friend, no matter what.
That makes me feel better. And worse, too. He's being so understanding. It's going to make it all the more difficult when he realizes that there's not enough time in the world for me to get over things. That I'm always going to be completely messed up after years of Brad's stalking. That I'm never going to trust anyone. But he's trying. He's trying. And I'm not asshole enough to turn that down. The cave is even smaller than I remember. It's dark outside by the time we get to the hunter cave, but true to his word, Sasa doesn't go all caveman on me. He lets me take the lead, and I investigate the cave to make sure nothing has moved in before I settle on the floor to build a fire. The cave is no bigger than a closet, with the ceiling sloped on the far side of the fire pit. That's fine. It just needs to hold me. I unroll bedding on the better side of the fire pit, and he remains outside, not protesting even when I put the screen up over the entrance to keep the heat in the cave. I stare at the fire, listening to my cooey pounding and purring in my chest. It hasn't slowed down a bit since it first started. I don't know how Josie and Hayden managed a full month. I'm already beside myself with misery. My clothing sits weird against my skin, and everything is too sensitive. My nipples feel chafed after rubbing against my leathers all day, and I don't have to touch myself to know that I'm hot and achingly wet between my thighs. For the first time in a million years, I want to masturbate my brains out. Just shove a hand in my pants and go to town on myself. I pause, glancing at the entrance. I wonder if that would help take the edge off. It didn't help last time, but I'm desperate enough to give it another shot. I wonder if Sasa would hear me or smell me. Or would the fire and the crackle of the flames mask things? Do I chance it? I slip my hand into my pants, and I'm so wet that my body makes a squelch the moment skin meets skin. Horrified, and utterly aroused, I pull back, washing my hands with a bit of melted snow in a bowl. Fuck. Now I'm burning even more, and I'm tempted to grab Sasa and just grind down on one of his big thighs until... Until what? Until he decides he can't live without me? It's like a splash of cold water over my face. I bite my lips so hard it bleeds, waiting for the arousal to pass. When it doesn't, I want to pull the blankets over my head and just hide away from the world. I splash cold water on my face instead and shiver at just how icy it is. Even the fire isn't keeping the cave warm, and I glance over at the screen. Sasa's out in the snow. He volunteered to stay out there to give me space. So, why do I feel like an asshole? The cold doesn't bother him as much as it bothers humans, I reason. He chose to be out there. He's giving me space. I stare at the safe, flickering fire for a moment longer, and then I get up and move the screen aside, peering out into the darkness. Sasa is there, his head on his pack, stretched out in the snow. He's wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, but the wind is getting frosty and I can see flakes on the air. Come on, I say. Get in here. Sasa sits up, a surprised look on his wide face.
Sam, do you... resonance?
Oh, fuck. No, not like that, I yelp. It's cold. You can come in here. I'm not that big of a jerk. Just don't try anything. He slumps back, his shoulders practically rolled with defeat.
I will give you as much time as you need, Sam. I can stay out here.
If I let you in, are you going to rape me the moment I go to sleep? He makes a choked sound.
Never. You would think such a thing of me?
I don't. Actually, that's why I'm inviting you in. I grumble. My paranoid survival instincts, honed after years of Brad's harassment, are screaming bloody murder right now. But I know Sessa. I remind myself that he's a teenager. He wouldn't hurt me. I trust him as much as I can trust anyone. Come on, before I change my mind. He gets to his feet slowly, as if waiting to see if I do decide to leave him out there, then ducks into the cave. The moment he gets closer, my cooey purrs even harder, and need flares through my body. I ignore it. Sessa hesitates. He picks up his pack and his cloak, regards me for a moment, and then steps inside. As he brushes past me, my cooey sings louder, embarrassing, needy thing that she is.
You have my thanks, Sam.
Don't thank me. I was the one that kicked you out in the first place. I'm being a jerk. His long blue tail flicks as he settles on one side of the fire.
You are not jerking anything. I know this is hard for you. It's hard for me too.
He squeezes in, his horns scraping against the low ceiling, and then he crouches, all knees and enormous feet, as he sets up his pack opposite of my bedding. Jesus, I knew he'd grown bigger, but seeing him in this cave just emphasizes how much he's filled out. He's definitely not a kid any longer, I realize, staring at his big hard thighs. I desperately avoid looking at the bulge in between them because if I start looking, I might not be able to stop. Just know that I'm armed and I can handle myself.
If it will make you feel better, you may stick me with 12 knives,
he offers.
but it will not change anything.
It might make me feel better.
It might.
He agrees and flashes me a rueful smile. I remain by the entrance a moment longer, watching him get settled. This cave is definitely not made for 2 people, but I can't leave him outside. Even just standing near the mouth of the cave is bitterly cold. And I'd bet money there's a storm on the horizon. Fighting back my misgivings, I move back to my bed and curl up, hugging my knees to my chest. It presses my blades against my skin hard, uncomfortable reminders that I'm still bristling with weapons that say I don't trust him. Sessa avoids looking at me, and I can tell he's incredibly uncomfortable. His tail slaps against the stone floor, and his knees are practically in his face, his braid close to dragging into the fire. His proud, arching horns scrape the ceiling again, and he grimaces to himself, ducking his head. He doesn't fit in this cave. At least, not on that side of the cave. The side that I'm on has more headspace, but he hasn't asked to switch. He's still trying to make it work where he's at because he doesn't want to inconvenience me. That melts some of my panic away. Sessa's not my enemy. He didn't choose this either. We're both trapped by our cooeys. I'm sorry, I say softly. He looks over at me, puzzled.
For?
I gesture at our surroundings. All of this? I know you didn't choose this either, and I'm acting like you're the bad guy. That's unfair of me. The long tail thumps once, as if acknowledging my words.
You are afraid,
Sessa says in a low voice.
I do not wish for you to be afraid, but I cannot change any of this. Resonance is resonance.
I know, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
Is it me?
He asks after a long moment.
Do I frighten you?
The situation scares me, I admit. Not you specifically.
When I left Earth, I never wanted to have a man claim ownership over me again, and yet here we are. He frowns.
I do not own you. No one can own another person.
You say that now, I tell him lightly. But how are you going to think of things when we're a month in and I still won't fuck you? Even the most sane man would turn into Brad if his cooey pushes him with the need to breed me like a mare.
I will think you have your reasons.
Sessa regards me with those wide, kind eyes.
And I will be patient with all of them. Take the time you need. I am not going anywhere.
That's part of the problem, I want to tell him. But I know he's being as reasonable as he can. It's hard to think straight with my pulse arrowing between my legs as if screaming vacancy like a flashing neon motel sign. He's trying, though. He's trying really hard. And I want to look at it from his perspective, too. This is exciting for him, because all the Sakui adore the thought of a mate and family. But poor guy had to be stuck with me. This can't be easy for him because he's got his dream, and I'm shitting all over it. It makes me appreciate his calm, understanding manner all the more. I'm sorry I can't be the mate you want. He shakes his head.
You keep apologizing, and there's nothing to apologize for. We are both surprised at this resonance.
Yeah, but only one of us is dismayed about it. If I had to guess, I'd say Sessa would be thrilled. He's just the nicest guy. Except, I've forgotten about Tia. I bite my lip thinking about how lovesick he was over her. How he followed her around the camp years ago and was so tormented by her hot and cold nature. They've been at Croatoan together for a few years now. I'm sure his affection for her has only grown. Maybe this has fucked his plans, too. I twist my hands in my lap. Will Tia be very upset? Sessa's jaw clenches, and he stares into the fire.
I do not want Tia. I have not wanted Tia for a very, very long time.
His voice is firm and flat. I can't help but get the feeling that I've offended him somehow. I just thought... He glances over at me, his eyes dark with emotion.
When I went back to Croatoan, I wanted to see her again, but she was too busy spending her time with Erek and Ojek and Darjal. When they left and I stayed behind, then she paid attention to me, and I realized I did not want to be an afterthought. I do not wish to be someone's second choice. I would rather have no female than a female that picks others ahead of me.
His expression turns flustered, the bases of his horns darkening with a blush.
Not that this is a problem now.
Right. Because he can't have another female now that he has me. I wince. I see. I open my mouth to apologize again and then snap it shut. He doesn't want apologies. He wants a mate, and I just want to be left alone. We're not going to see eye to eye on this right away, or ever, so might as well carry on. I scratch at the spot under my arm where one of my hidden knives is jabbing into my skin. I glance over at Sessa again, and his broad shoulders are slumped, his tail limp, and he stares into the fire, the very picture of dejection. I'm going to get ready for bed now. He nods.
Do you need me to leave the cave?
Nah, I'm good. I reach into the neck of my tunic. I have no intention of undressing, even if I sweat. I pull out the knife tucked against my side and set it on the furs, then the one pressed to my other side. I grip the front of my clothes, pushing my boobs down so I can pull out the fake boning that doubles as shivs, and I set those down too.
I pull 2 knives from my belt, then unstrap the blades I have in my boots and hidden under the fur skirt of my tunic. Sasa watches me in silence, and when the pile of weapons grows, he shoots me an incredulous look.
Did you make all of those?
This is a subject I feel oddly comfortable in. Well, I thought it might be rude to go around stealing everyone else's weapons, so yes. He barks a laugh, amazed, and I pull my boots off and remove the blades I have wrapped in the leather soles, checking to make sure they're not broken. Bone is easily shaped but also brittle, and so it's a constant chore to resharpen or remake weapons.
Why so many?
Because I feel safest when I'm armed and dangerous, I quip. Touch them, and I'll make mincemeat out of you. Sasa laughs again, delighted at my bloodthirstiness.
What is mince meat?
Very chopped meat, I joke, so don't get any ideas. I lie down in my furs, using my cloak as a pillow. I stare at the fire for a moment, and then furtively sneak the largest knife back under my blankets, tucking it against my chest. Just in case.
I will give you all the time you need, Sam,
Sasa murmurs as he settles down on the far side of the fire.
I am still your friend, even though you do not wish to resonate to me. I am not your enemy.
I know he's not. He's being so understanding, far more understanding than I was. I grip my knife tighter to my chest, even though I know I don't need it. I know I don't, and yet I can't let go of it. I just need time to figure things out. He's silent for a long time, the only noise in the cave that of the fire as it pops and crackles. That and our cooeys. They hum constantly, the sound reminding me of a generator back on Earth, thrumming with electricity. I know Sasa's not asleep. His cooey gives him away. If he feels anything like I do, he's far too wound up to sleep. There's too much going on in his body. Every nerve ending of mine feels as if it's on high alert, and if I so much as rub the wrong way on the furs, I'm going to spontaneously combust.
Where are you going?
Sasa finally asks.
What is your goal?
Oh, did he not know before he set off to follow me? He just abandoned everything and ran after me. Did the cooey tug him even then? Even without vibrating? Or was it something else? I hug the knife to my chest, thinking. The fruit cave. I'm going there. When he grunts acknowledgement, I feel the need to explain more. It's just, sometimes it feels like too many people back at camp. I need to get away. I need to breathe.
I understand.
I'm not sure he does. It's not the normal sort of reason that someone goes wandering. My wanderlust has nothing to do with a desire to explore. It's just that back at camp, after a while, I don't feel safe. Every noise jumps out at me, especially at night. I don't sleep because every crackle of the fire, every crunch of a step in the sand, it makes me feel as if I'm being watched. As if Brad's just waiting to pop around the corner. It doesn't matter that he's 1 billion miles away and I'm on an alien planet. My nerves are still on edge and I can't relax. Eventually, it becomes too much for me to handle and I need to get away. Normally, I go hunting with one of the other women, but as more pregnancies have happened and Farley has had her baby, all my regular hunting partners have become occupied with being moms. I'm happy for them. Just sad for me. I would like to go someplace where I won't be afraid. I want to tell him. But I don't think such a place exists. So I clutch my knife and stare into the fire, waiting for sleep to arrive.
6. Sessa. I watch Sam from across the fire. I expect her to turn her back to me, but she does not. She clutches a knife and rests, tense, under the furs. I'm not certain if she sleeps. If she does not sleep deeply. Her face is strained, as if she expects to wake up at any moment and fight. Someone has hurt her in the past, I think, betrayed her trust. Once that trust is gone, it cannot be walked back with simple words. I think about Tia, and how after Rek and the others abandoned her, she turned her attention on me with flirty smiles. My trust was gone then, too. It did not matter what she said to me or how sweet her words were. She had broken the thing inside me that made me want her, and there was no fixing it. My mother says that a metlach will not return to a trap once it breaks free, and so it is with trust. Once it is gone, it takes time to return. I understand this, and I will be patient with Sam. I watch her expression tense in her dreams, and I think about my interactions with her in the past. Sam is beautiful. All of the humans have a delicateness to their features, but Sam has large, lovely eyes that express her emotions. Her mane is a pale yellow with a hint of orange to it, like a sunrise. And her smile, my cock grows stiff and aching at the thought of her smile. Truly, my Kui has chosen the perfect female for me. When I was here 3 turns of the seasons ago, though, Sam was cheerful enough, and she seemed happy. Now, though, I remember small things that add up to more. I remember that she never wished to go hunting with any male, ever. She would drag one of the other females with her everywhere she went. I remember that she did not tease like Floor or Tia. Sam would laugh at you, but she would never pretend interest in you. She saw everyone as a friend. And I remember the beach games, when someone touched her and she panicked, crying out, "Don't touch me, don't fucking touch me." No one understood it at the time, but I grasp it more now. I think about how alarmed she was when I came up behind her. The answer is somewhere in there, I think. Someone hunted Sam in the past. Someone scared her, and so I must win her trust again. I will show her that I am her friend, Sessa, that I can be trusted. When she is comfortable enough, she will come to my arms and we will be mates. The Kui always wins. I simply need to let her come to me instead of pushing my needs onto her. I touch my chest, listening to the song that hums there. Sessa can be patient, but Sessa's Kui, that is the difficult part. Already I ache more than I thought possible. My cock feels heavy, my sack swollen with seed. I will lose control and burst if she even looks over at me. I just know it. I dare not sleep on my stomach because the furs might tickle my skin too much. I roll on my side, facing away from her, because that feels safest. And I clench my hands tightly closed so I do not reach for my cock in my sleep. Heat floods through my veins. I am in the fruit cave with Sam, and she turns and smiles at me. Her eyes are bright and lovely, her lips pink and enticing. She leans forward and stares at my face, wanting a kiss, but I do not kiss her. I am patient, I remind myself. I will wait. When I do not touch Sam, she leans forward and licks my flat teat right over the nipple. She speaks, but she talks in her human tongue, and I do not understand her words. She babbles at me, pressing her face against my skin and touching her mouth to my chest. She slides lower, laughing and sweet, and her hands push under my loincloth. Sam is naked, I realize, and her hands are eager as she grasps my cock. She says something in her human tongue again, and then she licks her lips. It is clear what she wants. She is going to put her mouth on me, all over me. Sam, I breathe, fascinated by how bold and lovely she is, how eager her hands are as she grips me, how pink her lips as she lowers her head. I jolt awake, covered in sweat. My Kui is singing so loudly it has brought me from sleep, and my cock is so hard that it feels as if it is made entirely of bone. My spear has a softer point, I think ruefully. I suck in several deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I do not trust my control enough to touch my cock, even the slightest pressure, and I feel I will erupt. How am I going to get through the day being near Sam but unable to touch her? I lie in the furs, waiting for my heart to stop pounding, for my Kui to quiet down, for my body to become mine again. As time passes, however, I start to wonder if I will feel like this until I completely fulfill residence. I want to, more than anything, but I will not push Sam into it. Are you awake? My mate calls out softly. I can hear your Kui. I swallow hard because my cock is surging at the sound of her voice. I am awake, yes. Should we get started on the day? I close my eyes, bracing myself, but it does no good. Just the sound of her voice makes the need increase. I am not certain how far I can walk. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Sam sits up, and when I open my eyes, she has a worried look on her face. Her teeth press enticingly against the front of her tunic, and there is a faint, musky scent in the air. Her arousal. I bite back another groan. Today will be impossible. It is the residence, I pant. It is very demanding. Oh, God, she sounds panicked. Do we need to separate? We should, shouldn't we? I shake my head. If we did, I would follow you. Resonance would not allow otherwise. We are safer together. Splitting up will not change the need. It might make it worse. When she makes a worried sound, I sit up to reassure her, and my cock is so hard it brushes against my belly, my loincloth blatantly lifted. She stares. It only makes me harder. Sam jumps to her feet, snatching up her boots. She shoves her foot into one, hopping. I can't stay here. I can't do this. Sam, wait, I say. To my surprise, she does. She freezes in place, and the musky scent of her arousal grows thicker. Hot need pounds through me, and I clench my fists at my side. I can smell your hunger, too. It is not just me. I know, she bites her lip. But the difference between you and me is that I can walk affected like this and you can't. She points one boot at me. So I'm going to take a walk outside, and you're going to take the edge off, and then we'll set out, okay? I stare at her in surprise. You want me to touch myself? Well, what's the alternative? I'm trying to be practical here. She puts her boot on, and then her hands go to her hips. She's jittery, and I know the wrong move will make her flee. You can take the edge off, and then you can tell me if it helps. If it does, I might need to do the same. So she hungers as deeply as I do. For some reason, that is both reassuring and incredibly frustrating. But I nod. Stay close. I will be quick. Quick, right. With a dazed expression, Sam watches me for a moment longer and then bolts from the cave, taking her delicious scent with her.
7. Sam. I can't believe I just told Sessa to jerk off. My face feels utterly flushed with heat, and even going outside into the cold, snowy air doesn't do much for relief. My cooey won't shut up. Even as I hug my fur cloak to my chest and stare out at the morning sky, stepping away from the cave, my cooey sings loudly. It's like it's practically angry with me because I didn't fling myself onto my back and let Sessa mount me the moment resonance hit. And Sessa's a big boy. All over. Jesus, I saw what he's packing under that loincloth, and I try to match it up to the boy I knew from 3 years ago, but I didn't pay attention back then. My body sure is paying attention now. Sure, it's a normal function, but it's not quite the same as blowing your nose or taking a piss. It's personal. Throw in the cooey and it's doubly so. But what are our choices? I saw the massive erection he was sporting. There's no way he can walk all day with that sort of thing in his pants. I'm suffering just as much as he is, too, but in more inward ways. My pussy feels feverish and constantly slick, and I woke up with the sensation of my body clenching on nothing at all and my nipples hard and aching. Everything makes me horny. The breeze on my skin, the clothes on my body, the realization that Sessa is going to jerk off. Oh my God, Sessa's going to jerk off, and because of resonance, he's going to think of me while he does it. And because I'm resonating too, I can't walk away. I should. I'm giving him privacy so he can take care of his business and we can get on with our journey. I turn and stare at the leather screen over the entrance of the hunter cave, propped up against the rocky mouth. I can't see anything. I should just walk away. I should. I close my eyes,
think forcefully about walking away and take one step forward. A muffled, masculine gasp from inside the cave stops all those plans. I can't walk away now, not even if every part of me knows that I should. Instead, my ears are straining to hear another sound, anything from the cave. Sessa's voice, Sessa's cooey. A low groan drifts onto the wind, and heat floods through my body. My pulse pounds directly between my thighs, and I'm both horrified at my response and so full of need that it threatens to overwhelm me. I lean toward the covering, my fingers itching to push it aside and watch. I hold my breath so I can better hear any noises he makes, but my cooey is so loud it's going to drown everything out. Then I hear it. Another muffled groan, followed by the slick smack of flesh. He's jerking off, all right, and I've never heard anything hotter in my life. My hand moves between my thighs, and I'm dismayed to realize that I'm covered in layers of leather. I can't touch myself, even though I want to. God, I need to. Maybe I should take a turn in the cave after him. The slapping sound of skin continues, faster and faster, and then I hear my name drift out on a ragged growl. Sam. Oh, fuck. He's jerking off to me, and my skin shivers with pleasure. I hurriedly step away, wincing with the noise my boots make as they crunch into the snow. My body is throbbing all over, and I can't function. How the hell did Josie and Hayden last a month? I'm going to be a puddle of goo before the week is out. There's no way I can last. But resonance is all the things I hate. The last thing I want is a man thinking he's got a claim on me. If he thinks he owns me, I'm back in the same situation I was on Earth. I can't let that happen ever again. This is my second chance, and I need to play it carefully. I cross my arms over my chest and wait impatiently, staring out at the snow. I won't look back at the cave if it's the last thing I do. I pretend it doesn't exist. I gaze out at the wintry sky, studying the clouds. It looks like we're going to get more snow dumped on us this day, which will make traveling difficult, and... There's a sound from the entrance of the cave. Behind me, Sessa clears his throat politely. I turn, reluctant to look at him. My body is throbbing with unfulfilled need, and I'm half afraid that making eye contact with Sessa after he just pleasured himself is going to make it worse. I'm not surprised that he looks utterly delicious when I see him. His braid is slightly rumpled from sleep, strands floating around his flushed face. His lips are full and dark, as if he was biting them while he worked himself, and his tail flicks back and forth in a sinuous, hypnotizing way. "Better?" I ask brightly. "Did that help?" Sessa nods, giving me a sheepish look as he steps forward.
I believe it did. I will wait out here for you.
"Me?" I squeak, all my bravado disappearing. I don't need a turn."
You do not.
He seems surprised.
Is the resonance not affecting you?
"Not much," I lie. "I'm fine." I'm not fine. Not in the slightest. But I know if I go in there and start touching myself, I'm not going to be silent. And if Sessa is listening, what's going to stop him from joining me? I can't take the risk. So I squeeze my thighs tightly, give him an even tighter smile, and jerk my head at the distant hills. Shall we get going?
8. Sessa. Sam is as remote as ever. It is frustrating to know that we have resonated, and yet when I try to talk to her, she wants nothing to do with me. She still says we are friends, but I am not certain she believes that. She still holds me at arm's length. She will not look at me. She barely speaks. It is as if she is on this journey alone, and it makes me feel lonely. I thought having a mate would change that. Sam is determined not to have one, though. She does not want me. It wounds my heart, but I push past it. She needs time to adjust to resonance. Many of the humans struggle with the concept of a mate that is chosen by the Kui. Josie and Hayden's story has been told ever since they resonated, usually with much laughter and sly amusement. To think that a human wished to fight resonance for so long. I think of the other couples back at Croatoan, of Megan and Cashel, of Zenek and Marlin, of Zolaya and his Ariana. So many couples who resonated, and the moment they laid eyes on each other, they were delighted. I had hoped for such a moment for myself, but it does not seem to be. No one looks at me with delight. No one looks at me with hunger in their eyes. Sam looks at me as if I have ruined her life, as if my existence makes her miserable. I walk behind her in silence, even though I wish nothing more than to move to my mate's side, to guide her gently around the biggest snowdrifts instead of watching her stubbornly push her way through. We will be at the fruit caves later tonight or early tomorrow morning, if all goes as planned and the weather does not punish us. Perhaps once we are there, she will relax and welcome my presence with a smile. My Kui sings, reminding me that my body still aches. Sam asked me earlier if touching myself gave relief, if it took the wild need away for a short time. I lied. It has not helped. It only makes me want her more. In this, I am selfish. I lied because I wanted to hear her touch her body. I knew she was outside, listening to me, and it made my hand grip my cock tighter, made the release all the sweeter. Tonight, I will insist she touch herself, to take the edge off, as she says. Maybe she will even let me watch. I would gladly let her watch me. It is late afternoon when a large shadow glides overhead, blotting out the sunlight. Sam pauses in her steps, looking up. No! My instincts flare, and I immediately rush forward, covering Sam's smaller form with mine. She makes a yelp of surprise and then struggles to break free, panting with terror. It is me, I remind her, trapping her flailing arms with my own. It is Sessa. It is Sessa. She makes a low sound of unhappiness, and I can feel her trembling underneath me, her terrified quivering breaking my spirit into pieces. Why is she so afraid to be touched? I do not understand it. I stroke her hair, murmuring soothing words even as I protect her smaller form with mine as the shadow circles overhead. If it is Skyclaw, they will see my bigger form and leave her be. There are many stories of Josie and Hayden's resonance, but I think of how small Josie was, swallowed whole by a Skyclaw, and I will not let the same happen to my Sam. I hold her tight even as she struggles to break free. The shadow soars overhead once more, and then there's a whoosh of air that stirs my mane and a noisy thump behind us that shakes pebbles loose from the canyon walls. I breathe a sigh of relief, because there is only one creature that massive in this region. Ashtar, I explained to Sam, reluctantly letting her go. She stumbles backward out of my grasp and falls on her behind into the snow, gazing up at me. Her eyes are dilated, the blue so vivid I could lose myself in her gaze. Her cooey sings to mine, and her arousal scent hangs in the air, heavy and delicious. Her legs are sprawled in front of her, and I want nothing more than to crouch between them and shove them around my hips. Instead, I offer her my hand. Sam shakes her head, getting to her feet and dusting snow off of her clothes. She moves past me, waving in greeting to the large golden dragon who has landed behind us. "You could have called out a warning," she yells at him. "You scared us half to death." The dragon does not shift forms immediately. Instead, he holds out his front claws, offering 2 bundles out to us. I take the larger basket, unsurprised to see Katamnias grinning up at me. "Ho there, young hunter," I say, and the boy holds his arms out to me. I swoop him up, laughing and tossing him into the air as Sam gently extricates Verukal from his carrying basket. "You are tracking with your father today." "We are hunting you," Katamnia says with delight, flinging his small, scaly arms around my neck. "Caught you." "You have," I agree, and then pat his back as his arm thorns dig into my hide. He is the exact image of his father in all ways, and Ashtar has large, dangerous protrusions along the backs of his arms and legs. "Mind your spikes." Katamnias just laughs and flings his arms out. "Throw me again!" As if he did not just fly through the air with his father. But I do so, watching Sam out of the corner of my eye as she hugs Verukal, Ashtar's youngest, against her chest. She presses her cheek to his, smiling, and my heart aches with want. "I found you two," Ashtar calls out, striding forward to greet us. "You're making good time.
In a hurry to get somewhere?
Sam ignores his question, cuddling the kit in her arms. Looks like you're on dad duty today? The dragon man nods, hands on hips and showing off his fine scaled form. He wears nothing, which does not bother me, but I know the human females are sensitive to it. I glance over at my female, but she is focusing on the kit in her arms and not the male standing proudly between us.
My sweet Fires needed some time to herself,
Ashtar says.
So she is spending time with Hannah and doing whatever she likes. And I have the children this day.
He moves to stand next to Sam, chucking the fat chin of Varukal.
So I thought I would bring them on a nice flight. They sleep well when in the air.
You're checking in on us? Sam asks, handing the kit back to his father.
Of course.
Ashtar is not one to feign ignorance. He tucks his younger son under his arm and glances over at me.
My mate and some of the others were worried when you did not return. I figured you simply needed time for resonance, but I offered to say hello anyhow. Is all well?
I say nothing, looking over at Sam. If she is miserable in my presence, she can go back with Ashtar. I will not stop her. The last thing I want is Sam to hate me. But Sam just gives him a tight smile and thumps the base of her spear in the snow, gazing down at it. We're fine. Thank you for checking. Sessa's guiding me to the fruit cave. We're probably going to stay there a little while, until we figure things out. I release a breath I did not know I was holding. She is including me in her plans. I know it is only resonance that makes her do so, but I am still thankful. Pleased, I toss Catanias into the air again, enjoying the boy's delight.
Ah, the fruit cave. I suspected as much.
Ashtar grins over at me as if we are sharing a secret.
Nothing like a nice warm cave to relax in. Will you be bringing some fruit back for the tribe, too? My Veronica likes the heart fruit, the one with the stone in the middle.
I'm sure we can manage that, Sam says in a guarded voice. But we might be gone for a while. Like I said, we're still figuring things out. Ashtar shrugs, his curious eyes gleaming bright.
If anyone expects you to return immediately, they are fools. Resonance speaks, and we must listen.
He winks at me.
Is that not so?
His words feel like a trap. If I say the wrong thing, will Sam grow upset? Resonance is resonance. The dragon man laughs and moves to my side, clapping my shoulder.
Just so.
Ashtar and his son stay for a while, with Ashtar doing most of the talking. Sam sits on a nearby rock, her knees drawn up to her chest, and listens as the dragon man talks on and on about nothing in particular. I suspect he is simply wasting time as his older son plays in the snow and the kit tucked against his chest dozes, thumb in mouth. I sit near the packs because I feel I will make Sam upset if I sit next to her. My cooey throbs with song. My cock throbs with hunger. It is the longest afternoon of my life. Eventually, Varukal wakes up and fusses at his father, whining. Ashtar gives him a strip of jerky to gnaw on and then tucks him back into his basket, then does the same for Catanias.
We are off,
he says.
These two will need a meal soon, and my mate will need a nice back rub from her male to complete her day of rest.
He gives us a wicked grin.
I will swing back through toward the fruit cave in a few days. If you need anything, leave a sign in the snow and I will come and bother you. Otherwise, I will assume you need privacy.
My face heats. Sam says nothing. Ashtar tucks a blanket around Catanias, who's eating a handful of snow. He turns to grin at us.
Go and make some beautiful kits, you two.
With that, he shifts back to his massive dragon form, as big as the shell beasts that invaded seasons ago. He spreads his wings, gently grasps the baskets containing his sons, and lifts into the air once more. We both watch as he flies away, and I turn to look at Sam. She sighs. He's turned into such a dad. Seriously. Go and make beautiful kits, you two, she mimics, deepening her voice. If he wasn't such a nice guy and so devoted to Veronica, I'd smack him in the face. Perhaps he thinks we should make them out of snow, I joke. Snow kits. To my surprise, she giggles at my terrible joke. Her giggles turn into full-on laughter, and then she wipes tears out of her eyes, unable to stop laughing. They think, she wheezes, we're out here fucking madly. Imagine coming across a bunch of snow people instead of us. I chuckle. I would rather make kits the traditional way, but if making snow people incite such laughter from Sam, I will make her an entire village. All she needs to do is ask. When she recovers, Sam smiles at me, and the strange tension between us is gone. She gives me a wry look. Come on, Ashtar and his chatty mouth have delayed us. If we want to get to the fruit cave tonight, we need to hustle. I could carry you, I offer, trying not to show how much I like that idea. She makes a face. Or we could just walk faster. Or we could do that, I grin, feeling a little bolder. But I would rather carry you. Sam smacks my arm lightly, rolling her eyes at me. I am pleased, though. There is none of the anger and despair in her gaze right now. We have not solved anything, but we are easy with one another. That, if nothing else, feels like progress. With a light heart, I pick up our packs and follow after her. 9. Sessa. The fruit cave feels unpleasantly hot. I keep my displeasure to myself, sweating as I set the packs down safely inside on the ledge. Sam is tired after all of our walking, but the look of delight on her face as she takes in our surroundings makes it worth everything. She closes her eyes, turning her face toward the too bright, strange light that beams down from above. It is dark outside and icy, but in here it feels as if I am standing too close to the fire. A wet, wet fire. I amend as I touch a damp leaf that hangs overhead. Everything in here feels wet and hot. The islanders say their home was like this, and I cannot imagine it. Already I want to strip off my loincloth and go swimming in the bright blue pool at the very bottom of the cave. This is my favorite place, Sam says, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. I would live here if I could. I grunt because I do not want to disagree with her. The humans like the warmth, but I have grown up in the snows. I like a crisp day with the crunch of fresh ice under my feet. I like a big spacious cave with a high ceiling and cool floors, one that goes deep into the rock and feels protected. The fruit cave is none of these things. The entrance is small and tight, especially for someone my size, and once you squeeze into the interior, the wall of muggy heat envelops you. The cave itself is very tall, but narrow and layered. High up above, the lights flicker overhead, and green vines laden with fruit hang down from every surface. There is one big ledge near the entrance, big enough for both myself and Sam to rest comfortably on. But then it continues down in the same narrow, vine-covered layers, to a bathing pool at the very, very bottom. I have heard the humans compare it to something called a beehive, but I do not know of such a thing. I only know that while I appreciate the fruit and the water pool, I would much rather have a home somewhere I do not have to fear rolling off the ledge and into the waters below. Sam sits on the lip of the ledge, her legs dangling over the side and into the vines. She sighs with pleasure and pulls off her fur cloak, tossing it behind her. She removes another layer of furs, then leans forward to tug off her boots, and I am presented with her leather-covered backside, rounded and tailless, and the most enticing thing I have ever seen. My cooey, which has been singing steadily all day, grows even louder as my cock hardens. Glancing over her shoulder at me, Sam tosses a boot at her side. We should talk, Sessa. You can't grab me, okay? If we're going to be friends, you just can't grab me. Distracted, I stare at her backside, trying to determine what she is talking about. Does she think I will grab her right now? I want to, more than anything, but I am no fool. If I grab her now, she will never come through my arms. So I think harder. When did I grab... when I protected her, before Ashtar arrived. Reluctantly, I drag my gaze away from her enticing backside. I did not mean to frighten you. I saw the shadow, and the need to protect you was overwhelming. Protect me? From Ashtar? She sets her boot down next to her on the stone lip, her brows furrowed. From Skyclaw, I admit. Skyclaw? Sam blinks at me in surprise. A moment later, realization dawns. You have Josie and Hayden on the brain, don't you? You don't have to worry about me. Liz says I'm bigger than Josie, so I can't imagine they'd eat me as easily as they ate her. She says it so easily, as if it is nothing, as if her in danger is not the most terrifying thing I can imagine. I still worry, I say stubbornly, and I did not grab you to frighten you. I know, I don't like being grabbed. She rubs her arms, shivering. I take a slow step forward. Sam is like a skittish Tvisty colt that refuses to be tamed. I must go slow with her and make no sudden movements. Tell me what troubles you so, Sam. Why are you afraid? What has made you afraid? Has someone on the beach harmed you in some way? Just the thought makes my throat close up with tension. Who do I need to gut with my spear? The human female looks up at me in surprise. I never thought of you as bloodthirsty, Sessa. If someone hurt you, I would tear them apart, I vow. Not many things make me angry, but the thought of someone harming you? That makes my thoughts unpleasant. Sam gets to her feet, mindful of the ledge. She picks up her discarded furs and boots, shrugging, and I can tell she is avoiding looking at me. That's sweet of you, but no one there has hurt me. But she has been hurt in the past. The statement hangs between us unsaid. We are friends, are we not? You can tell me anything. She pauses in front of me, her gaze on my chest. I do not know if she is staring at me, Sessa, or thinking about the cooey that sings loudly inside me, demanding we mate. She finally looks up at me and gives a faint smile. You know we're friends. Her cooey thrums loudly as if in protest to her words, and she grimaces. I know I owe you a few of my secrets, but I think I'd like to get drunk first. I grin at that. She is opening up to me, and I will take what I can get. Hannah keeps the sasa stored by the bathing pool, does she not? We can swim and drink and enjoy each other. Her eyes go wide, and she takes a step back. Not like that, I blurt out quickly, and my face heats. Not enjoy each other like that. No, of course not. Sam manages a smile. And a swim sounds good.
10. Sam. A swim is the dumbest idea I've had, ever. We climb down to the bottom of the fruit cave, the weird, always hot greenhouse cave set up by Sessa's ancestors, and Sessa carries our packs down. I'm barely at the water's edge, peering into the clear, artificial pool of warm water, when Sessa strips off every bit of clothing he's wearing and jumps in with a splash. Right. Because his tribe bathes naked, and I've forgotten all about this. To his people, nudity is not an issue. They're as casual with their bodies as they are with public affection. As he erupts from the water, spouting a mouthful into the air and then floating on his back, I blink at the sight of him. Water droplets sluice down his velvety skin, making it seem almost a deep indigo when damp. He's so big and muscular now, all raw power, that I should be afraid of him. I'm not, though, because at his heart, he's still sweet, kind Sessa with a generous heart. Huge hands and feet now, sure, but still the same generous heart. I try not to stare as he floats in the pool, but I can't help it. His cock, semi-erect, juts up from his body and points at the ceiling of the hive-like cave. Huge. Everything. And I'm resonating to him. Biting back my sigh of utter frustration, I roll up the soft leather of my leggings until the material is above my knees. Then I head for the supplies organized in the back of the cave, no doubt courtesy of Hannah and her obsessive need for control. I get that. I've got an obsessive need to make weapons, so I understand. I pat the ones still tucked into my tunic, reassuring myself that they're in place, and then rummage amongst the dried fruit and waterproof skins until I find the containers I'm looking for. Several round fruit with hard rinds have been hollowed out, the rind smoked over fire to harden it further, and corked with a rolled-up bit of waterproof hide. I pull out the cork and sniff the contents. It nearly blows my hair back with how strong it is. Jesus, I mutter, then lift it to my lips for a taste. Smells like paint thinner, tastes like a piña colada on steroids. I take a larger sip and move toward the side of the pool where Sessa is still floating. His tail makes ripples in the water. I sit on the edge and soak my feet, taking another drink of the sasa. It's a fermented brew made entirely from fruit and a few herbs, and from what I've been told, there's someone over in Croatoan who is the one with all the skills. I don't remember the name, and for the first time in a while, I feel a guilty pang. I've heard so much about the other tribe, but I've never gone over to meet any of them. I'm one of the few that hasn't. Steph won't leave the beach because Pack and Juth aren't comfortable with it, and so she hasn't gone. But everyone else? They traipse back and forth between our village and the snowy one, visiting family or saying hello to friends. Except me. I've pushed everyone away. Melancholy, I take a large swig of the drink, and something pulpy catches in my throat. I sputter, coughing, and wipe my mouth. Sasa is immediately at my side of the pool, his wet hands brushing my legs.
Sam, are you all right?
He says my name so sweetly. The big pain in my ass, I think with a sigh. Like he's sighing the Sam. I'm fine. Think I just got a bit of fruit in the throat. A relieved smile creases his face, and he holds a hand out.
May I taste?
I should tell him to get his own, to be cranky and unpleasant and a nasty, nasty bitch to him. Instead, I hold the container out, and I'm rewarded with another of his beautiful, easy smiles. Why did he have to be so damned handsome? Why does he have to have such wide-spaced, gentle eyes and an expression that makes me want to smile even when I'm feeling sour? I want to hate him, but I can't. There's nothing hateable about Sasa. I watch him as he drinks, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. His braided hair is sleek with water, making his horns seem even larger against his skull. He shrugs as he hands the drink back to me.
It's not as good as my father's recipe.
Your father has a recipe? I ask, surprised. I take another sip, even though my head is already buzzing pleasantly. This brew is very, very strong, and I probably shouldn't drink too much. Fuck it, though. I take another big swig. I'm not a big drinker, but I'd like to forget my troubles for a few hours. Sasa grins even wider, and it sends a hot skitter through my belly.
Did you not know? My father is a Shen.
When I shrug, he puts a hand on my foot and sinks farther down into the pool.
That is right. You do not visit the other tribe, do you? You have not met him. He is a brewer. He has a very fine recipe for salsa that will remove the ridges from your tongue, but it has a good aftertaste.
I giggle at that. It sounds awful, and I don't have ridges on my tongue.
No?
He rises up out of the water and touches my lower lip, pretending to pry my mouth open. Obediently, I stick my tongue out and wag it at him, and he grunts, feigning surprise.
That is a terrible-looking tongue.
I squeal with more laughter. It is not. Your tongue is the weird one. Mine is a perfectly fine human tongue. He just laughs and takes the container from my hands again. This time, he drinks a larger swallow and eyes me suspiciously.
Why are you not in the water?
Because I'm chillin' here poolside, I point out. And because you're naked and we're resonating. Sasa looks momentarily confused.
But we would resonate even if I were clothed. And if I were clothed, my furs would be wet.
Maybe I don't want to swim with a naked guy, I defend, taking the drink back from him.
Because you are afraid I will touch you?
I consider that. No, actually, I know you're my friend. I just didn't want to tempt you beyond all reason. He snorts at that.
Sam,
he says, making my name sound like a caress once more.
I would want you just as much if you were covered in Daisy's ugly leathers, or if you were wearing nothing at all. The Kui has decided. It does not care how you cover your body.
I giggle, because Daisy's leathers aren't ugly. She's a big fan of dyed fringe, and most of us don't bother with it because our leathers get messed up from hunting or skinning. Since she looks after the kids more than anything,
Hers stay clean and pretty. Daisy's clothes are nice.
They would stand out in the snow like a bloodstain, he grumbles. Nice does not matter when you are hunting.
I laugh harder at that because he sounds so darn disgruntled.
Now,
He says,
are you going to swim with me, or must I drag you in?
I take another power chug from the saw and get to my feet. I'm a little dizzy as I do, staggering, and then I rip my tunic off. He's right. Resonance doesn't give a fuck if I'm dressed or not. I could wear the ugliest shit in the world, be the ugliest, smelliest, grossest woman in the world, and thanks to my cooey, Sasa would still want to bone me. It's nothing about regular attraction. It's a mating instinct. Nothing more. I shove my leggings down my legs and kick them aside, and then pick up the drink again.
Should you drink so much?
Sasa asks.
Your head will be spinning soon.
Like I said before, I plan on getting very, very drunk tonight. I tell him, and then take another gulp of the fermented juice. This is my vacation, resonance or not. I hold the container out to him. Are you going to drink with me, or am I going to have to drink alone? Sasa holds a big hand up.
You will never drink alone.
An hour or so later, we're absolutely plastered, and I've never had so much fun. My turn, I announce loudly, and raise my arms over my head, pretending I'm an Olympic swimmer about to perfect a swan dive. Then I race for the edge of the pool, my feet slipping on the damp stones, and the moment I hit the edge, I do a cannonball, splashing Sasa where he waits on the sidelines. When I come up from the water, he wheezes with laughter, leaning over on his side and clutching his ribs.
What was that?
A mess, I declare, giggling. My head is pleasantly foggy, and everything is so nice right now. I swim over to his side and hop up on the ledge next to him, naked and dripping, and reach over for another drink of Sasa. We're on bottle 2. Or is it 3 at this point? And I haven't felt so good in a long, long time. Give me a drink. He holds it over my head, laughing.
You drink too much already.
Bullshit, I declare, getting to my feet and immediately snatching it out of his grip. You're just trying to keep it to yourself.
I need more drink than you,
he agrees, watching me take another swig.
I am much, much bigger. You are puny and human.
I cough on the drink. Puny? I hand it back to him and watch as he drinks, a few dribbles stealing down his chin. I'll have you know, I am a perfectly adequate human. I poke his arm. You're the one that grew 3 sizes when I turned my back.
I am a man.
Sasa agrees. Man with a capital M now. I nudge him when he takes another drink. Your turn. He hands the container back to me and then gets to his feet. His tail whacks me in the face and I sputter laughing. As he slips and slides his way to the edge of the pool, he looks really good naked, too. His hair was coming loose from his braid, so he took the tie out and shook it free. And now there's just this cascade of wet, inky black hair going down his back and brushing against the base of his tail. Sasa moves to the far end of the pool, pauses, then runs in and jumps, splashing me in the nearby leaves. That was a puny splash, I hoot as he surfaces, flinging his hair back. A human-sized splash, you suck.
It was a good splash,
he protests, his pretty eyes framed by wet lashes. He moves to my side of the pool and hangs off the edge for a moment, gazing up at me.
I think your mind is slowed by Sasa, or you would know that was the greatest splash a hunter has ever made.
I snort. 2 words for ya. Bullshit. He climbs out of the pool as I drink, and nearly gets me in the eye with that big stabby cock of his that's sticking straight out. It's been like that ever since we started swimming, but Sasa's paid no attention. I'm too drunk to ignore it now, especially since it's in my face. "There's your problem." Sasa pauses, still standing over me.
What is my problem?
I wave a hand at his cock. "That! You're not streamlined enough to swim properly. Your aerodynamics are all off." He squints at me, then down at his cock. His cooey is raging. Mine is too, but being drunk makes it easier to ignore. Maybe we'll just stay drunk forever, I decide. Me and Sasa both, just hanging out by the pool for the rest of our lives, drinking and giggling and cannonballing.
It will not go down,
Sasa admits, gingerly touching the tip. It lets out a bead of pre-cum the moment he does, and I can't help but stare.
When you are around, it reacts.
Then take care of it again, I tell him, hugging the drink to my chest. I keep staring at that bead of liquid on the tip of his cock, watching as it slides down the velvety, almost purple head and dribbles along the underside. Like you did the other day.
Touch myself.
His voice grows thick, his words slurred. Yeah, I breathe. Take the edge off.
Right now.
I don't mind. I take another sip of salsa, but it's not providing the same distraction it did a few minutes ago. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Sasa gazes at me thoughtfully. His hand steals toward his cock, and he watches me, as if waiting to see my reaction. When I don't panic, he wraps his hand around his shaft and sucks in a deep breath. Sensitive? I ask softly. He jerks his head in a nod and squeezes the base, letting one finger brush over his balls. His hand glides up a bit, moving over the ridges that grace his shaft, and he heads for the crown. Are the ridges sensitive too? My fingers twitch, as if itching to touch them. The cooey inside me is practically howling with need, and I ache between my thighs, watching him as he moves his hand over his length. Or your spur?
The spur is not,
he says. His voice is thick as he strokes himself, his gaze on me. I'm acutely aware that I'm sitting very close to where he stands, close enough that I could reach out and touch his cock for him. He doesn't ask, though, and I don't offer. I just watch as he glides his hand over his skin, and his thumb moves briefly over the head before he strokes back down again.
The rest? Yes.
Oh, I breathe. I clamp my thighs together, fighting the urge to touch myself along with him. Better take the edge off.
Edge. Yes.
He strokes his shaft again, and it's like every movement of his hand reminds me just how big he is. There's a vein weaving through the underside, dancing between the ridges, and I want him to touch it. Or I want to touch it. I can't decide. He strokes his massive hand down his equally huge length again, and I'm reminded, dry-mouthed, of just how big Sasa is now. He's big and sexy, and he's making me want to be touched for the first time in years. That scares me a little.
How can you stand it?
He asks, dragging his hand slowly up and down his shaft in a way that looks more like a tease than relief.
Is your cooey not making you need?
You think I'm not needy? I practically choke on the words. You think it's not making me ache?
Is it? You never touch yourself to edge off?
I lift my chin. Maybe I will now. Sasa's nostrils flare, and he watches me with those gorgeous eyes.
You should.
I slip my hand between my thighs, cupping my pussy. I'm not surprised that I'm wet. I was swimming after all. But the juices coating my folds are more slippery and thicker than water, a sure sign of my arousal. My fingers glide through my sex, and I find my clit easily. I circle a finger around it, sucking in a breath when it shoots a bolt of pure pleasure through my body. My cooey just hums louder. Sasa strokes himself again, his eyes locked on me. Another bead of pre-cum slides down the head of his cock, and I stare at it in fascination.
Can I see?
He asks.
Can I watch you?
I nod again, and because he wants to see, I lie back on the stone, spreading my legs. All my shyness is gone, thanks to the Sasa, and I spread my folds with one hand, showing him everything, while I drag my finger in teasing strokes around my clit. See, I breathe. I'm wet and needy, too. It's not just you. He groans, his hand squeezing his cock just at the base of the head.
That is beautiful. You are beautiful.
I know, I giggle. Nikui makes me beautiful to you. He shakes his head, stroking faster. The sound of skin slapping as he works his cock fills the air.
Always beautiful,
he grits.
Even before.
Yeah, I tease my clit faster, fascinated. My hips jerk as the arousal sensations increase, and I arch against my hand, then press hard against my clit. I slide a finger down to the entrance of my body, pushing in as I rock the heel of my palm against my clit. You wanted to touch me before?
No,
he manages, working his cock harder. More pre-cum dribbles from the head, sliding down his skin, and I can't look away.
You did not want it. You still do not want it, so I will touch myself only.
Safe, I wheeze, even as I grind against my palm, arching my hips. Safest that way.
You think I cannot keep you safe?
Sasa's eyes blaze, and for the first time it feels like all the easiness and sweetness in his gaze is gone. In its place is possessiveness and hunger, and it makes me work my clit faster.
You think I would not destroy anyone that tried to touch you?
Oh, fuck. Just hearing that makes me come. I cry out, clamping my thighs around my own hand as I rub my clit, dragging out my orgasm. I whimper, curling up on the side of the pool as the release moves through me. Through a lust-fueled haze and the roar of my cooey thrumming in my ears, I watch as he turns away, his big body jerking as he climaxes. Thick seed jets on the leaves of the nearest vine, coating them in an obscene amount of jizz. That should not be so damn hot. It really should not. When I finally slide my fingers away from my body, I'm disappointed to realize that I'm just as needy as before. My pussy aches, as if desperate to be filled, and my pulse throbs. My cooey's song hasn't eased either. Breathless, I watch as Sasa drops down onto the rock next to me, lying flat on his back and pressing a hand to his brow. Feel better? I ask. He grunts. I don't, I admit. I don't think that helped.
Nothing will help until we fulfill resonance,
Sasa says. Shit. Some of the Sasa haze is clearing from my mind, and I could just cry. Do you feel trapped by it? He's silent for a long moment, and then looks over at me.
Will you be upset if I say no?
I shake my head. I get it. This is a dream for him,
even if it's a nightmare for me. We're friends. You should be able to tell me anything, remember? Sasa turns on his side, propping up on one elbow to regard me. His gaze roams over my naked body, and that possessive look is back in his eyes. It should terrify me, but the cooey's purring increases, and it actually feels good.
I do not feel trapped,
He admits.
I feel joy. The only sadness I have is that you do not feel the same.
My mouth goes dry. But you won't touch me, right? You can't. He shakes his head.
Not until you wish for me to. I can wait for you.
That makes one of us. Already my body prickles with awareness of how close he is. I'm going to be needy and achy all over again in a matter of minutes, which sucks. I hate resonance. Sasa gazes down at me.
You promised you would tell me your secrets, remember?
I groan, because I do remember, and my drunkenness is quickly fading. Is there more Sasa?
Is it that bad?
No, I just want to be drunk before I have to talk about Brad. I make a face at the memory of that asshole. Sasa hesitates, and I could swear even his post-orgasm chub droops a little.
Brad.
I sigh heavily. Brad.
Your mate back home.
He states, his voice oddly stilted.
Is that why you find being my mate unappealing?
For some reason, I hate that he thinks that. You're not unappealing, Sasa.
But you ran away.
Because I don't want to be anyone's mate. Not you, not anyone.
Because your heart belongs to this Brad.
A choked laugh bubbles up in my throat. My heart belonging to Brad? Never. I hate Brad, Sasa. I hate him so much. Love him? Never. He tried to kill me.
11. Sessa. I am not certain I have heard her correctly. Perhaps my cooey is too loud in my ears because what she says does not make sense to me. What do you mean he tried to kill you? Sam's lovely face contorts, and for a moment she looks as if she will cry. I mean just that. You guys don't have stalkers here, do you? So you're not going to really understand what I'm talking about. She reaches out and pats my shoulder, and her fingers trail over my skin, lingering a moment longer than necessary. Let me explain everything. I reach over her to get more Sasa, since she is growing tense. I have loved every moment of laughing, happy Sam with me in this cave, and I do not want her to retreat once more. If I must keep her drunk and giggling, so be it. She is safe with me at her side. I will protect her from everything. She can relax when she is with me. Drink more. When you are ready, we will speak of it. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready, Sam says, but she sits up and takes the container from me. As she does, her fingers brush mine, and my entire body tightens pleasurably. The scent of her cunt is still on her fingers, reminding me of what we both did recently. She watched me stroke myself, watched me with intense interest. I do not think she hates the idea of being with me as much as before. I hope. Sam takes several large gulps of Sasa, her eyes glazed when she sets it down. That's better. She licks her lips and then slides back down onto the rocks next to me. A shiver overtakes her, and I automatically pull her closer to my larger, warmer body. She stiffens against me, and I realize what I have done, but she does not pull away. She hesitates for a moment, and then carefully puts her head on my chest, and I feel as if I have scaled the largest mountain. I met Brad when I was 18, she says, her voice low and soft. My instincts flare, and already I do not like him. I do not like how carefully she says his name, as if it is the last thing she wants on her tongue. I worked at a coffee shop right after high school. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, so I was taking a year off to relax and just enjoy life. She moves a little closer to me, her breath fanning on my chest, and I curl my arm protectively around her. And I met Brad there. He was a client that would come in and order a black coffee every day. He was cute, too, and had big muscles, and he was 7 years older than me, and I was just smitten, you know? So I'd write these cute little messages on his cup every time he ordered. Most of what she says are meaningless words to me, but I understand enough. She met this male, and she was fascinated by him. She was flattered by his attentions. It reminds me of Beck, back when the humans first arrived, and he thought to claim one without resonance. He and Claire were happy for a very brief time, and then Claire left him and Beck was hurt. Beck has a mate that he cherishes now, but I remember how tense we all were when he and Claire argued over and over again, so loud that it filled the cavern. I found out later on that Brad was an MMA fighter, and that should have been a red flag because he liked to punch people, but I was just dazzled by how hot and dangerous he was. So when he asked me out, naturally, I said yes. She gets lost in thought for a bit. We dated for about 2 months before he raised his hand to me. Raised a hand, I ask, because I do not understand what she is saying. Sam taps her cheekbone. Hit me. Right across the face. I can't even remember what we were arguing over, something small, like a missed stop sign or something. It was stupid, and I remember we were in the car. I said something, and he just reached over and, bam, hit me. My head smacked against the window, too, and I got out of the car and left. I stare in shock. This male, this Brad, hit her, struck her. Even in their worst fights, Beck would never raise a hand to Claire. I cannot imagine such a thing. Why would he strike you? To try and show me who's the boss, I guess. She brushes her fingertips over my chest. Can I have more salsa? Wordless, I hand the container back to her. She drinks heavily once more, then settles back down against me, tucking her cheek against my chest again. I broke up with him, and I thought that was the end of that. Man, that was stupid of me. She laughs, but it does not sound as if she is amused. A week after I broke up with him, he showed back up at my work and acted like nothing was wrong between us, insisted we were still together, that I was just pouting and trying to make him jealous and he wasn't going to fall for it because he loved me. If he loved you, he would not hit you, I growl. I am furious at the thought of a male striking my delicate Sam. That's what I said. I mean, I was naive, but I wasn't an idiot. I know if a guy hits you once, he's going to do it again. So I did my best to ignore Brad, but he kept calling and texting me, sending me emails. He kept showing up at work and making a scene, acting like I was just playing hard to get, that this was just part of our relationship. I changed my email address. I changed my phone number. I switched my shift to overnight so I wouldn't see him. Her mouth quivers. And then he started showing up on my doorstep. I stroke her arm, wishing I could make this easier for her. I have never hated anyone before, but I hate this male. I hate him with every bit of my body. I called the cops to tell them he was harassing me, but they never did anything. Brad was really likable, and he was able to talk the cops into believing anything. He told them we were having a lover's spat, that it was just a game we played together, that I was being moody because of my period. They always took his side. He was really good at making people believe him. And of course, I was just the hysterical woman. She shakes her head. So I moved across town. I got a job at another coffee shop, and Brad found me again 6 months later. I have so many questions. Where was her tribe, her family? Why was no one protecting her from this male who would not leave her alone? But I sense if I interrupt, she will not say more, and I desperately need to hear the rest of the tale. The same thing happened, Sam says, breathless. He'd show up at my work. He found out my phone number by getting cozy with my friends. He showed up when I went out. It got to where I couldn't leave my apartment, and it was getting hard to hold on to my job. He broke into my apartment, too, 3 times. I think it was just to show me that he could. Each time he wouldn't do anything. I'd just get home, and there'd be a note on my pillow or a rose. He was showing me that I wasn't safe, that I couldn't avoid him. A bitter laugh escapes her. I certainly couldn't date. After dealing with Brad, I didn't want to. This went on for another year, I think, before I saved up enough money to move again. And you can guess what happened after that. He found you again. She nods. Took him a bit longer, but he did. I kept going back to the police. I filed restraining orders. I put 12 locks on my damn door. I kept my cell phone off and avoided my email because I didn't want to see if he was leaving me messages. I felt trapped, like I wasn't safe anywhere. No one would help me. I stroke her hair. Each time I ran into Brad, he got increasingly violent, too. He threw fits at my workplace. He smashed furniture and got escorted from the premises. If a friend drove me to work, he'd slash their tires and break their windows. It got to the point that people just avoided me because Brad would be there fucking stuff up. She bites her lip. I felt really, really alone. Like I couldn't count on anyone to help me. And I knew that if he caught me alone again, he was going to kill me. That if he couldn't have me, no one else could either. She lets out a ragged breath. On the night that I was stolen, I was hiding in my closet with a knife because I was convinced that Brad was going to break in and murder me. Instead, I got abducted by aliens. The hysterical laugh that bubbles up out of her makes me ache. To think that Sam went through all of that. And now you are here. And now I am here, Sam echoes. She looks at me and then gently pushes me away. I'm here, and my Kui has decided that you have a claim on me, and I feel trapped all over again. My heart hurts. I hate that I understand her fear, why she carries so many weapons on her. I fish one of them out of her nearby tunic and offer it to her, and I ache all over again at how quickly she snatches it up and clutches it close. I do not wish to trap you, Sam. I want a mate, a partner. I do not want to own someone. But you want me to be with you, she says, her fingers white-knuckled on the grip of her blade. And I don't have a choice in the matter, once again. If I could give you a choice, I would. Her expression softens. I know, Sessa. That's why we're still friends despite all this. It makes it hard because I like you as a person. But I hate being forced. I hate it so much. Tears spill down her cheeks. I thought I was safe here, and it feels unsafe all over again. You are safe here, I promise her. This Brad is not on this planet. He cannot find you here. She shakes her head. You don't get it. I thought the same thing until Daisy arrived. When she showed up, I realized that anyone could be trapped here. Anyone. And what if those same aliens that stole me stole him, too? What if he was outside my door when they took me, and so we were both abducted? How do I know Marduk's friend isn't going to drop another one of those containers, and instead of a daisy or food supplies, it'll have Brad in it? What then? Then I will kill him, I tell her softly, with my bare hands, and I will smile the entire time. Sam gazes at me, full of longing. Then she bursts into fresh tears, even as she giggles wildly, and reaches for the sasa once more.
12. Sam. I wake up the next morning with a horrid taste in my mouth, a pounding headache, and a pussy that aches for sex. Ugh. Completely hungover, I pull the fur hood off of my face and squint at the bright lights around me. Sasa is nowhere to be seen, and I'm still by the pool. I'm sweaty, and the air down here is humid, and my mouth tastes like old vomit. Did I puke last night? I think I did. Somewhere. I glance over at the pool, and several of the hollowed-out sasa containers are floating atop the water. The sight of them makes my stomach lurch. I press my hand to my mouth, stagger to my feet, and look for some place to empty my guts. Why did I think drinking away my problems was a great idea? After I'm done heaving, I crawl away a few paces and then press my face to the damp stones, wishing they were cooler and the fruit cave not quite so warm. Sasa probably went outside to get fresh air, but just the thought of moving that much sounds utterly impossible. Thinking about Sasa makes my Kui stir, and soon not only is my head throbbing, but my pussy is too. Shit. I close my eyes, willing it to stop. Instead, I get a flicker of memory from last night,
me touching myself as Sessa strokes his enormous cock inches away from my face. With a moan, I press my hand between my thighs and rub myself until I come. It's brutal and unpleasant and satisfies nothing other than the immediate urge, and I hate it so much. When I'm spent, I flop onto my back and stare up at the greenery above me. Normally, I find all the fruit-laden vines so pretty. Just a spot of paradise here on an icy planet, the narrow walls of the cave coated with endless amounts of vines. Today, all I can see is the lip of the cave entrance far above me, and me with no energy to go up there. Stupid drinking. I've fucked up everything. Did I have fun last night? Yes. Do I feel closer than ever to Sessa? Also, yes. But that's part of the problem. We masturbated in front of each other, naked. That's not what platonic friends do. I'm sending him mixed messages because one moment I'm telling him all about how I don't want any man to have a claim on me, and the next I'm telling him he should whip his dick out and take care of himself. Worst of all, I liked it. All of it. Whimpering, I struggle to my feet. Have to find my weapons. Just touching one will remind me of the past. I need to stay strong, not get distracted. Everyone says they'll be there for me, but they never are, and I've learned that lesson. The only person I can count on is me.
Sam,
Sessa's voice calls from above.
are you well?
I stagger and cling to one of the vines nearest to me and notice that it's spattered with something. Oh, God. A memory of Sessa stroking himself and spurting seed all over the leaves hits me like a brick, and I jerk away. Not gonna help matters if I get his jizz all over my skin and it makes my cooey freak out. I'm fine, I yell up.
You are walking funny,
He calls.
Stay there. I will come to you.
His words make me blush, and I get the mental image of his hand on his big cock again, except this time in my mind, he's not touching himself. He's feeding it into me as I cling to the vines. That mental image sears through my head, and I collapse in place, determined not to moan or touch myself. I can't. Breathe, Sam. Breathe. The vines shake above, the sounds of leaves rustling filling the cavern. My bag, I manage after a moment.
I have it for you.
Sessa's voice is impossibly close, and when I open my eyes, he hops down onto the stone floor next to me. He's wearing his boots and a rather small loincloth, but everything is covered. His hair is braided once more, and he looks fresh and alert. Figures. He kneels next to me and offers my bag, and then a handful of leaves.
Chew these. It will help get rid of the sasa that lingers in your belly.
I take the leaves, chewing, and when he strokes my hair, I feel guilty all over again. He's being kind and taking care of me, and I love it. I hate that I love it. I feel terrible because it makes me ache deep inside for something I can't have. I love nothing more than for someone to look after me, to have someone to lean on. But life has taught me that I can't depend on this. Not that I think Sessa is a bad person, just that I'm unlucky.
What can I get you?
Sessa asks. Nothing. I'm fine. Once I feel a little better, I reach into my bag and pull out one of my knives, holding it against my bare chest. It reminds me that I need to be vigilant, to not depend on the good times, because the rug will inevitably be pulled out from under my feet again. And when my cooey starts to purr loudly in his presence, I ignore it. Nothing good's going to come of our resonance. Nothing at all.
13. Sessa. The next morning, Sam retreats from me again. She is distant, and though she smiles and talks to me, I can tell she is holding back. She dresses in all her leathers despite the heat of the cave. She finds things to do away from me, and she clutches her weapons tight when she thinks I am not looking. I expected this. It makes me ache, but I expected it. Now that I understand Sam a bit more, her actions make sense. She does not trust anyone to help her when she is in trouble. More than that, she expects this terrible male, this Brad, to show up as Daisy did. She expects him to ruin her happiness. It explains why she was so cheerful before and why she has a hunted expression on her face at all times. I know my path forward now. Sam needs me to be her friend, to show her that I am not going anywhere, that I can be trusted to put her needs and wants first. When she is ready and she is comfortable, she will come to me. Until then, I must simply wait and stroke my cock to edge, as she says. On the day after our Sasa binge, I stroke myself 3 times in the morning before I can concentrate, and again that evening. I make sure to do so away from Sam and pretend as if nothing is wrong. I can smell her cunt, however. I can smell her arousal and know that she has been doing the same, edging in private, and it eats away at my mind. We are friends, though. We laugh and swim and pick fruit and wash out the Sasa containers. We set out portions of fruit and leaves so we can make new brew for those that come to the cave after us. We work together and talk, and it is pleasant, fun. I enjoy hearing her talk, and she always makes me smile. We sleep by the pool, our furs side by side, and I am content that she trusts me enough to not clutch all of her weapons to her at night. The next morning, when I wake up, it is to the sound of Sam's ragged breaths as she quietly touches herself. It is clear that she does not want me to hear, to wake up and watch, so I keep my eyes closed and my hand off my cock, even though I desperately want to stroke my shaft to the soft noises she makes. I ache in silence until she is done, the scent of her arousal hanging in the air. The moment she is gone, I quickly palm my cock and stroke until I climax, so brutally it feels as if my cooey is rattling my teeth. I do not know how we can continue like this, yet we must, because I will do anything to have Sam. I must simply take it one day at a time, one breath at a time. We are at the fruit cave for 3 days when the heat and unfulfilled resonance starts to get to me. My skin feels as if it itches, and the constant steam coming off the walls of the cave is uncomfortable. I long for the cool breeze and the snow, so I dress in my leathers and throw a cloak over my shoulders. I am going hunting, I tell Sam, who lounges by the pool. I will be back before dark. You're leaving? She asks, sitting up. Can I come with you? I am surprised at her request. You want to hunt? I wouldn't mind getting out. She gets to her feet, the color high in her cheeks. I'm kind of restless too, you know? Oh, I know very well. But she is smiling up at me, and I remind myself that we are friends first and foremost. I am grateful that Sam wants to spend the day with me, even if it means I cannot edge while she is at my side. I do not yet know what I am hunting for, I warn. A distraction? I laugh at that. She is not wrong. A distraction is sorely needed. That and a cool breeze. Sam nods. It's weird, but I'm not enjoying the heat of the cave as much as I thought I would. The last time we were here, I couldn't get enough of it, but this time... She trails off and bites her lip. That's stupid, right? Of course it's different this time. We're resonating this time. Cold snow will probably feel good inside a loincloth, I admit, and she giggles. My affection for her surges, but I fight it back. We are friends, and she must come to me. I cannot push her or I will lose her entirely. I check weapons and pack food to eat as she dresses for the cold, and then we climb up to the entrance of the cave. It takes everything I have not to help her when her hands slip on the vines, but until I am Sam's mate, she is not mine to touch. The moment we exit the cave, the cold air feels like relief. My aching cock, already hard and throbbing in time with my cooey, shrivels slightly in the chill, and I am grateful. Any relief is welcome. I close my eyes as the snow drifts through the air and take deep, pleased breaths. Furr, Sam says, tucking her furs around her. We picked a chilly day to go hunting. Do you want to go back? I ask, glancing over at the cliff wall, where the path back into the cave is hidden amongst the rocks. No, it's good to get out. She smiles at me and takes one of the spears from my hand. Shall we see what we can find? It is a pleasure to hunt with Sam. She is smart and skilled and keeps up with me easily despite the brisk pace. I remember that Farley was her hunting partner until the other female returned to Croatoan. I should have realized something was odd then, that Sam would hunt with no one but Farley. It was because Farley was female, and she trusted her. No male could be trusted. The realization makes me ache, and yet she is here with me. It is progress, even if it is slower than my hungry body and raging cooey would prefer. I follow behind Sam as she follows the trail of a large hopper. The tracks are fresh, but more snow is falling. If we do not catch it soon, we will be eating dried meat once more. She is clever and quick, though, and I am content to let her take the lead, trailing behind her simply to keep her company. She does not need me here. She can take care of herself. And yet it is nice to spend the afternoon together like this. When she bends over to squint at a bit of spoor, her backside goes into the air and my nostrils flare at the sight. I twitch all over, my cock immediately hardening, and I adjust myself while she straightens. "We're close. This is pretty fresh." "Excellent," I manage, hoping I sound normal. She turns away and I press my hand to my cock, trying not to watch as her teats bounce when she jogs forward. I wonder if they are sensitive. I wonder if the tips are tight under her clothes or soft. I wonder... Hey, do you see that? Sam's confused voice pulls me out of my drifting thoughts. I adjust myself again, this time not caring if she notices, and jog to her side. She points at something in the distance and I follow her gaze. I do not know what it is. My first thought is that it looks like an egg. It is propped up against a rocky outcropping like a tumbled boulder, and the snow crusting the surface says that it has been here for a time. Yet it is far too smooth to be stone, the color of it dark and unnatural against the gray and purple outcropping. The rocks here are jagged and dangerous, and the surface of this dark thing is as perfect and smooth as a shell. It is rounded and fat on one end, but narrow on top, and it reminds me of something. But what? It hits me in the next moment when Sam's footsteps slow and she clutches my arm, her nails digging into my skin. Her breath quickens, and I can tell immediately that she is terrified. Is that? Now I know what it reminds me of. The smoothness and the dark color remind me of the walls at the ancestors' cave. This is a chip? A ship, Sam corrects, her voice trembling. And I don't know, it's too small to be a ship like the one we came here on, but what if it's a pod? A pod, I echo. Like the egg you hatched from? The one that makes you sleep? I have never been able to quite picture it, and I was too young to go with the hunters when the first humans were rescued. Vektal has said that Shorshi and some of the females were in a cave with square walls, but others were in the wall, in eggs. That when Shorshi touched them, the egg cracked open and the human came spilling out instead of a yolk. The thing that Daisy arrived in did not look much like an egg. I remember thinking it looked like the raft that the islanders arrived in, but with high sides and a lid on top, almost like a very squat hut. This is a different shape than that, though. It is rounded with a heavy bottom, almost like a teardrop. Perhaps Marduk's friend sends more knives? I like the idea. We can always use more of her special knives, the ones that never need sharpening. Or more nudes? Noodles, Sam corrects, her tone wooden. She has not taken her eyes off of the strange thing. It doesn't look like the trunks that Neri sends. She looks up at me, her eyes frantic. What if it's a person inside? What if it's Brad? A choked sob escapes her. What if he's here to collect me? I touch her arm. Sam, no one can collect you. No one can take you somewhere you do not wish to go. You could, she cries, a hysterical note in her voice. You could make me, you and your Kui. But I will not, I remind her. I cup her chin, forcing her to look up at me. She looks frantic, her eyes wild like I have seen on Zolaya's mate when she has one of her mind avalanches. She is not listening to reason. She is lost in terror. I think of Zolaya and how he handles it, and I make Sam look me in the eye. Breathe, breathe, and let us think through this. She sucks in a wild breath, her nostrils flaring. Tears spill down her cheeks, and she gazes up at me with such anguish that I feel as if I am bleeding. I want to fix this for her. I want to make it better. I do not know how. In her eyes, resonance has made me the same as the male from her home. She thinks I will attack and claim, when all I want to do is cherish and support. I need to make her realize I am her mate, not her owner. We breathe, I say to her calmly, and when we can think straight, we talk. Sam trembles all over, her eyes wild. I keep myself calm and take a deep, noisy breath, hoping it will encourage her to do the same. She does, her breath puffing fiercely. I nod approval, and we breathe together, over and over, and there is nothing in the world for me but Sam and her breathing. I will stand here all day and all night if she needs it. We breathe together until the tears stop spilling from her eyes and she lets out a shuddering sigh. I am here. I will not leave you alone. Whatever problem is in that pod, we will solve this together. I give her a firm nod to emphasize my words. Understand? She swallows hard and then flings herself at me, burying her face against my chest. I wrap my arms around her, hugging her tight and wishing my cooey and my cock would stop responding to her presence. If she notices, she pays no attention. Sam just clings to me, seeking my warmth and comfort, and I stroke her hair and reassure her that all will be well. If I have to rebury that egg and pretend it does not exist, I will do so. I do not care if there are handfuls of nubile females or special blades inside. Sam is the only thing that matters. I will drag it back to the great salt water and dump it under the waves if I must. She simply needs to tell me how to proceed, what will make her happy. I hold her tight, hating that I am so pleased that she has come to me for comfort. I should not care, but I like that she presses against me for reassurance. I am not the enemy right now, and it fills me with relief. Should we turn around and leave? Sam shudders. I would love that, but what if it's another Daisy trapped inside? Shall I go look? She pulls away from me, nodding. She will not look me in the eye, nor does she look at the egg. She just rubs her chest directly over the spot where her cooey sings and moves to sit on a boulder a short distance away. I approach the strange thing, eyeing it with curiosity. I have never seen anything like it. The ancestors' cave, perhaps, but not so small and smooth. I hold my spear close, but when nothing opens or flashes, I set it down nearby and reach for the surface of the egg. It is frigid and smooth, my hands sticking to the surface like they do when it is too cold and one touches one of the special knives. What do they call it? Metal? This is made of that same thing. I brush my hand carefully over the surface, scraping away crusted snow and ice. As I do, a face stares back at me. I suck in a breath. It is like nothing I have seen before. What is it? Sam's voice is frantic behind me. What do you see? The utter panic in her voice makes me gather my thoughts. I do not want her in terror any longer. I think it is a snowcat, I admit. Not a human. What? She jumps to her feet, rushing forward. Someone shoved a cat in there? A cat with a face, I correct, turning to look at her. A people face. Oh, she breathes, moving to my side. Her hand clenches mine tight, her fingers cold against my larger, warmer ones. I know what that is. Kind of like Gren. He said he's part cat people, didn't he? I forget what they're called. It does not matter. We are not opening it. He or she will continue to sleep. Normally, I would insist on bringing such a person back to the tribe, but I do not like Sam's terror. Her fear and her tears have torn me apart inside. All I want to do now is get back to the fruit cave and comfort her. Even if she does not let me touch her again, I can stand guard and be her friend. We will tell the others when we get back, and Rahosh or Arjal will decide what to do. The thought of yet another male joining the tribe should upset me, because it would mean one more to compete with for a female. But I have resonated to Sam. That part of my life is gone, I realize, and I am glad for it. Sam kneels by the egg and brushes more of the snow off of it with her fingers, hissing when her skin sticks. She tucks her hand into her sleeve and uses it to clean more of the surface off. It's an alien, she agrees, her face intent. He's got some lights flashing underneath him in the pod, but I don't see any weapons. She bites her lip. Should we leave him? There's a yellow light in there, and for humans, that means a warning. I am proud that her fear is fading, but I hesitate. My instinct is to protect Sam, and that instinct tells me to walk away from this pod, to take her back to the fruit cave and press my mouth to hers until she reaches for me. But since that cannot be, I force those feelings away. Let us talk it through. Why do you wish to open it now? Sam crouches next to the egg, her teeth worrying her upper lip. She bites at it in a way that makes her look as if she is snarling, and I would find this adorable if my cock were not throbbing in response each time she does. What if we leave it and the aliens come back for it? Remember, Liz said they narrowly escaped the ones that dumped them here.
I have heard the tales many times, and she is not wrong. Can we push it with us, move it so it is in hiding? She shakes her head.
You don't understand, Sessa. If they dropped it here, they can find the pod no matter where we move it. They have trackers that can find it wherever it goes.
She is right. I do not entirely understand. The only tracking I understand is that of prints in the snow. My face heats and I feel foolish. She will think I am slow-witted if I ask her to explain again. Marduk and Harlow understand the space cave things, but they are beyond me. I see. Sam gnaws on her lip again.
And if that yellow light is a problem, I'd hate for someone to asphyxiate right under our noses.
To what?
Sorry,
she breathes, reaching out to put her hand on my knee.
To suffocate if he's not getting enough air.
Her hand remains on my knee, and I find it difficult to concentrate. I like that she is touching me more. Even if it is in small steps, she is trusting me. I will take whatever I can get. I force myself to pay attention, to not focus on the hand on my leg. What if we open his egg?
Egg?
Sam's brows furrow and she giggles at me, and it sends a shiver up the length of my cock.
It's a pod.
Pod, egg. I shrug. I do not see the difference, but I want to call it an egg again in the hope she will keep laughing. I am addicted to the sound. If we open it, what then?
I don't know. He wakes up?
She gives me a helpless look.
But at least he won't suffocate.
He will not, but he will need a Kui, and you and I are not enough to take down a Sarkotsk alone. Sam thinks for a moment, her fingers twitching on my leg. All of my attention is focused there, to the spot just above my knee, to her soft hand and the calluses that scrape at my hide. Nothing has ever felt so good.
The islanders don't hunt Sarkotsk, remember? They just hunt whatever.
So we hunt him a puny Kui. What then?
I don't know,
she admits in a small voice.
We bring him back to the tribe?
And if he resonates to someone, will that not be a betrayal? I would feel deeply guilty if this cat-faced stranger were to resonate to Floor or Daisy, and Arjal, Ojak, and Iraq were left without a mate. Was this how the other females felt when Daisy arrived? Did they find it unfair? But is it fair of me to leave this male slumbering in the cold simply because it does not suit me? What happens if we do not open it? I ask, just so we think of all the angles.
You're right,
Sam breathes.
I'm glad you're here. I'm all panicky and not thinking straight.
She squeezes my leg.
I wonder if it's a response to when I was in the pod myself.
We can sleep on it. Come back in the morning, I offer, so we do not leap before we think about it.
But what if he dies?
A note of panic rises in her voice again.
What if he dies and we're responsible?
Sam, I touch her chin, forcing her to look me in the eye again. If he dies because we walk away for a brief time, then it is nothing more than bad luck. Look at the snow atop his egg. I gesture at the thing. Look at how much is crusted on. This is not one day of snow. This is many, many days of snow. If he has been here this long, he will remain for another night.
Right. Okay.
She blows out a breath.
We'll go back to the cave and think things through, and then we'll decide what to do.
14. Sam. I can't think straight. The alien with the cat face in the pod needs a rescue and a friend. If he's anything like Gren, he has a hideous, fierce exterior, but the sweetest insides. Gren was terrifying to me at first, but Willa has never been afraid of him. She's championed him at every turn and seen something in him no one else did. Because of her, she's shown everyone that Gren is kind and caring. He loves children and adores Willa. Just because he's ugly and foreign on the outside doesn't mean that he's less than a person. I try to remember all that, but all that goes through my mind is that he's not Brad. He's not Brad, and I'm safe, and Sasa is right here, and he smells so fucking good I want to just rub my face all over him. Sasa's been a rock all afternoon. I've been so incredibly grateful for him. He never makes me feel uncomfortable or pushes me, and when I lost my mind at the sight of the pod, he calmed me down before I hyperventilated. He's so patient and sweet and handsome. I can't stop realizing how handsome he is, too.
How big he is, how thick his biceps are when he moves, how broad his shoulders and tapered his waist. I've been silently lusting after him all afternoon despite myself. But the sight of the pod reminded me that Brad showing up is not out of the realm of possibility, and I need to calm my hormones. Sessa is gentle and kind, and he doesn't deserve to be dragged into my shit, no matter how weak I feel at the moment, no matter how much I want a hug. We head back to the fruit cave without a fresh kill for dinner, but I'm not really thinking about food at the moment. All I can think about is that there's this alien in a pod out there and it's not Brad. I should be thinking about how the next one could be him. How we could find a pod tomorrow with Brad in it. I think about what Sessa said earlier. It does not matter. We are not opening it. I've been thinking of these pods as a moral obligation, that those of us here on the surface should open them just to be fair to the occupant inside. But if it's Brad, of course we don't have to open it. We can just leave him sleeping inside. Forever. Daisy arrived in a pod after all. This new cat guy did too. In fact, the only ones that didn't come here in a pod were Georgie and the extras, as she called them. They were additional captives that were abandoned. Even if Brad shows up, no one has to wake him. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I can breathe again. I'm almost giddy with relief. Between that and resonance, it's hard to think about the cat guy at all. We make it back to the cave, and Sessa immediately strips off his layers of furs the moment we get inside. His head goes back, and he lets out a weary sigh, rolling his neck as he undresses. I stare at him, fascinated, because he's thick and sweaty, and his skin looks like a soft blue velvet that begs to be touched. I think about how I touched his leg earlier, and how I hadn't thought about it until after I put my hand on him, and then I couldn't remove it. I didn't want to. My hands itch to touch him right now, too. Instead, I force myself to move to the lip of the ledge, where the vines spill downward toward the pool. I reach over and pluck a fat yellow fruit from the vine. You hungry? Should we eat? The vibe in the cave is a little tense as we eat some dried jerky and fresh fruit. We swim in the pool for a bit, but when Sessa climbs out, his cock is utterly enormous and jutting, and the sight of it makes heat slick between my thighs. I clench my lower half tightly as my cooey fires up, practically beating out of my chest, it's so damn excited. I think about when we got drunk and watched each other masturbate, and wonder if I'm brave enough to suggest the same thing again. But as it gets late, the words don't leave my throat. I fake a yawn and lie atop my fur bed, my body aching and full of need. I stare up at the ceiling and the bright lights overhead and try to sleep. After a while, though, I glance over at Sessa and find he's watching me instead of dozing. What is it? I ask, and my nipples tighten under my tunic. He shakes his head, his long braid flicking.
I want you to know you are safe, Sam. No matter what happens, I will protect you from everyone. You have nothing to fear.
It's the sweetest thing to say, and somehow exactly what I need. I offer him a weary smile, and he looks so inviting, stretched out in his furs, that I decide to be a little brave. Just a little. I get up and pull my furs over next to his, lying down next to him.
Sam,
he says, and the way he says my name makes my belly flutter. This isn't what you think, I say quickly.
You do not want to sleep next to me?
No, I do. I don't want you to think it's more. He shakes his head before I finish.
I told you that I will not touch you unless you ask. I have not changed my thinking.
He gazes down at me with those wide-set, kind eyes, and I can't get over how beautiful he is. It's like I turned around and Sessa went from awkward to mouth-watering. Okay, I manage. Cool. I just wanted to set the proper expectations. I hesitate for a moment longer and then lie down next to him. Is this okay?
Why would it not be okay?
Because I know you're aching. My cooey sings loudly the moment I get closer to him, reminding us both that I'm aching too. I close my eyes, determined to ignore it, and settle down on my furs. When he doesn't move or speak, I open an eye to find he hasn't moved a muscle. He remains turned on his side, watching me. What?
What do you mean, what?
My cheeks get hot. You're watching me.
Is that bad? I like looking at you.
Sessa gives me a slow smile.
It makes my spirit easy.
I like looking at him, too, but I'm afraid to admit it. If I do, I might not be able to turn this thing around. I'm bad for you, Sessa. Everything I touch goes wrong. He shakes his head.
You were abandoned by those you trusted in the past. Let me prove to you that you can trust me.
How? I ache with how badly I want to trust him. How do I do that?
How does one eat a Sokotsk?
Is that a serious question? Sokotsk taste terrible, and the tribes only eat it when they have to. You hold your nose and eat it because there's nothing else to eat? Are you comparing me to that? Sessa grins, all white teeth and sharp fangs. His face creases with delight, and for a moment he looks like the old Sessa, and not the big, overgrown, impossibly handsome one before me now. He reaches out and brushes a lock of hair back from my forehead, and the small touch is so tender that it makes me shiver in a good way. I don't mind his small, affectionate touches, I realize. My mind has built up any touch from these huge aliens as something to be terrified of. Brad was bigger than me, after all, and he used that to his advantage. But the Sakui are different. They've been taught since birth that women are prized and special, and absolutely no one hits anyone. Stalkers are not a thing. Murder threats are not a thing. It's safe in its own way.
You eat a Sokotsk,
Sessa explains in a low, gentle voice.
With small bites, one at a time, and that is how I shall prove to you that you can trust me.
With small bites? I joke. He sucks in a breath, and his eyes darken. I'm lying so close to him I can feel the shudder that ripples through his big body, and I'm fascinated by his response.
Do you like biting?
He asks in a hushed voice, his gaze intent on me. Just as quickly, one big hand scrubs down his face and he shakes his head.
Forget I asked that.
Prickles move through me, but I'm not afraid. I'm tempted to slip my hand between my thighs and start touching myself. I'm breathing fast again. This time, there's no panic, though. There's only a hot curl of anticipation. Do you like biting, Sessa? His nostrils flare, his jaw clenching as he looks down at me.
I think I would like anything you do to me, Sam.
There he goes, caressing my name again. Sam. It should not be as hot as it is. Actually, everything Sessa does is turning me on. I don't know how much of it is the cooey and how much of it is just me realizing that he's a big, delicious-looking alien with the soul of an absolute teddy bear. Right now, next to him, I feel safe. Even though we just found a pod with a stranger in the snow, I feel safe with Sessa at my side. That safety makes me a little bolder. Hesitant, I turn on my side and carefully, slowly put my hand on his chest. I could swear that Sessa stops breathing. He remains completely still, as if not daring to make a sound. He never takes his eyes off of me, either. I run my fingertips over his skin, past the plating that covers his heart and cooey, and trace the edges of his pectoral. Touching him makes my cooey sing louder, and hot excitement rushes through me. "I'm older than you," I whisper, feeling the need to point it out. "By around 5 years or so." He chuckles, and I feel the sound underneath my fingertips.
So?
So that doesn't bother you? He's young, and I feel ancient sometimes, tired and old and just beat down by it all.
Over 5 years, as you call them, 5 turns of the seasons, it is but a blink.
Sessa grins.
Do you know that Kemley is 27 turns of the season older than her mate, Boron? And they are happy.
27 years older? Holy shit, I can't imagine. I'd feel like a cradle robber if we had that kind of difference between us. And yet, the Sakui are very long-lived. Maybe to them, a middle-aged woman is still a young woman, and if she mates with a guy Sessa's age, it's all fine. In the light of that, I guess 5 years isn't much of a difference.
Are you looking for reasons as to why our Kuis should not have sung to one another?
He asks, and then leans in, as if confiding a secret.
Because I do not think they are listening to us.
I chuckle at that. No, our Kuis are definitely not listening. If mine had listened to me, I wouldn't have resonated to anyone, and Sessa would be having this moment with someone else. For some reason, that makes me ache inside. Would you change anything?
What do you mean?
I shrug, feeling stupidly shy for some reason. I know his answer. I guess I just want to hear it. When I don't speak up, he puts his hand over mine, rubbing his thumb over the back of my hand.
Would I change who I resonated to?
He appears to consider it for a moment.
I am happy with resonance, Sam. I trust in my Kui to pick the perfect mate for me, so I cannot answer that. If you are asking if I wish it was Tia, no. We have not been friends for a very long time. I look at her as I would a sister.
He pauses.
A very annoying younger sister.
I smile. Sessa runs his thumb over my skin in soft, teasing circles. I could swear his heart speeds up under my hand, or maybe it's just my own pulse getting out of control.
If you are asking if I would prefer to mate Floor, the answer is no. We are good friends, she and I, but I feel nothing when I look at her.
He pauses.
She is as a less annoying older sister.
This time I giggle. He pretends to study me, but I feel his heart quickening.
If you are asking if I am sad it is not Day C that my Kui has chosen, the answer is again no. Day C has a good heart, but she is too soft for me. I like a female that hunts and knows how to take care of herself.
Me. He means me. Of course he means me. And if we hadn't resonated, would you be interested in me? Or is that simply the resonance talking?
If we had not resonated, I would gaze at you longingly from afar and be too shy to ever tell you of my hungers. He gives me a rueful look, just as it has been for the last 3 turns of the season.
I'm surprised by that. Are you saying you had a crush on me before?
I do not know this crush word, But if you are asking if I have stroked my cock to thoughts of you before we resonated, the answer is yes.
He says it boldly, without shame, and all the while his thumb glides over my skin.
You are an attractive, unmated female. You are clever and brave, and you have a laugh that fills me with joy and longing. So yes, I have touched myself to you.
He considers for a moment.
To Tia long ago, too, but not to the others. Do you think that influenced my cooey?
Does it even matter at this point? Maybe I should be annoyed, but his confession just makes me kind of happy. I'm not the type to be jealous of the other women on the beach. I know Daisy is beautiful and Floor is vibrant and funny, but hearing he hasn't been aroused by them makes me feel warm inside, like I've won a prize I didn't even realize I wanted. If it were anyone else telling me he wasn't interested in them, I'd call him a liar. Sasa is utterly sincere and heartfelt in everything, though.
I do not want you to feel as if I have trapped you, he confesses. If I could make you free, I would.
But it's not what you want.
What I want does not matter if you do not want me back.
It's not that I don't. I twine my fingers with his. It's that I don't trust that I'm safe, I guess. I don't believe that I'm allowed to be happy. And I'm worried I'm going to bring you down with me.
Then I will wait until you are no longer worried.
Sasa makes it sound so damn easy. I shake my head because I wish it was that simple. Do you really think you can last that long? What if it takes a month, 6 months, a year?
Then my hand will become very, very strong.
I explode into nervous giggles at that, because it's the last thing I expected to hear. I picture Sasa with one enormous meaty hand, and it feels good to laugh. And when he chuckles along with me, it makes me even happier. It feels so good to just enjoy myself with him. And I'm reminded of our fun by the pool and the Sasa. It was just the most relaxing, enjoyable evening. I want another like that. My laughter dies, and I gaze up at him thoughtfully. I want to touch him. Is that wrong, I wonder? If we touch each other and don't fulfill resonance? I know it won't solve anything. I know that the whole take the edge off thing is becoming less effective by the day. Pretty soon, all it's going to do is ramp me up for more. But I'm not thinking about any of that right now. I just want to touch Sasa. Not because we're resonating or because I feel like I have to in order to satisfy my cooey. It's because I want to. I lick my lips and gaze up at him. Can I ask you something?
You may ask anything, and the answer is always yes.
The look Sasa gives me is all intensity and earnestness combined. I have no idea why that's so damned attractive, but it is.
Whatever you want, if it is in my power, I will do it for you.
Can I touch you? I ask shyly. I can't go past that yet, but I'd really like to touch you. Just to explore you and make you feel good. Or am I asking too much? Sasa is so still next to me that I worry I've pushed too far. Sasa?
Anything,
He breathes, his eyes hooded with arousal.
I said anything, did I not?
But I want you to want it, too. He groans.
Sam, you know I want it.
Do you want it outside of resonance? I'm splitting hairs, I know I am, but I have to ask. It's important to me that I'm not just a biological urge. I'm rewarded with a jerky nod. I slide my hand lower on his stomach, heading for his loincloth. I've noticed that he slept in it every night, and I'm sure it's not because he loves wearing it. I know he's doing it for my benefit. The only time he gets truly naked is when we swim together. The rest of the time, he does his best to stay covered and watches me, as if ensuring that he's not doing something that will upset me. That's one of the things I like best about Sessa. He cares so much. He wants me to be comfortable and happy, even if it's difficult for him. It's that realization that makes me want to touch him, not just because of resonance, but because he makes me feel like it's safe to explore, safe to test out how I feel about him, without worrying it will get turned around on me. Can I take this off of you?
You do not have to ask. Explore me as you like. My body is yours.
The look in his eyes is so intense that it makes my breath catch. I tug on the tie at the side of his hip, and his tail twitches in response. I delicately pull the knot apart, and his loincloth falls aside. I'm not surprised by the sight of him. I've seen lots of hard, naked Sessa in the last few days. But knowing that he's available for me to touch now changes things a bit. I hover my fingers over his cock, deciding the best way to go about it. I kind of want to grab all of him at once, but that'll make me seem like a greedy child. Carefully, I brush my fingers over the head of him, and I'm rewarded with his big body shuddering against me. Sessa's cock feels like pure heat. I'm not surprised, given that the Sukui run hotter than humans. But caressing it is a new experience entirely. He's heavy and solid in my hand, and even though I only dance my fingertips over his skin, I can feel just how freaking hefty he is. Wetness beads atop the head of his cock, and I resist the urge to touch it just yet. This is about exploration first. So I let my skimming touch move down the side of his shaft, along the ridges that I found so damned fascinating. His breath hitches when I touch him, and I can feel just how still Sessa's trying to keep himself as I learn his body. His gaze is on me the entire time, and when I dare to meet his eyes, there's a look of such hungry intensity in his gaze that it stirs a heated response in me.
Sam,
he manages, his breath stuttering again when my fingers glide down to cup his sack.
Your hands.
Should I stop? Is it too much? It takes him a moment to answer me. He's too busy making choked noises and pressing against my grip.
Do not stop. Feels too good.
Okay, I say softly. I stroke my hand back up his length, letting my thumb tease underneath the head of his shaft. For the record, it's fine if you come all over my hands. I want to make you feel good, and nothing you do is going to embarrass me or make me feel weird. Just let me know if you want me to stop, and I will. Sessa groans. His cock jerks against my hand, and his fingers cover mine, pausing me before I can start working his shaft.
You want me to come on you?
There's such shock and wonder in his voice in that moment that I decide, yes, I absolutely do. I've been thinking only of myself and how miserable and confused this resonance has made me, and Sessa has been supportive and perfect the entire time. He hasn't asked for anything from me except to be my friend, and it's that stoic, calm acceptance of me needing time that's made me trust him. I want to make him feel good. I want him to know that I like him. I want him to know that even if he comes after 2 pumps, it's perfectly all right, because we're in this together. We're friends. Friends. You can come wherever you like, I tell him in a low, hushed voice. I slowly encircle his cock with my fingers and give a little tug. Do you want me to undress too, so you can look at me while I touch you?
Can I touch you back?
His request startles me. My mouth goes dry, and I look up at him, our eyes locked. Not just yet. I'm not ready.
It's all right,
Sasa says, and his voice is so gentle.
You are not disappointing me, Sam. We are just discussing how we wish things to go. There is no wrong answer.
Right. Boundaries. We're just discussing boundaries. I just feel safer if
you touch me and I do not touch back.
He nods, his eyes full of understanding.
I can wait. It is fine.
He gives me a tight smile and gestures at his cock.
As if I would turn this down. This is a gift, my female with her hands on my cock.
I go still. Not yours, I breathe. You can't own...
Not like that,
Sasa says quickly. He brushes the hair back from my face again, his hands hovering over my cheek before he caresses one gently.
You are mine, and I am yours.
Of course. I blow out a breath. I'm just panicking and looking for excuses to run away, while he's being so damn patient. And really, I want to touch him. I'm the one that suggested it. There's no need to freak out. Even if I jerked him to the point of completion and walked away, he wouldn't get upset. He'd want to know how to please me better for next time. There's a heady realization in that even though he's larger than me, I control everything about our relationship. I'm safe with him. It lets me stretch my wings a little. This is mine, I whisper, curving my fingers around his cock. Sasa groans, his hips jerking in response, as if he's trying to fuck my hand.
Yes.
And this? I cup his sack, rolling his balls back and forth. He's definitely got the largest package I've encountered, but there's something so damn appealing about caressing him. His body is hairless except for the tuft on the end of his tail and the mane on his head, and yet somehow he feels far more pettable than anyone I've ever been with. Maybe it's that velvety texture to his skin. He's certainly got the best body out of anyone I've ever been with. I stroke his thigh with my free hand, and I look puny against him. Sasa's all hard muscle. Some of the alien men don't bulge with defined muscles, but are in great shape. Rahosh is tall and lean, but his shoulders are wide and there's not a bit of fat on him. Sasa's more solid, like his brother, Ihako. He's rippled with muscle, and his arms and legs are so thick they're like tree trunks. It makes my mouth water, and my cooey is so loud in my ears that it seems the entire cave is full of buzzing. I run my hand up and down his shaft, fascinated by the small twitches in his body as he responds. It's obvious he's trying to keep as still as possible, but it's not working. When I trace my thumb over the head of his cock, his hips jerk. When I skim the ridges down his shaft, his tail flicks behind him. And when I grasp him tight at the base and squeeze, the breath explodes from his body. Bad? I ask quietly.
Good,
he grits out.
Very, very good.
Am I too rough with you? I ask, dragging my hand farther down until I'm pushing against the base of his cock, where it meets his body, and giving him another squeeze. Would you prefer softer?
He
wheezes, sweat breaking out on his skin, and his tail flicks again.
I like when you talk to me.
That's unexpected, but sweet. I smile and give him another squeeze, then drag my hand slowly upward, keeping the pressure on. I like talking to you, too. It reminds me that it's not just resonance here. It's Sasa and Sam, too. He hasn't said if he wants me to undress, so I decide to keep things going as they are. I continue to stroke him, which is an effort, compared to some of the guys I've been with in the past, and lean a little closer so it feels like we're sharing breath. Is there something you like?
Your hands?
Sasa grits. No, I mean, is there some spot in particular that's the best one to touch? I release him and let my fingers tickle down to his sack again. Here? Or your spur? Breath pants out of him, and he grasps my hand and puts it back on his cock again.
Like it when you squeeze.
I can do that. My thighs squeeze too. I'm aching and empty, and my cooey is fiercely, fiercely singing. But I like making this moment just about Sasa. So I caress his shaft and squeeze him tight, and all the while I'm talking about how soft his skin is, how his scent is incredible, and how big and strong his body is next to mine, how he makes me feel small but secure. You're careful with me, I say softly, even as I rub my thumb over the head of his cock. And for the first time, it makes me want more.
More?
He manages. More touches, I admit. More of Sasa and Sam. More being together. More pushing our furs together and touching and seeing what happens.
Mouth matings.
He asks it in such a hushed, frantic voice. Oh, kissing. Why haven't I thought of kissing him? I look up and gaze at his full, flushed mouth. We can do those, too. In the next moment, Sasa groans. His hands cover mine, and then he's coming. Thick release pulsing from his body in violent spurts. It covers my leathers and my hands, and I suck in a breath of my own, shocked at how primal his climax is, and how much it turns me on. God, watching him come is arousing. Even more than that, it fills me with a sense of pleasure and completion to know that I've done this to him. That I brought him to the brink and carried him over safely. And, weirdly enough, I know he'd do the same for me. I trust him. I feel like I haven't trusted anyone in so damn long. The realization makes tears spring to my eyes.
No,
Sasa breathes, panic in his voice.
No, Sam, do not cry, please.
I'm okay, I say. It just feels like a big moment. I give him a tremulous smile as he sits up, still gasping for breath. Are you okay? He studies my face, as if making absolutely sure that I'm truly fine, and then gives me a small, tender smile.
Better than okay.
15. Sessa. My mind feels scrambled after she has touched me. I clean myself off, then clean her hands, expecting Sam to move her furs to the far side of the cave now that she has cried. Instead, she turns toward me when I lie down and tucks herself against my chest. I put a tentative arm around her, and when she does not protest, I cannot stop the smile that crosses my face. I go to sleep with Sam curled against my chest, my naked body pressed against her. We did not mouthmate, but there is plenty of time yet, I decide. Sam cannot be rushed. I drift in sleep, and my dreams are full of my pretty, skittish human mate. She smiles at me and laughs as we drink sasa and swim in the pool. When I surface from the water, she pulls me to the ledge and puts her small hands on me, slicking over my wet skin and then surging for my cock. Her grip tightens around me and I gasp, the breath catching in my throat as she works my shaft with both hands. I wake up, and it is not all a dream. Sam's hands are on me, pumping my cock, even as her mouth presses to my chest. Sam? I ask, uncertain. Her touch feels so good, but if she is not awake, I cannot enjoy it.
I'm here,
she whispers.
Let me touch you. You're so hard and aching. I can make you feel good, Sessa.
She works my cock, her thumb stroking the underside as she moves her other hand down my shaft.
Let me take the edge off.
I groan, clutching at her shoulders. I should not touch her. I do not want her to feel trapped, but I cannot help myself. She moans, her arousal perfuming the air around us, and her fingers slip over the head of my cock, stroking the wetness there and teasing circles.
So big. You feel so good in my hands.
Sam's voice is reverent.
Never thought I'd enjoy touching you this much, but I'm addicted, Sessa. I can't get enough. Can I make you come?
Yes. My breath stutters as she works my shaft again, and my eyes nearly roll back in my head with pleasure. Sam.
I have you, she purrs. You're almost there. I won't let you go. You can come and come and come.
I do. I come all over her hands again, my release boiling out of my cock as I clutch her to my chest. I come all over her pretty hands, all over her leather tunic, all over my belly and thighs. My release is endless, and my cooey sings and sings to hers. When I am done, then shivering with the aftermath, Sam brushes her lips against my chest.
Thank you.
I want to laugh. Why is she thanking me? She made me feel incredible. Waking up to find that her hands on my cock was not a dream? I want every morning to be like that. Can I touch you? I ask. Edge you like you edge me?
Oh.
Her breathing shudders.
Not yet. I'm not ready yet.
But you need touching, I point out. I can hear your cooey. It is as loud as my own.
I'm fine,
she insists, ever stubborn, and gets to her feet.
I'll wash off and then we'll head out.
Head out? I am momentarily confused, and then I remember. To look at the egg.
The pod, and I've decided we're going to let him free.
Sam turns to me and gives me a faint smile.
I can't let my fear rule the rest of my life, or else Brad wins and he's under my skin forever. This guy doesn't know him, and he doesn't know me or you. We shouldn't treat him any different than we did Daisy. He deserves a second chance, just like the rest of us.
She studies her hands, sticky with my seed, and as I watch, she lifts her thumb and licks it clean, and my tired cock stirs to life again at the sight.
And maybe once I get my head straight about that, I can get it straight on everything else.
I will follow your lead, I offer, and I am not just speaking of the pod. Sam has control. Whatever she wishes, I will make it happen. I wish the pod had disappeared in the night. The wish is a foolish one, but I cannot help but think it. If it was gone when we arrived, Sam would not worry about whether or not she should open it. She would not struggle with her fear. Selfishly, we could be back in the cave and I could have my head between her thighs, taking off her edges as she whimpers and breathes my name. We are close to that moment. I know we are. Every day Sam trusts me more. Every day she touches me more. Soon she will let me touch her. I rub my thrumming chest, where my cooey sings a loud protest. It is as if it does not like this any more than I do. I understand Sam's need to be fair, to treat this male with the same warm welcome that Daisy received. But another person means we must leave the fruit cave and take this male back to Icehome Beach. We must hunt him a cooey so he can survive on our harsh planet, and that does not work with my plans. I want to keep Sam to myself for a while longer. I want to be greedy with her moments. But this is what she wants, and because I can deny her nothing, I follow her lead. I carry our packs and spears as Sam moves through the snowy wastes, her fur-covered body nimble despite the angry song of her cooey. I do not understand how she is not affected like I am. My steps feel heavy, my feet foolish and thick. Then again, my steps might be uncertain because my head is full of Sam. Sam's hands, Sam's voice as she stroked my cock, Sam's scent in the air around me as I worked my length against her grip.
Almost there,
Sam calls back to me, and I nearly stumble again. You're almost there, she had said earlier when she touched me. Instantly I'm back in the cave with her soft hands on my shaft. I stagger after her, my cooey ringing in my ears with its insistent song. I am coming, I call back, my tongue as thick as my feet. We cross the valley, heading for the spot that the egg, the pod, was yesterday. Sam is all determination today, her stride sure-footed and swift as she approaches it. The pod does not look disturbed, the same smears of snow from where we touched it undisturbed. She kneels next to the pod and brushes more of the snow off of the surface with her sleeve, clearing it.
None of the lights inside have changed,
Sam says as I approach, and there is relief in her voice.
I was worried.
I am glad, and I am. If something would have happened, Sam would have blamed herself for going back to the fruit cave and touching me instead of freeing this strange-looking male. How do you wish to handle this? Should we take the pod somewhere safe?
I'm not sure,
Sam says. She rests on her haunches, chewing on her upper lip in that funny way of hers.
It might be too heavy to move. Can you push it?
I stab the spears into the snow and brace my hands against the pod. It feels heavier than stone, impossible to move even for my strength. After a few attempts, with Sam adding her strength to mine, I shake my head. Maybe if we had 5 hunters here, we could budget, but just one will not do it.
How the hell is this thing so heavy?
She nudges it with the toe of her boot, making a face.
Okay, plan B then. We open it here and help our new friend someplace warm until he wakes up.
I pick up one of the spears, holding it out to her. Shall we crack it open? Sam grins up at me, the sight of her amusement robbing me of my breath.
There's probably a catch somewhere that opens the lid. I'm hoping no prying is necessary. Help me clean it off?
We brush all of the snow and ice off of the surface of the pod, and as we do, I look at the ugly male inside. His features are peaceful in sleep, but strange to see. His face is that of a person, but his mouth splits like a snowcat, and he has tufted triangular ears atop his head. His cheeks, brow, and mane are all a strange orange-striped shade, and he has whiskers, just like Fluffy Puff, Kate and Harak's snowcat pet. I cannot see his hands, but he wears strange gray clothes that come up to his throat and look like something one of the humans would wear. Marduk has said there are many peoples in the stars above, but I did not truly think about it until now. Not even Ashtar or the red-skinned Aani struck me as strangers because they look like the humans. This male does not look like a human or a Sakui. I do not even know if he is male or if we are assuming even more. It makes me feel ashamed. I have been determined not to like this male because he has shown up and ruined my time with Sam. If this male has gone through the same terrible situation that the humans did, he deserves my compassion, not my frustration. It does not matter if his face is ugly. Gren is ugly, and he is a friend of mine. I decide that this male, too, shall be my friend.
Here we go,
Sam finally says. Her fingers dig into the side of the pod, and she bites her upper lip again as if she is snarling at my side.
It just needs a push.
Something clicks, and she sags against it in relief.
Finally.
The pod hisses, and the lid lifts off without either of us touching it. I bite back my choked surprise, reminding myself that Marduk had many strange things he knows of, that these moving parts are normal to him, if not to me, that it is not the work of spirits or magic, but things I cannot see. A machine. The male inside does not stir, and Sam touches his face, frowning. She holds a finger under his nose and gives a sigh of relief.
He's breathing. I wonder how long it takes for him to wake up.
She looks up at me.
Do you know?
I shake my head. I was not at any of the awakenings.
Right, okay.
She turns back to the male and runs her hand over his limbs.
I think he's attached to it somehow. Let's look for tubes to pull free and maybe that'll kickstart the process.
I fight back the stab of jealousy that courses through me at the sight of her running her hands over this male. There is no reason to be upset. Sam is resonating to me, I remind myself. Sam is being kind. She wishes to help him as she would wish to help anyone. It does not mean he is a rival for her affections.
Help me undress him?
Sam asks, looking up at me. I grit my teeth. It means nothing, I tell myself. Nothing at all.
16. Sam. The strange-looking cat guy is surprisingly large once we pull him free from the pod. There's a million tubes hooked under the strange, plastic-feeling jumpsuit he's wearing, and we pull them all free. He still doesn't awaken, and I worry that we're somehow making things worse. Does he need those tubes so he can breathe? He's an alien, after all. I think briefly that maybe we should have gone to fetch Marduk from the Croatoan village, but it's too late now. The tubes are out, and he's breathing, if not awake. Sasa hefts him into his arms, and I carry both of our spears as the strong Sakui male totes both packs and the mysterious stranger. I'm impressed with Sasa's strength and resilience,
because by the time we make it back to the warmth of the fruit cave, I'm exhausted and it's barely noon. We settle in atop the main ledge, even though we've been sleeping by the pool down below for the last few days. Sasa is gentle with the guy, placing him carefully atop the fur blanket I roll out, and I press a hand to the furry forehead. I wish I knew that we were doing the right thing.
You are doing what you feel is best, Sasa says. No one could find fault with that.
His view might be a little too simplistic, and I could argue that there's probably a lot of things people could find fault with, but what's done is done. The Catman shivers, and I wonder if perhaps the fruit cave isn't as warm to those without a cooey. It's hard for me to tell anymore. We need more blankets. We pile them atop the stranger and try to dribble water into his mouth, but I don't even know if he drinks water. I feel helpless, gnawing at my lip in frustration. Sasa moves next to me, and fresh arousal flares through my body. Hot need clenches deep inside me, and I double over with the intensity of it. I might have temporarily forgotten about resonance, but resonance is making it clear that it hasn't forgotten me.
Sam,
Sasa gently touches my shoulder.
What is wrong?
Resonance, I pant, clutching my belly. My channel ripples again, reminding me that I'm aching and hollow inside and that I need to be filled. Filled and fucked and all those good F words. He rubs my cheek with a tender finger that just makes the need stronger, and I'm tempted to turn my head and drag that finger in my mouth, sucking on it like the needy thing I am.
Do you need to edge?
Oh, God. If only he knew what it really meant when he asked that. This whole resonance thing is like one big edge fest, bringing myself to the brink and not allowing any relief. I think I should. I struggle to my feet, my knees weak. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back. Before I can finish my sentence, Sasa is on his feet and sweeps me into his arms.
No.
I let out a squeak of protest. What do you mean, no? Where are you taking me? For some reason, I'm not panicking at Sasa's touch. I'm not freaking out that he's got control, and that fills me with a sense of wonder and calms me. I trust him, I realize. I trust him enough to know that he's not going to hurt me or do anything that would make me upset. I poke him even as I relax in his arms, knowing he's not going to toss me over the side or anything. Where are we going? He gazes down at me with blazing blue eyes that steal my breath away. His cooey is loud and insistent. Or maybe it's mine. It's hard to tell.
I am going to edge you, like you do for me. You need relief, and I will not allow you to hurt any longer.
I squirm in his arms, shocked. He's going to make me come? Just because I touched him this morning? I'm utterly aroused. The insides of my thighs immediately slick with my need. Sasa, you don't have to. The growl he makes startles me.
I want to, Sam. I have never wanted anything so badly in my life.
He settles me gently at the far end of the cavern from the sleeping Catman and pulls his cloak off, making a bed on the floor.
I want this more than I want my next breath,
he tells me in a low, urgent voice.
Let me do this for you.
I should say no, protect myself, keep the distance between us. I'm safe if I'm the one that's doing the touching after all. I'm the one in control. Instead, I reach up and brush my hand over Sasa's chest, giving in to the intense desire to touch him. I'm nervous.
I have you,
he tells me, taking my hand in his and pressing his mouth to my palm.
I will stop any time you wish for me to. All you need is to say the word.
I gaze up at him, shocked at how raw and intense his mouth feels on my hand. He's so strikingly handsome that sometimes I can't get over it. that the angular face I remember from years ago has filled out, his thick neck and his arms enormous. But the kind eyes are the same, and they watch me right now, waiting. I'm nervous, I say again, and glance over at the sleeping Catman. Sessa shakes his head, his long braid flicking back and forth.
I have you. I will keep you safe. Look only at me. It is Sessa here with you.
He presses his mouth to my palm again, and then gets on his knees in front of me, his hands on my leather belt.
It is Sessa who wishes to undress you. May I?
I nod, a knot in my throat. Hungry need battles with the old panic, but I push it aside and brush my fingers over his expressive face. Sessa is so handsome. His eyes are wide-spaced over a big, straight nose, and I trail my finger down it to his firm mouth. Touching him eases some of the ache inside me, but I know the moment I pull away, it's going to return in force. He's careful as he undoes my belt and sets it aside, then pulls the laces from my boots apart and removes them. After that, my leggings are tugged down my thighs and I stand awkwardly in front of him in nothing but my upper layers and my ass hanging out in the breeze.
Sit,
Sessa commands, all authority. I do as I'm told, and he pulls my outer layers off of my top, undressing me until I'm nothing but bare skin and the wrapping I use around my breasts to keep them from jiggling. Oddly enough, I don't feel naked as I relax back on the furs. We've been swimming together for the last several days, and he's already seen every inch of me naked. More nudity is no big deal. At least, it shouldn't be. Except Sessa is looking at me as if he wants to devour me whole, and it's making my toes curl with need. He reaches one finger out and hooks it into the wrapping at my breasts, and then the entire thing just comes apart in his hands. I know just how it feels.
Relax,
he murmurs, making eye contact with me.
I will not do anything to harm you. I only want to make you feel good. This is not a claim. This is just your friend, Sessa, helping you edge.
I nod, not trusting my voice. Somehow, I know we're way past being just friends, but I don't point that out. I lie back in the furs, but he doesn't move to lie next to me. I'm so focused on waiting for his big body to move next to mine that it takes me a moment to realize that he's gently parting my thighs and staring at what's between them with a hungry expression. Sessa,
let me do this,
he murmurs, leaning forward and hiking my legs around his shoulders.
Let me taste you some.
This isn't the same as when I touched him. That didn't involve tongues. But he looks so damn reverent, his face inches away from my pussy, that I can't complain. Who in their right mind would? I glance over at the Catman across the cave, but he sleeps on, unconscious. What can this hurt? I ask myself. I've been with guys and given blowjobs, but I've never had the chance to receive before Brad fucked up my entire life, and I've always wanted to know what it feels like. So, I press my fingers to the top of his head and guide him down between my thighs. Sessa groans as if he's dying, and then his mouth is on me. He licks me as if he's ravenous, his tongue dragging over my folds as if he just wants to lick every inch of me, regardless of where. There's no savoring with him, only pure hunger. His mouth is everywhere, nipping and licking and tasting, exploring my body with hungry lick after hungry lick. I squirm against him, panting. It feels very intimate, but I'm not exactly sure if I'm enjoying it just yet. It feels different than fingers, but I'm not erupting into paroxysms of pleasure just yet. Sessa, I stroke a few strands of hair back from his face, wondering if it's too bossy to point out that he's missing my clit entirely. That kisses and licks are good, but I'm going to need more than that to get off, even in my oversensitized condition. Can you...
You need more.
He murmurs against my skin as if reading my mind.
I could not help myself, Sam. Those licks were for me.
He gives me another flicking one, as if unable to stop tasting me.
The next ones will be for you.
With that announcement, he pushes my folds apart and gives me a slow, deep lick from the entrance of my body all the way up to my clit. This time, I'm squirming with arousal. I make another one of those pathetic whimpers, arching when he licks me again, as if my body can somehow follow the drag of his tongue. The ridges feel bumpy and textured and intense, and I'm having a hard time concentrating on anything other than where his mouth is heading next. The tip of his tongue presses against the entrance to my core, and I suck in a breath, inadvertently rocking against his mouth. My body wants that so badly. Only it doesn't just want his tongue. It wants his cock. More, I manage. Need more, Sessa. Please.
You want me to mate you with my tongue?
He asks, his voice deep and delicious, and all over my pussy. I quiver, needy and aching. Yes, please, yes. He thrusts his big, thick tongue deep inside me, and I make a surprised squawk. His tongue drags over my entrance and then dips inside again, and I rock against it once more. He tongues me again, and I press up against his mouth as he groans. The angle isn't perfect, so he pushes my thighs forward, pressing them toward my shoulders and pushing my ass into the air.
So good,
he pants, lapping at my pussy.
So wet and good.
I jerk as his tongue delves deep, arching my hips again. His arm locks around my waist as if he's trying to hold me steady, and he hauls me against him. Somehow, my back is on his thighs, his cock is leaving wet circles on my back, and my pussy is in his face as he licks and licks and licks me, sending quivers through my body. Please, I cry out again. Oh, please, I'm so close. He thrusts into me with his tongue again, hitching my writhing body against his chest. As he does, his other hand slicks through my folds looking for something. When he finds my clit, my legs jerk like a puppet, and I cry out, clenching tight. Sasa makes a rumbling noise of excitement, and then his thumb is on my clit all over again, rubbing and teasing. It's too much. I quiver again, my body locking up and clenching all over with a hard orgasm, sending shockwaves of pleasure cascading through me. Muscles tighten, and Sasa murmurs something as he continues to lap at my pussy and tease my clit all at once, and I can't hear anything over the roaring on my ears. My cooey is humming, the blood is rushing in my veins, and Sasa keeps tonguing me as if I'm his favorite lollipop. It sends wave after wave of climax through my body until I'm crying out whiny little sounds with every thrust of his tongue. No more, I finally gasp. No more, please. Sasa rumbles, or maybe it's just his cooey, and he gently sets me back down on his cloak. He had me practically upside down. My ass was so high in the air, and the blood rushes back to my limbs. With a deep breath, I collapse on his cloak and tremble, overwhelmed. His big hand strokes my belly, caressing me, and I lace my fingers with his. I feel the intense need to hold on to him, and when he lies down next to me and wraps me in his arms, I close my eyes and bask in how protected I feel. He seems to know just what I require even before I do, and as he cradles me against his big chest and presses his mouth against my neck, I slowly come down, relaxing. I'm starting to think resonance with Sasa might be all right, that it might not be the destroyer I was terrified it would be, that maybe we can be happy after all. I reach up to caress his face, my cooey's humming dimmed slightly. His is loud and insistent, his cock burning against my thigh, but I'll help him with that in a minute. Thank you.
It was my pleasure, Sam,
he murmurs in my ear.
Sam, it makes my toes curl.
I smile to myself, and when his tail flicks over my hip, I reach out and grab it. He groans against my neck, and I find that fascinating. I'm going to have to remember the tail thing for later, because it seems to be sensitive. I snuggle down against him, my back to his chest, and freeze. The Catman's eyes are open, and he's watching us. 17. Sam. You're awake, I gasp, pulling Sessa's cloak over my naked lower half. I try to ignore the fact that he was watching us in a private moment. Hell, it was more than private. Sessa practically had me in a handstand as he desperately ate me out, and I kind of loved every single moment of it. It was amazing, and Sessa was tender and sweet and perfect the entire time, and I'm no longer afraid of resonance, weirdly enough. Because if it's anything like what I just experienced with Sessa, it'll be wonderful. But now we have a new problem. I wrap the cloak around me like a towel, tucking it under my arm, and pull Sessa behind me. He's clothed, but his loincloth isn't leaving anything to the imagination. I stare at the Catman. Who are you?
A keffing unlucky chap, it seems.
His eyes seem strange to me after looking at glowing blue ones for so long. His are golden, with slitted pupils like a feline, and I immediately don't like them. That's unfair of me, I realize. He can't help that his eyes aren't warm and welcoming and possibly a little too close together. He gives me a smile that's all fang.
Didn't realize I'd wake up and see a human. Where am I?
My senses tingle. Why is he noting the human part of our pairing and not Sessa? Is it because Sessa's ancestors are common in the galaxy? Marduk has implied as much. I put on a bright smile, determined to be friendly. He's just disoriented and confused. You're on our planet. I don't know if it has a name. That's not important right now. Rest. You're safe here. He just looks around, staring at the cave.
We in a greenhouse? A fruit cave,
Sessa says, his hands resting on my shoulders. He gives me a squeeze and then moves to the male's side, a beaming smile of welcome on his face.
I am Sessa. Welcome, my brother.
As I watch, Sessa extends his hands out. The cat guy eyes him, then glances over at me before he puts his hands into Sessa's.
Thanks. You can call me Kvasat.
Sessa's tongue tangles on the name, but he manages to repeat it.
You are among friends here, Kvasat.
My translator changes that to blade in my head, and I keep smiling. But there's something about all of this that feels off. The cat guy, Kvasat, looks over at me again, and I could swear there's a calculating look in his eyes, like he's seeing dollar signs when he looks at me.
You don't know where we're at? This a human planet? He asks. Or are you two stranded?
Stranded, I say, moving to Sessa's side and stroking his cheek. Somehow I don't like the idea of telling him about the others. Not until we can trust him. It didn't occur to me that the person we were waking up might be bad news. But now that I've met Kvasat, I'm a little wary. There's something about the way he keeps watching me that makes me uncomfortable. It reminds me of Brad, and I don't know if I'm overreacting or if my worries are legit. So, I keep touching Sessa, and I stroke his tail. He jerks at that, glancing over at me as I press against his side. We're stranded, I say again brightly. It's just the two of us here. Kvasat lifts his chin, studying us. He throws back the blankets and gets to his feet. and I could swear there's a blinking cuff of some kind on his ankle. He eyes the fruit cave, looking around.
How'd the two of you end up together? Not exactly the same species.
I squeeze Sasa's tail again as the Sukui male just stares at me with confusion. We were on the same ship that crashed together. We were both slaves.
Both of you, huh?
The cat guy touches one of the fruit and glances over at Sasa.
How'd you manage that?
He crossed the wrong person, I volunteer quickly. I'm pretty sure Kvasat doesn't believe me, but I don't care. I need to talk to Sasa alone. There's something about this that bothers me, and I'm starting to feel like we made a mistake. But the cat guy only grins at Sasa, showing sharp teeth.
Lucky you to get stranded with a human female. Some would call that paradise.
Would they? Sasa blinks at me.
Why?
The cat guy just laughs, waving a finger at Sasa.
Your act is a convincing one.
I pinch Sasa's arm, indicating hopefully that I need to do the talking. How'd you get in that pod? He smiles at the two of us.
How do you think?
He touches another piece of fruit and then heads for the ledge, peering down.
Quite the little setup you have here. Must have taken you a while. You do it before or after you got stranded?
Did Neri send you?
Sasa asks.
Marduk's friend.
Of course, Kvasat says. Good old Neri.
He's full of shit. I stroke Sasa's braid, and for the first time wish Sasa and his people were more worldly. They're absolute innocents, all of them. They don't know what the rest of the universe is like. They don't know not to trust people. I should have known better, and now we've got this cat guy examining everything with a critical eye and worrying me. We need to get our story down, and we need to make sure we keep him away from the others until we know it's safe. It has to be a secret for now. Our secret.
18. Sessa. Sam does not like the newcomer with the tongue-tangling name. I can tell that from her actions. She smiles and says polite things to him, but her movements are stiff. Her reply is short, and she remains close to my side at all times. The strange-looking male seems friendly enough. He is confused, and Sam does not want to answer his questions. If she does answer him, she tells him lies. She says we live in this cave permanently and that it is only her and I on this planet. She says we have been here for years and set up the fruit cave, and she has not mentioned the cooing. When he asks about the glow of our eyes, she tells him it is simply a side effect of living here, and his will eventually glow too. I don't plan on staying that long, Kvasat comments, smiling at Sam. His smile is odd. It makes me feel strange, because I do not like that he is smiling at my female. It is resonance that makes me possessive, I decide. Resonance that makes everything the male says seem as if it is a threat. I cannot trust my reactions, because if Ojek were smiling at Sam, I would want to tear the nose off of his face, too. I am simply being possessive because she is mine, and I have yet to claim her. It is another painful side effect of resonance, one that makes me question my thoughts. The male drinks our water and eats many of the fruit we have gathered around the cave. He is too tired to go outside, but he stares at the snow thoughtfully through the entrance to the cave, and it makes me wonder what he is thinking. We talk to him, but conversation is stilted because he does not seem to wish to answer us, and Sam does not wish to give him answers. I let her do all the talking because I am not entirely certain what is happening. Tonight we will talk when we are under the firs alone. Right now we have no privacy. Kvasat watches us constantly, seated atop the pile of furs. I do not know what to do, so I pick fruit. If there are 3 mouths to feed, we will need to supplement our meat. We have some dried jerky left, but Sam only brought enough for herself, and I did not bring anything at all when I came after her. I thought only to follow her and catch up before it was too late. Normally I would go find the cache of meat in the snow, but I do not want to leave the cave. Not right now. I will talk it over with Sam and see what she thinks. I watch Sam as she gets to her feet, moving across the cave to the small nook with the baskets we use for waste. She moves past me, brushing my arm as she does, and my cooey begins to sing loudly in response. So beautiful, my mate. I stare at her as she saunters away, dressed in her leathers again. She has to be warm, but she has opted to cover herself from head to toe, and I know it is because of the newcomer. What's the story there? The voice of the stranger makes me turn. Story? I ask, plucking another ripe fruit and adding it to the basket in my hands. Kvasat stretches his legs out in front of him, grimacing as he does, and I wonder if he is sore from his time in the pod. If so, perhaps some leaves would make him feel better. Jashel introduced me to chak leaf, which the islanders like to chew or smoke to make their thoughts foggy. I do not like the taste, so I avoid it, but maybe Kvasat needs medication. Do you feel well? Can I offer you anything? He lifts his furry chin, indicating Sam. You can tell me about that pretty piece. Pride for my lovely mate wars with my possessiveness. Her name is Sam. I can get you some chak leaf if you do not feel well. It eases the muscles. Do you want some, or water? The male chuckles, shifting his weight on the furs. Water would be good. I offer him my skin and he takes a sip, then watches me. You said she belongs to you. You buy her? Buy? I do not understand what he means. She is my mate, I say slowly. We have resonated. Our cooeys have chosen us for each other. Right, sure, Kvasat says. He drinks more water and grimaces. I think I finished that off, friend. Didn't realize how thirsty I was. I take it from him, fighting back my feelings. Even though water is easy enough to come by here with the pool, it is rude to drink the last of someone's skin without saving a sip for them. Water must be melted many times, and acquiring it is usually work. But he called me friend, and as he said, he is thirsty. I try to remember what it was like when the humans first arrived to our tribe, but I was young and cannot recall. I will get more water, think nothing of it. So, she's your mate, huh? The stranger peers up at me, his odd, dead eyes fixed on my face. She's not wearing much of your scent. I stiffen, anger flaring. What do you mean? He raises a strange hand, indicating he did not mean offense. I saw you two earlier. I know you're together. It's just, if that was my female, I'd cover her in my scent so keffing heavily everyone would know she was mine the moment she walked into the room. And I saw you licking her earlier. She seemed to like it. He gives me another toothy smile. But if you guys were really mates, she'd reek of you. And she doesn't. She likes to swim, I say tightly. Even so. He gives me a sly look, like Beck when he is up to something. Just saying she doesn't smell like a mated female. That's all. We are resonating. What are you guys talking about? I hear Sam's feet on the rock before she touches my side. Everything okay? Kvasat leans back in the furs and rubs his leg, as if it pains him. My friend here was just giving me a drink. You've got yourself a good man. He rubs his leg again. Don't suppose you know when the snows will head out? Head out? The snow is going somewhere? Puzzled, I look at Sam. She gives me a sweet smile and plucks my skin from my hands. I'll refill this for you, sweetie. As for the snow, it's going to stick around for a few days at least. Ugh, says Kvasat. Glad it's not as frosty in here. Is all Sam says. She touches my tail again before she wanders away, and I am confused. The more people speak, the less I understand what is going on.
19. Sam. I feel Kvasat's eyes on me all day. I try to ignore it as best I can, chatting with Sasa in a bright voice as we mix fruit and rinds to make more sasa. But the Catman's gaze lingers on me like an itch at the back of my neck. I'm relieved when he drifts off to sleep and we head for our bed down below, by the water's edge. Let Kvasat sleep above with all the furs. All I need is Sasa by my side. I take our warm cloaks, spread them out on the rocky floor, and then wait for Sasa to join me.
As if he senses my unease, he's been at my side all day. Sessa lies down next to me a moment later, after refilling his water skin for the third time in as many hours.
He drinks a lot,
Sessa whispers as he settles in, pulling me against his bigger body.
Is that normal?
I shrug, trying to fight off my bad feelings. Kvasat has been perfectly friendly so far. I'm human, so of course he's going to stare a little. It doesn't mean anything. He said he didn't feel well, and I don't think I felt great when I woke up either. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
We have not told him about a kui.
Sessa's voice is worried. He strokes my shoulder.
He needs to know that he must have one.
I hesitate, because the awful part of me doesn't want to tell him. Not just yet. There's something about his manner that bothers me, and I can't shake my unease.
Are we leaving tomorrow?
Sessa asks. No.
Sam,
Sessa says quietly.
I do not understand what is going on. Will you explain to me?
I prop up on one shoulder, gazing down at him. Sessa is brave and strong. He can probably lift hundreds of pounds and skin a dvisti without breaking a sweat. He can run from one mountain to the next with ease. But when it comes to the greater universe, he's out of his depth. He's never experienced anything but the warm, friendly tribe of a people that do whatever it takes to help one another, who band together and have each other's backs even when someone doesn't get along. His idea of a bad guy is probably Cranky Beck, who hovers over his mate and baby daughter obsessively and is the first to speak up when he's unhappy about something. Beck is thorny, sure, but he would still give a stranger the shirt off his back, no questions asked. Kvasat is an entirely different sort. And explaining that to someone as unworldly as Sessa is tricky. I don't trust him yet, Sessa. I don't know that we can lead him back to the others. I worry if we do, we're going to cause trouble for the tribe. It's probably best that we keep him here a few days and determine his character before bringing him to meet the others. He tilts his head, regarding me.
Why?
Because he might hurt someone. He might steal food. He might steal people. I think of all the kids back at Icehome Beach, and I am 10,000% positive we are not bringing this guy back to the beach until we know it's safe. What if he does something awful and we're responsible? Sessa shakes his head.
Why would he steal food? There is plenty for all.
He has a perturbed look on his face.
And Matok and Sabren stole females. They were wrong, but they were also punished.
I don't know how to explain to him that even though Matok and Sabren were absolute fucktards and could have really, really made things ugly, there was still an innocence to what they did. They didn't think beyond drugging a female just to get her to go with him. People were upset, but no one was ever worried that Callie or Penny was ever truly in danger, just inconvenienced. Penny said once that when she explained to Sabren why it was bad to drug and kidnap people, that he'd been utterly horrified. It had never occurred to him that such a thing could be weaponized, that someone could just grab a female and take things she didn't want to offer. I was mad at them when it happened. It reminded me of Brad, and how what I wanted had never mattered. Even so, I never felt there was malevolence in their thoughts. I'm not so sure about Kvasat. I think about the cuff on his leg, and how he's been cagey with his answers, just as cagey as we are. I don't trust him.
You do not trust any male,
Sessa reminds me. I trust you. I chew my upper lip, thinking. And there are layers to trust. I trust you completely. I trust Rahash and the other men in the tribe not to cut my throat while I'm sleeping or murder someone. I trust them not to break into my tent and attack me. It's weird to realize that, but I do trust the men on the beach. The mated ones treat their women with such reverence that it's clear I mean nothing to them, and the unmated ones keep a respectful distance. Huh.
You think he would cut a throat?
Sasa is shocked.
Why?
Why does anyone murder someone? But murder is another one of those things that's all but unknown on this planet. I pat Sasa's chest. I'm not saying he would, but I'm not saying he wouldn't either. We don't know anything about him.
We know Marduk's friend sent him.
Do we? Sasa, in his innocence, volunteered Neri's name, and I imagine it didn't occur to him that Kvasat would lie about such a thing. Tomorrow I intend to pry at him more to learn the truth. I'm not so sure, I say to Sasa. Just trust me on this, please.
Of course.
He rubs my back.
We said untruths all day to him. I worry we will have to say more tomorrow.
He gives me a sheepish smile.
And my tongue will become so knotted with confusion, I will be able to say nothing at all.
He's got a point. We need to get our story straight. Let's talk it out, then. We'll come up with a story so that even if something happens to us, he won't assume there are others to go after. As long as he doesn't know they exist, they're safe. We managed to come up with a somewhat convincing story, that our ship crashed far to the north in the mountains, and we ended up wandering here, that we were the only two that survived, and we set up the fruit cave in order to grow food, that this is where we live. If he asks about our gear or our leathers, we can point out that we have some stuff stored in a storage cave a short distance away. I try to consider every angle, and he might ask why we have cold weather clothes if we live in the cave. We'll just stick together, so if you make something up, I know about it. Sasa's hand moves lazily up and down my back as he holds me against his chest. I should be more anxious about the stranger on the ledge above us, but for some reason, all I can think about is how cozy I feel in Sasa's arms, how safe, how I wish his hand would slide into my pants and he'd touch me and make me come. I know some of that is resonance speaking, that pushy, consuming need that won't let us go until we mate. But some of it, I think, is all Sasa and his sweetness, Sasa and his protective nature, Sasa and his wonderful smile and easy manner. He just makes me happy. It's weird to think I can be happy again.
Sam.
His whisper interrupts my lazy, aroused thoughts.
He said we did not smell like mates.
I run my hand up Sasa's chest, curious what he means by that. How do mates smell? He groans, his big body stirring. I glance down at his loincloth, and sure enough, it's tented and straining.
You do not smell like I have mated you. He does not believe we are mates because you do not smell like my seed.
The words come out of him, hesitating and slow, as if he doesn't want to admit them for fear of scaring me.
We need to fix that part of our story.
Do we? The thought makes my belly flutter with excitement. I reach down and cup his sack with my hand, my thumb dragging along the shaft. Are you asking if you can come all over me? Sasa's breath hitches.
No, I meant we fix our story. We change the part about how we have been mates. Maybe it is something new between us.
He makes a strangled sound as I roll his balls gently in my grip.
I would never presume.
I know, I whisper. But you also didn't ask me. What if I like the idea? The sound he makes is pained. He holds me tighter against him, his big body shifting as if he wants to rock against me even now.
Do you want that? When we have not even mouth-mated? You want me to cover you in my seed?
I suck in a breath, because I didn't realize he was so obsessed with kissing. I've forgotten that we haven't done it yet. It feels like we've done almost everything else. Hell, earlier today, he tongued my pussy better than I could have ever imagined. Can I have both? Sasa turns on his side, and he tilts me along with him. We roll over together until he's now pressing over me, and I'm on the bottom. His gaze moves over my form, devouring me with a look, and it steals my breath away.
What if Kavasat is watching above?
He gets a little stuck on the alien name.
What if he is watching us, even now?
Then he'll know we're together, I tell him, skimming my fingers over his full mouth. Let him watch. Sasa groans against me again, burying his face against my neck. He nearly takes out my cheek with his horns, and I tilt my head away, avoiding their rough surface. I stroke his hair, wanting to touch him, to let him know that I'm into whatever he suggests. My cooey is purring fiercely, and it's odd to realize that resonance is no longer my biggest problem, but the cat guy upstairs. I should suggest to Sasa that he go ahead and take me, fulfill resonance, but I'm not sure I'm entirely ready to put on that much of a show for Kvasat. A little dick tickle, sure. Some kissing? Sure. Full-on porno? No way. Sasa lifts his head, gazing at my mouth.
How do I mouth-mate you? How do I start?
I shrug, letting my fingers dance over his jaw. You just start. Do what feels natural. I'll guide you. He leans in, lining our faces up carefully. He's so much bigger than me that his cock is practically at my knee as he presses against me. But I like the size difference. He's big, but he makes me feel safe. I've never felt in danger with Sasa at my side. For once, a big muscular man feels like a plus instead of something to be afraid of. He gazes down at me, studying my face as if trying to determine the best approach. I decide to help him with that. I grab the tip of one of his curling horns and guide him forward, closing the distance between us. Brushing my mouth over his, I keep the kiss to a light, flirty caress. His eyes flutter as I nip gently at his mouth, pressing small kisses on his soft lips over and over again. Sasa is hesitant at first, but he starts to respond, following my lead, and he gives me small kisses all over my lips in return. When he pauses, I lean in and kiss him again, this time using the tip of my tongue to make the kiss more enticing. Sasa sucks in a stuttering breath, and then his tongue flicks against mine. This time when I kiss him, our tongues meet. The kiss deepens, and then I'm clinging to him as our mouths meld and we taste each other. For someone that's never kissed before, he's not clumsy in the slightest. He's careful with me, his tongue dipping and teasing against mine in light, soft strokes that make me restless and hungry with need. I cup his face, loving the way his mouth feels against mine. He grows more confident as we continue to kiss, his tongue surging into my mouth with a bold stroke that makes my cooey sing louder than before. I moan against his lips. Sasa, let me touch you. He kisses me again, dipping his head and tonguing me with far too much expertise. God, he's a fast learner.
You feel so good,
he tells me between nips, using those delicious fangs to his advantage.
I like this. I like mouth mating you. I like my tongue all over your body, tasting you.
I whimper, my mind surging with all kinds of naughty images. I slide my hands over his big body, digging my nails into the soft spots between the plating on his upper back. But you're supposed to cover me in your seed, remember? I need to touch you and make you feel good. I need to make you come so you can mark me with your scent. Sasa makes a pained sound, his breathing harsh as he stops kissing me and presses his hard, bumpy forehead to mine.
I do not want to stop mouth mating you.
No one says we have to stop, I whisper, running my lips along his big, strong jaw. You just let me take the lead for a while. He makes a noise in his throat that might be acquiescence or a complaint, but I decide to take over anyhow. I sit up a little and guide him until he's on his back. His lungs move like bellows, and he takes in great big breaths of air as he watches me next to him, my hand playing on his belly. I steal lower, pulling off his loincloth and freeing his cock from its confines. He's already leaking pre-cum, the tip wet and flushed a deep velvety purple. I give it a little caress, and when he leaks a bit more at my touch, I decide it's probably wisest to take my clothes off so he doesn't get semen all over them. I pull my tunic off, then my breastband and leggings. When I'm naked, I'm surprised when Sasa grabs my cloak and tosses it over my shoulders.
In case he is watching above, he whispers, I do not want him looking at you without permission.
I'm touched by his thoughtfulness. Nudity isn't a thing for his people, but he's been around enough humans to know we get weird about it. I slide it over my shoulders, letting it hide my body, and then press a few kisses to his stomach. You're the best, Sasa. So good to me. I kiss a little lower, encouraged by the way his body clenches under mine. Let me be good to you, too. And I kiss even lower. It occurs to me that while he's put his mouth all over my pussy, and God was it good, I haven't reciprocated. I've had my hands on his cock, but mouth? Not yet. It's something I'm determined to fix right away. I grip his cock just under the crown, running my thumb through the pre-cum that dots his skin. Can I mouth mate you down here, too, Sasa? His entire body jerks in response, and one big hand goes to my head, only to pull back again.
You want on my cock?
Absolutely. I breathe and lean down to lick the tip. Sasa gives a low groan that seems to come from deep within. His hips surge upward, and his hand clenches in midair before landing helplessly on his belly.
Touch me as you like. I enjoy all of it.
That big hand just looks so sad on his stomach, and I take it and put it on my head again. You can touch me, Sasa.
I do not want you to feel as if I am pushing you,
he says, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. You're not. I smile up at him. And if you shove my head a little, I'll know it's because you're excited. If I get scared and my mouth is full, I'll tap your leg like this. All right? I give the outside of his thigh 3 sharp taps with my finger, and then you'll know I want to stop. He licks his lips, his eyes blazing with blue light. His cooey is singing so loud it feels as if bees are buzzing in my ears. Or maybe that's my cooey, too.
Your mouth will be full.
So full. I agree, and then decide it's time to show him. I clasp him in my hand and run my thumb under the head like I've done before, but this time I lick the tip of him and wait to see how he reacts. Sasa's breath hisses between his teeth. His hand gently caresses the top of my head, and when I lick him a second time, his fingers spasm. "Is this okay?" I ask. "Or is it too much?" I give him another tiny lick in a way that I hope feels good. It didn't occur to me to ask if his cock was too sensitive to this sort of thing. I know the others that are mated to the aliens have sex, and have sex a lot, judging by the sounds that come out of the huts on the beach. But I never asked about giving head. It's not exactly something I can bring up in casual conversation. "How was the fishing today? Do you suck on your mate's knob, or is it too sensitive? Can you pass the stew?" He groans as if in pain, his fingers clenching lightly against my hair.
I like,
he manages.
"Too much, but I like."
Should I stop? I lift my head just enough to let my breath tickle along the underside of his shaft. He's got a thick vein here that twists in and out of some of the ridges along his cock, and it looks like it's just begging to be licked. My mouth waters, but I don't want to do something he doesn't like. His fingers twine in my hair, his grip surprisingly gentle.
"Never stop."
I make a little sound of pleasure in my throat and lean in and taste that tantalizing vein. I suck on it gently, then tease it with my tongue, moving slowly up his shaft. "I like touching you," I admit to him. "I like making you come. Have you ever played around with anyone else? Let them touch you? Work your cock with their hands?" Sasa groans again, his hips rising as I slowly lick up the underside of his shaft, as if he wants to follow my tongue. His big hand flexes in my hair, but he's careful not to push.
"Tia mouth mated with me once. She said I did it wrong, and I never tried again."
I sit up, suddenly furious. "The fuck did she say?" He pants, confused that I've stopped.
"What?"
"What did Tia tell you?" The urge to wring her pretty teenage neck rises.
"She said I did it wrong, and Erec was better."
He gives me a mystified look.
"This was many seasons ago. Why are you stopping?"
I force myself to relax. Tia was barely 17 when we got here and flirted with all the men. I remember Sasa following her like a puppy back then, and she'd practiced her teenage wiles on him before being shipped off to Croatoan. I shouldn't be upset at her. When I was a teenager, I said a lot of shitty stuff to boys, thinking I was cute and flirty. But this is different, because this is my Sasa, and he was so hesitant and reluctant to kiss, and yet so desperate to please me. "I'm not stopping. I'm just letting you know that you kiss amazing. Kissing you made me really wet." I take his big hand off my head and guide it between my thighs. "You can feel how wet you made me, just from your mouth. You absolutely, positively did nothing wrong."
"It is because we are resonance mates,"
he tells me, as if that explains everything.
"We are right for each other."
His fingers slick through my folds, teasing my wetness, and his thumb brushes against my clit.
"You are my perfect mate."
I shiver, rocking against his hand. I suddenly feel very possessive of this big, innocent bear of a male. "You're mine, too." I lean over him, letting my hair fall over my shoulder as I give his cock another teasing lick. "My big, perfect hunter." The breath huffs out of him when I lap at his cock. I squeeze the base, working the shaft slowly. I brush a finger over his spur, but it doesn't seem to be as sensitive as the rest of him. So I focus my attention on the head and his balls. I gather saliva in my mouth as I press a few quick kisses to the head of him, and then when my tongue is good and wet, I slurp the head of him into my mouth.
Ah,
His breath stutters. I love the sounds he makes, as if my mouth is making him forget how to breathe. I take him deeper, tickling with my tongue as I suck on the head of him. I tease him, twisting my hands up and down the thick shaft, even as I use my tongue and mouth on the head. He's a tight fit, so I can't get much of him into my mouth, which makes me even wetter. I squirm against the hand between my thighs, because he's forgetting to use it, and I'm utterly aching and needy.
my heart.
He pants as I work his cock.
You have my heart. I have not felt like this about anyone. Not Tia. Not ever.
I'm a terrible person, because it thrills me to hear him say that. I rock down on his hand, hoping that he'll start working my clit again, even as I increase the suction on the head of his cock. I've only got maybe a third of his big cock in my mouth, but Sasa doesn't seem to mind. I squeeze the base and drag my fist, while my other hand lightly teases at his sack. I can tell when he's close, because his movements get increasingly jerky, and the hand slips out from between my legs to grip my thigh tightly. Reluctantly, I pull him free from my mouth, rubbing the head of him on my face. "Are you going to come all over me now?" I whisper. "Cover me with your scent so there's no question in anyone's eyes who I belong to. That when they get a whiff of me, they don't smell Sam, but Sasa instead. That they know that you're taking your mate good and hard every time you get to your furs." Sasa lets out a roar that's so loud it feels like the cavern around us is shaking. His big body quakes in my grip, and then he's coming, spurting ropes of hot seed all over my skin. He erupts all over my hands and chest, spattering my face and chin, too. I kinda want to lick it up, but I don't know how that'll affect the whole scent thing, so I just keep murmuring filthy words to Sasa as he comes and comes and comes. His hand covers mine, and he works his cock, wringing out every bit of his release and using me to do so. When he's done, he collapses back on the fur cloak, catching his breath. I sit between his thighs, completely covered in seed, and I feel awkward. Like, how long does it take for me to smell like Sasa? Do I have to wear this for a certain length of time? I giggle at the thought, and my laughter makes my big, breathless guy look up. He props up on his elbows and gives me a dazed look of sheepish pleasure.
That was the best.
"You're welcome," I say, and brush my fingers through some of the stickiness on my breasts. "You probably got some of this on my cloak, just so you know."
I think I got it everywhere,
he admits, and his cheeks are full of deep blue color that's matched by the base of his horns. He's blushing.
Give me a moment, and I will clean you off.
"We might have to do this again in the morning," I say, dragging a sticky hand over my breast. God, I'm aching. I should just want to jump in the pool and clean off, but I'd much rather have him touch me. He likes the way I look covered in his spend, I think, because Sasa can't take his eyes off me. That just makes me even wetter. Just, in case.
You would suck my cock again?
His breath is hushed. Yeah. Sasa's astonishment makes me want to laugh. How often would you want to lick my pussy?
All the time.
His eyes grow heated. Well then, there's your answer. I smile at him, teasing one of my sticky nipples with my equally tacky-feeling fingers. I like touching you. I like making you come apart. He sits up and cups my chin, then pulls me in for a long, tender kiss. Doesn't know how to do it right? My ass. I make a whiny little sound of protest when he pulls away, and he brushes at a wet spot on my cheek that's drying.
Let me clean you up, my Sam.
I shiver, because I love the way he says my name. I'll be right here. Sasa isn't gone for long. I watch him as he moves around, cleaning himself off at the edge of the pool. I admire his backside, because his ass is nice and tight and just slightly bubbled with muscle. His tail flicks back and forth in a slow, sensual way, and when he bends over, I catch a hint of heavy balls, and that sight makes me ache all over again. He returns to my side with a bit of wet scrap and cleans me off, his expression determined. Once he's done bathing my skin, he pulls the cloak off my shoulders and studies it, spot cleaning a few places.
Do you think he heard us?
Sasa asks. I don't know if he heard me, I tease, but I think they probably heard you back on Icehome Beach. Sasa's lips twitch with amusement, and he wipes a spot from my face before tossing the rag aside. Instead of climbing back into our makeshift bed, he prowls toward me and presses his mouth to mine in a sweet, lingering kiss.
I was loud because it felt too good to stay quiet,
he whispers between kisses.
Now it is my turn. Will you let me lick your cunt again?
I squeeze my thighs tightly together, trying to ease the ache deep inside. If you want to, I won't say no.
I want,
he growls, nipping at my lower lip. God, I'm quivering with how sexy he is. My cooey sings loudly in my chest, screaming its need. But right now, all I want is Sasa's gorgeous mouth on my pussy. Even so, I remember Kvasat watching us last time and glance up above. Maybe we shouldn't.
I have a solution,
Sasa says. He gestures at the furs, and when I sit on them, he tips me onto my back. I stare up at the leaves momentarily, wondering if I see the vines moving up above. Or is it my imagination? I squint at them, trying to determine. Something heavy and thick lands over my face. I bite back a squeal of surprise, shoving the fur cloak off my face. What are you doing? A moment later, his big hands push my thighs apart, and I feel Sasa's breath against my folds.
I am pleasing my mate in secret. Now no one can see what I do to her.
He hitches one big hand on my buttock, pulling me close, and his mouth nuzzles at my pussy.
I can feast for as long as I want to.
I moan, my hands sliding under the furs to clutch at his horns.
20. Sessa. I wake up the next morning with Sam tucked in my arms. She sleeps heavily next to me, but I notice she is clutching a weapon in her hand once more. Her knife is sheathed, but the presence of it bothers me. This newcomer worries her greatly. I want to pull it from her grip, but if it makes her feel safer, she should keep it. I gaze down at her, utterly besotted. Sam is so beautiful it makes me ache. My cooey is singing loudly in my ears, its song angrier by the day, but we are close. Every day Sam trusts me a bit more to be her mate. Soon we will be one. I just have to last until then. I palm my cock, willing it to go down because she needs her sleep. I feasted on her cunt for a long time last night, until we both came more than once, and it was so warm under the fur that my mane was damp with sweat. I loved every moment of it. I ignore my body, entering the pool and swimming until my cock is less painful with need and just a dull ache. I dress, checking on my sleeping mate, and then climb up the vines to check on the male with the snowcat face. He is not above. The bed is empty, some of the furs missing, and when I go to look outside, I see fresh footsteps in the snow. Our newcomer has gone adventuring, it seems. I do not know if this is a good or a bad thing, but it worries me just the same. He will not be heading to the beach, at least. It is too far away for him to stumble across. They are still safe. For a moment I contemplate going after him, hunting and stalking like I would prey, staying upwind so he could not scent me, following and seeing what he is up to. But it would leave my Sam alone, and the last thing I want is to leave her side. I do not even know if I can. I rub my humming chest. Even now it feels painful to be this far away from her in the cave. I need her at my side. I need her scent in my nose, her soft laughter in my ears, her hand in mine. She is a craving I cannot shake. I return to the cave, climbing back down to Sam's side. She is awake, her eyes wide at my expression.
What's wrong?
He is gone. I do not know for how long or if he is coming back. Sam gnaws on her upper lip with her bottom teeth, making that funny snarl I love.
I don't think he'll go far. It's too cold and he doesn't have a cooey. I don't think his shoes were very heavy either. Did he take food from above?
I think of the vine still laden with fruit. If he did not take much.
And our food and weapons are down here, so he's coming back.
She jumps to her feet, pulling on her leggings.
I don't like it, but we can use this time at least.
Use it? For what? I watch her swaying teats as she dresses, fascinated by the way her body jiggles. The tips are soft-looking this morning, but I know when Sam is aroused. They tighten and point and become very sensitive. I want to touch them right now, my cock growing painful with need once more. She pauses, blinking at me.
We can take this time and hide things, Sessa. He's going to come back, right? So we hide weapons around the cave and make sure that we know where they are, but he doesn't. We hide the rest of our meat, too, and some of the furs. If he leaves again, he'll do so unequipped. That means we can catch him before he can do any harm.
You think he would do harm? I ask. Sam picks up her wrap and binds her teats, to my vast disappointment.
If he tries to get away in the middle of the night without supplies, hell yeah, he's up to no good.
She has a point. Show me what to do, then. I will follow your lead. Sam leans over and gives me a kiss on the brow.
I hope I'm overreacting, Sess.
I like that she says my name like that, like she is claiming me, like I belong to her. I give her a silly grin and try to ignore my throbbing cock. What shall we do first? We hide our spears under thick clusters of vines at the far end of the cave. Sam keeps the knives she has cleverly hidden in her clothing, but the rest of our weapons we tuck away in leafy corners and out of reach. We hide our food supplies as well, leaving out only the sasa we are crafting. The baskets of dried food and additional supplies by the pool are hidden as best as possible, and the ones we cannot hide we stack next to our furs so we can guard them. We pluck the fruits in arm's reach and hide them, keeping some out for our use.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
don't care if it looks like we're being obvious, Sam tells me. If he's trustworthy, he'll understand. He'll only get upset if he means us ill. I nod. She knows best. We eat fruit by the pool, opting to save the rest of our dried meat for some other time. Sam tells me stories of what has changed at Icehome Beach since I was there last. We talk mostly of the kits, and how Daisy has her own hut instead of sharing with the other females. We talk of the strange tension between Arjal and Flor, who used to get along. It's weird, Sam says. You would think those of us that haven't resonated would have bonded more, but we all seem more fractured than ever. Arjal and Flor don't talk. Daisy and Ojak are close, but she's oblivious to the fact that he's in love with her, and the Rex seems to hate everyone. She shakes her head. It's like the longer people don't resonate, the crazier they get. Perhaps they are bitter with wanting, I point out. I understand it. She splashes me with one hand, smiling. And are you bitter? I grin, loving this teasing side of my too serious mate. No, but I do understand it. They will be jealous of us, you know. It will only feed the bitterness. I pull her in my arms, the feel of her wet skin against mine almost as pleasant as her mouth on my cock. Almost. The males will be even more upset when they find that young Sessa has claimed the loveliest of females for himself. One of her arms slides around my neck and she presses her teats to my chest. A certain someone reminded me that Sessa is not that young. Her fingers trail down my wet chest. And have you seen him lately? Young is not the word I'd use to describe him. What word would you use? My throat feels thick with wanting. Magnificent, Sam breathes. He's magnificent. I groan, kissing my mate. I claim her lips, positive that if I do not have her tongue on mine in the next moment, my cooey will wither away and die. Sam meets my kisses with eagerness, her mouth as hungry as mine, and her hand slides down my slick body, reaching for my aching cock under the water. Sam, I pant. Sam, you... Hey! Snarls a voice from above, the shout echoing off the walls of the cave. You two got any weapons? We break apart, Sam stiffening in my arms. She hides behind me, letting me protect her naked body from the stranger's sight. The male glares at us from up above. He's wearing the furs we left for him, and a snarl shows white-pointed teeth. He looks very displeased as he gazes down at us. Hello, Kfasat, my mate calls cheerfully from behind me. She wraps her arms around my neck, hoisting herself up on my shoulders and pressing her full teats to my back. My cock immediately stiffens, and I am glad to be up to my shoulders in the water, or else he would see it and wonder why I do not claim my mate. Did you have a nice walk? Sam's voice rings out in the cave. Enjoy the weather? It's keffing cold, he snaps, sounding displeased. It's why we wear furs outside, Sam agrees. She leans over me and her tiny teeth scrape my ear, followed by a flick of her tongue, and I gasp at how good it feels. Is she trying to make me spend right here in the water? Does she think I won't finger her pretty cunt to make her do the same? Is this a game between us? If so, I am excited to play. I thought you two had weapons, the male calls out. Where do you keep your blasters? No blasters, Sam yells up at him. How are you surviving, then? How do you protect yourselves? Sam shrugs, then pats my shoulder. I have this one to protect me. Her tone is exceedingly sweet and a little foolish, like Tia when she twirls her mane around her finger and pretends to be clueless. Why? Do you need him to protect you, too? I'm sure he can. The male snarls above, and I hear Sam chuckle as she nips my ear again. It is not the last time the male asks about weapons. He suspects something. He watches us as we swim and eat fruit, but never makes a move to join us near the pool. He goes out into the snow several times and returns with pieces from his pod. He throws them down on the floor, his expression one of disgust as he watches us eat fruit and curl up together. Sam has been keeping very close to me all day, and as we eat she sits on my thigh, her back pressed to my chest as she offers me slices of fruit. Can you two fools answer me something? Kfasat asks. Where's your escape pod? Far to the north, Sam immediately answers, and shoves a piece of fruit into my mouth so I have an excuse to be silent. Did you strip it? He asks. What about the distress beacon? Broken, Sam shrugs. His strange eyes narrow at us.
And you were going to be sold as slaves, right? How'd you break free of your collars?
We didn't have collars,
Sam says. The male just laughs. You two are terrible keffing liars. He waves a long piece of metal at us, a piece scavenged from his pod. I'm going to figure out your story and the truth behind it. Sam just gives him a smile.
Look, you're safe, okay? We didn't mean you any harm. This is a good place and we're happy to share it with you. We'll share everything we have with you.
Oh, we're friends. He grins at my female, and there is something about his manner that I do not like. I'm just trying to figure out your story so I know the kind of friends I have. That's all. He studies Sam thoughtfully and ignores me. Though I do like the idea of sharing. There is something about his words that makes me think he does not mean food. I get to my feet, carefully setting Sam behind me, and pick up one of the plucked fruit. I hold it out to him, a challenge in my gaze. He just smirks at me with his strange snowcat mouth, then turns and walks away. I like him less by the day.
21. Sam. Being around Kvasat makes my fingers twitch. There's something about the way he watches me that makes me feel hunted, makes me want to reach for my knives. They're all squirreled away in the cave except for the ones I have in my boning and the backup blades I have wrapped in the hard soles of my boots. I touch the hard corset-like surface of my tunic as a reminder that my weapons are close and ready to party. Maybe it's my imagination, but having Kvasat around takes me right back to the Brad days. I feel hunted, and I could swear every time I turn around, he's eyeing me like I'm a particularly juicy piece of fruit. I should be freaking out. I think of the days past, back on Earth, of hiding in my closet, sobbing, knowing he was coming to kill me. Instead, I'm calm but wary. Like I know the snake is going to attack, and it's just a matter of when. The reason that I'm not panicking? Well, 2 reasons. One is that I'm not the same person I was when I was kidnapped from Earth over 3 years ago. In that time, I've learned how to use weapons. I've learned how to hunt. I've learned how to create my own weapons and take care of them. I know how to sharpen a blade and how to hold it to be the most effective. I'm prepared in ways I wasn't before. I'm tougher and stronger. And I have a big burly mate at my side. Sasa shadows me at all times, giving me little touches to let me know he's nearby. His tail rubs against my leg when we sit close to one another. He keeps me company, and just his big, calming presence relaxes me. I know I'm safe with him nearby, and he won't let Kvasat try anything. His presence and my knives makes me feel like things will be fine, no matter what happens. That strange, unrelenting fear that has dogged me since Daisy arrived has evaporated. I'm actually looking forward to getting back to Icehome Beach and seeing everyone again, of showing Sasa my hut and seeing if he wants to squeeze in with me, or if we need to make a new one. Maybe we'll go visit his parents back at Croatoan. I've never been. I've been too afraid. For now, though, we have to stay put until we figure out what to do with Kvasat. I sit above, on the main ledge in the cave, and pound a bit of fruit in a bowl with a mortar and pestle, pulping it for the next round of sasa. Sasa is down by the pool, washing out some hollowed gourd-like containers so we can reuse them. Kvasat is in his regular spot, the pile of furs, and just watches us. Occasionally he questions us, but it's never about this planet or what we're doing here. It's always about who dropped us off here and how we escaped. I get the impression he's trying to figure out how to leave. I kind of wish he would. It might make everything a hell of a lot easier if Kvasat just disappeared, but it doesn't fix the problem that his appearance creates for us. He'll die if he doesn't have a cooey in the next few days, but I trust him less and less as time passes. Waking him up was a mistake, and he's my problem now. I'm just glad he's nowhere near Icehome Beach, because there are far too many vulnerable people there. I glance over at him, and sure enough, he's chewing on a piece of fruit, lounging in his furs, and watching me with slitted, avid eyes. My skin prickles. He makes me so damn uncomfortable, and I'm not sure what to think. I don't trust my instincts, not after Brad. But I asked Sasa, and he doesn't like how fixated Kvasat is on me. Then again, Sasa's been kind of growly and possessive due to resonance, so maybe it's all in our heads. It's so very hard to tell.
So, you and the big guy, huh?
Kvasat practically purrs, his voice low and rumbly.
Did he buy you? Is that how he ended up with a human?
This isn't the first time he's asked about me and Sasa, and it's obvious he's trying to catch me in a lie. I told him we were both prisoners on the ship already. Like I said before, we were both in the cargo hold of the ship when it crashed. We were the only survivors.
Both slaves?
Kvasat inquires. I shrug, pounding more fruit. We kinda drank all of the sasa, so I feel obligated to create more for the next group that comes to the cave. It's a lot of work, though. Sasa is his father's son, and he's very particular about the recipe. He swears it'll be the best sasa ever. But the next time I come to this cave, I imagine I'll be pregnant. It's a little strange to think about, but I'm getting used to the idea. I think of Sasa's excitement at being a father, of him touching my belly as it swells with child, and I'm starting to anticipate the next chapter instead of dreading it.
So, how'd you two get out of your pods?
Kvasat asks.
Because I happen to know that slaves are shipped in stasis. It's easier for everyone that way.
I freeze, holding my pestle tight. Wait, what? I go back to smashing fruit, not looking up from my project. Not sure what you mean. Kvasat stirs behind me, and I hear the rustle of the blankets. I hope Sasa's climbing back up here soon. My skin prickles with awareness, like I'm being watched, and it's a deeply uncomfortable feeling. A moment later, something brushes against my tunic. Kvasat's tail. He's standing right over me like a creep, and I clench my teeth, determined to ignore it. If I turn around, I'm going to be crotch height, and I'm not sure if that's part of his plan. I press my hand to the knives hidden in the stitching of my tunic. If he tries anything, I'm going to pull one free and stab the fuck out of him.
I mean,
Kvasat says, leaning over and brushing a lock of my hair off my shoulder.
Your story doesn't add up, human. If you were both in stasis pods, as prisoner or slave transport, who woke you up? Is someone else here, or did you kill them? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I flick his hand away, determined to keep calm. Casual. You're the one to talk about liars. Who did you say dropped you here again? Remind me of her name? Marduk's friend? He's silent. Yeah, that's what I thought, I say. She didn't send you. You lied about that. You want to tell me what that flashing metal band is on your leg? Because it looks to me like a cuff of some kind. He laughs.
Why, it's jewelry. You're so suspicious, human.
He touches a lock of my hair again. This time, I look over at him as I slap his hand away. I glare a warning, but he only grins, raising his weird, claw-tipped hand in the air. If it's jewelry, prove it. Take it off.
Can't, he purrs. I made a vow. You know how it is.
He slinks over to the fur bedding and sits down again. Bullshit. I grind with my pestle harder, wishing it was his face. My skin is prickling with alarm, but I'm determined not to show it. Kvasat worries me, and I don't like that he was touching my hair. He's been here 2 days. How bold is he going to be tomorrow? The day after? I'm suddenly glad I'm knife-happy.
In addition to the ones in the front of my tunic that look like seams under my breasts, I have 3 more knives in easy reach hidden behind vines. Just do me a favor and stay away. He laughs, the sound unpleasant.
What's the matter? You think you've got your protector all lined up and don't need me? Be a shame if a pretty little thing like you found herself helpless. Don't worry, little thing. You can crawl into my furs if you need a male to protect you.
Vomit. I glance over at him, scowling, and he just watches me with an ugly grin on his face. I'm suddenly less worried about me, and more worried about Sessa. Sessa and I eat our evening meal by the pool, facing each other as we sit on the warm rocks. For once, Kvasat climbs down to join us. He stares at our dried meat with narrow eyes, but there is a smile on his face that unnerves me.
More dried meat. You two are very industrious.
I offer him a strip to be polite, telling myself that we're both wary, that you can't be friends on a foundation of lies. Of course he has trust issues. We do too. It's natural. But I don't have to let it ruin everything. I'm going to give Kvasat every chance to be my friend because I think of Gren back at the beach and how we were all so terrified of him. And while I can't be the Willa to Kvasat's Gren, we can at least be friends, I hope. We're running low, but what we have we'll share.
Running low, or holding back on old Kvasat.
He snatches it from my grip and crouches a short distance away, watching Sessa.
You hold a great deal back, and I don't trust either of you.
I chew my food, determined not to show my unease. Maybe if we ignore him, he'll go away. It doesn't solve our problem of what to do with him, but at least the worry building inside me will be put off another day.
We share what we have,
Sessa says, offering up a piece of fruit. Kvasat slaps it out of Sessa's big hand.
You say you share, but you only share what you feel you must.
Sessa frowns. He gets up and picks up the fruit knocked out of his grip, the picture of patience.
We share all our supplies, my friend. We run low on meat, so we will need to hunt soon.
I'm not talking about meat, Kvasat growls. You don't share your female.
I go still, my heart fluttering in my chest with panic.
You have a human bed slave that you've stolen away and you won't share her. If we're to be stranded here, don't you think I deserve the same courtesy? Don't you think I deserve a round in her cunt?
Sessa is silent, and the hard meat I've been chewing tastes like ash in my mouth. He moves toward Kvasat, his steps slow and measured. The only sign of his anger the clench of his fists, and the way the tip of his tail shivers, as if he desperately wants to flick it back and forth, but doesn't want to give himself away.
You do not touch her,
Sessa says in a deadly voice.
You do not even go near her.
Greedy bastard,
he hisses at us like an angry cat.
So much for sharing, eh? When it comes to the good stuff, you keep it all to yourself.
This time, Sessa growls. The sound is low and angry, and the look on his face is terrifying. He's going to kill him. I know this as well as I know my own face. Sessa's hands are white-knuckled and clenched, and his entire body shivers, just like his tail. He's barely holding himself back from attacking Kvasat. Sessa is normally so calm, and it feels like he's right on the edge of exploding. I jump to my feet, moving in front of him before he can lunge for the Catman. I put my hands on his chest and shake my head. "Look at me." He snarls, nostrils flaring, and his tail lashes so hard it whips some of the leaves off of a nearby vine. Behind me, I can feel Kvasat take a step backward, although he laughs it off. I shake my head at Sessa, who still has his gaze locked on his enemy. "Look at me, Sessa," I say again. "This isn't who you are." His gaze flicks down to me. His mouth is flat and hard, and I can tell by the way his jaw flexes and the set of his broad shoulders that he's about to tear out all of a certain someone's whiskers. I rub his chest, and if my touch is a little more sensual than it probably should be, so what? He needs me right now. I smile up at him and shake my head. "This isn't you, Sess. You know it's not. Don't let him goad you into being an animal." Sessa gives me a mutinous look, but his hand unclenches and he presses one over my chest.
"That's right," Kvasat jeers behind us. "You—"
I turn around and glare at him before he can finish his sentence. "If you don't want to end up as a fur rug, you'll shut the fuck up and go away for a while." I give him a warning look. "And if you ever put a hand on me, I'll kill you myself. Being a murderer is not who Sessa is, but it's absolutely who I fucking am. So don't try me, buddy. Just don't even fucking try." Kvasat blinks. He looks at Sessa, standing behind me, and then back to me. That sneer curves his cat mouth again, but he turns away and climbs up the vines back to his bedding far above. I don't move until he disappears from sight. Sessa's big body is tense at my back, but he's not going after him, so that's something. I'm sure later it'll kick in and I'll shake like a leaf at Kvasat's disgusting comments about how he thinks I'm just a fuck toy to be passed around. I shouldn't be surprised considering we were kidnapped by aliens for that very fate, but right now my focus is on Sessa. I turn and look at my big blue friend, lover, mate. I'm not sure what we are just yet. I'm afraid I already know the label, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to admit it to myself. "Are you okay?" I ask softly, putting my hands on his chest again, since he seems to respond well to that. He still looks utterly murderous. I've never seen him so angry, and if steam came out of his nostrils, I wouldn't be surprised. "Talk to me."
"He wants you."
Sessa grits the words out between his teeth. Maybe he doesn't realize that we're bonded. Maybe he thinks we're just fooling around, that we're not mates, that it's not something special between us. I pet his chest, running my fingers lightly over his skin. Sessa's expression softens, losing that murderous anger. He reaches up and cups my cheek.
"Is that what we are in your eyes? Have you decided?"
Oh boy, I didn't realize I was going to have to give an answer right now. I mean, has it ever been my decision? The Kui decides, remember? He continues to caress my face, brushing those thick, calloused fingers over my skin.
"That does not mean I am not aware of how you feel. I have been waiting for it to be your decision."
He grazes his thumb over my lower lip.
"And I will continue to wait if need be."
I nod, leaning into his touch. "I think maybe when we're alone again, I'd like to try." Sessa's eyes light up with joy. "But not with Kvasat nearby." I wrinkle my nose, because I think of us marking me with Sessa's scent was a bad call. I don't care if he watched before, because I thought it would show him that we were together and happy. Instead, it just reminded him that someone's getting laid and it's not him. A low rumble of anger breaks through the song of our Kuis. Sessa's glaring again.
"I hate him. I do not know how to handle his words. He does not fit in with our people."
"I know," I say softly. I cradle his hand in mine, giving him a little smile. "So, until we figure things out with him, we'll stay here,
He's a jerk and an asshole, but he might just be all talk.
Or he might try something.
Sasa's expression grows dark. I think of my knives tucked away throughout the cave and the ones worked into the seams of my tunic. Then we'll make sure we're ready if he does try something. We'll stay on alert.
And a kui?
Sasa asks.
Do we get him one?
Oh God, I don't know the answer to that. It's a death sentence for Kvasat if we don't. At the same time, how can we take him back to the others if he thinks women are little more than toys? The worst thing possible would be Kvasat resonating to someone here on this planet, and we're stuck with him forever. I think about the cuff on his leg and how much he knows about prisoners. And for the millionth time, I wish we'd left his pod in the snow and walked away. Ugh. Let's give it another day, I tell Sasa. That can't hurt anything, right?
22. Sessa. I do not sleep that night. Sam curls up at my side, but I stay awake, watching and waiting, my spear hidden at the edge of the cloak I sleep on. I do not trust Kvasat. He will try something, I think. It is merely a question of when. I fear for Sam's safety. If he thinks she is for the taking, I cannot leave her side. If something were to happen to Sam, I could not forgive myself. She is mine to protect. I cannot fail her. So I stay awake and listen. I listen for the sounds of movement, the sounds of leaves being brushed aside as if Kvasat decides to search for weapons. I listen for anything that might bring trouble for Sam. Near dawn, I hear the sounds of movement above, and I tense, my hand sliding to the spear hidden at my side. I remain alert, but when all goes quiet again moments later, I get to my feet. Curiosity compels me, and I climb stealthily up the vine-covered walls, up to the main ledge of the cave, and peer over the edge, looking for the stranger. He is gone. His fur's empty. Hunting, then. I head to the entrance of the cave and peer out into the snow. The day is clear, and I can see tracks in the snow heading toward the pod. Perhaps he returns there for more pieces to scrap. I do not care as long as he stays away from my mate. I climb back down and rejoin Sam. The moment I approach the furs, her eyes open, and I realize she is not sleeping at all, only pretending. She clutches at the front of her tunic at the hard parts she calls boning that stiffen the front of it. She has slept in it these last few days instead of sleeping naked. "Where is he?" she whispers. "Is Kvasat gone?" "Playing with his pod again," I say. "He headed in that direction." She nods, a hint of a smile curving her mouth.
"Is it too much to hope that he never comes back?"
"Maybe he will meet a group of angry medlocks," I say sourly. "I would not be sad." Sam giggles and lifts her hand, indicating crossed fingers.
"Here's hoping."
She sits up, stretching, and her cooey sings loudly, making her yawn thrum.
"I guess we're alone for a little while then,
I watch her as she raises her hands above her head, her teats pressing against the front of her tunic. My cock aches immediately, and all of the suppressed need surges to the forefront. She says something, but it is lost in the roar of my cooey's song. It knows that we are waiting to fulfill resonance, and it makes my response to her painfully swift. It has been some time since we edged each other, and I feel it acutely. One hand slides to my cock to adjust the straining length of it in my loincloth, and Sam's gaze goes there.
"Oh,"
she says, the sound almost lost under the singing of my cooey. Sam gets to her feet and approaches me, her eyes bright. Her lips part and she gazes up at me with fascination. Her cooey is as loud as my own, the song filling the fruit cave and echoing around us. She puts a hand on my chest, stroking up to my heart, and watches me.
"Are you aching, Sessa?"
"I will manage," I choke out. "It is fine." She gives me a thoughtful look, tracing her finger on my skin, and my cock jumps in response.
"I'm aching too."
"Let me help you." Her finger trails down to my navel.
"I was thinking we could help each other, actually. If we're alone, now might be the best time to give in to our needs."
I am stunned. "Do you mean—"
"I do," she says softly. "I want to be your mate, Sessa. I'm choosing you."
I groan, cupping her face and bending over so I can kiss her. "I can be patient. It does not have to be now. We can wait until you are ready."
"I know.
She licks her lips and smiles up at me, even as her fingertips dip toward my loincloth.
I'm just pretty sure I'm ready now.
They are the words I have longed to hear from her. I grab Sam by the waist and haul her up against me, hugging her to my chest in happiness. She makes a squeal of surprise, but then giggles and flings her arms around my neck, pressing kisses to my face. "You are certain?" I ask, beside myself with joy. "You, me, now?"
You and me now,
Sam says, grinning. She leans in and nips at my chin, teasing me with a tiny bite.
We're alone. I'm aching, you're aching, and I want you. I've realized that Kvasat doesn't worry me because I have you, Sessa. You make me feel like I'm in control, and I love that. I know you would never do anything to harm me, and it makes me feel safe when I'm with you. Safe and good and happy.
She nips at my chin again.
I love being with you. You make me feel like anything is possible and that the world isn't such a bad place.
Her mouth moves down my throat, pressing more kisses to my skin.
You make me feel like I don't have to spend every minute afraid, with a knife clutched at my side, because I know you've got me.
I hold her tightly to me, one hand on her bottom as she tugs at my neck. Her feet dangle in the air, and I wonder if I should set her down, but I love the feel of her mouth on my skin too much to interrupt. I have waited long for this moment. Rokan was right. His knowing said I would find my happiness on the beach, and it was right. It is always right. She wriggles in my arms, her feet flailing.
Put me down so we can do this properly.
I drop onto my backside, rolling us both to the ground. We collapse onto the furs, my back smacking against the bedding, and Sam lets out a squeal of laughter, tumbling forward. Her thigh pushes against my face, and her hips are practically on my forehead, her cunt grazing one of my horns. I open my mouth to tease her when I notice Sam has gone very still. She moans, and then rocks her hips against my horn again. "Sam," I ask, my voice low, "did you hurt yourself?"
No, she pants. Your horn, it rubbed me when I fell.
She moans again, and her hips jerk against my horn once more.
Oh, fuck, Sessa.
Use me, I tell her, fascinated by her need. Sam is always so in control, save for those few moments when she lets her vulnerability show. I love the sight of this, love that she rocks her cunt against my horn, pressing it through her slick folds and working herself against it. Her thigh is spread across my brow, her hands braced on the floor in front of her. I put my hands to her bottom, and when she rubs herself against my horn again, I help her. Sam's breath shudders as she works her cunt against my horn. I wish I could see it, but I can feel it. Can feel her press her body against the hard, unyielding curl of my thick horn. I can feel her body quivering as she moves. I can hear the slick sounds her folds make as she works herself on me. My cock is hard and aching, and this is a part of me I never thought could be used for mating. But I am learning a great deal about mating that I did not know before, and I like all of it.
Need more,
she whimpers, even as she grinds her cunt against my horn.
Talk to me, Sessa. Make me come.
I have a better idea. Her juices are perfuming the air around us, and she is wetting my scalp with her need. I want that need in my mouth, not on my horn. So I lift her by her bottom and place her over my mouth instead, tonguing her. Sam's sharp cry makes my cock jolt in response.
Oh, God, your tongue is so good.
I groan, giving her more of it. I lick her as hard as I can, dragging the ridges of my tongue over her sweetness from the entrance of her body to her clit, and then I do it again. She rocks against me, wetting my face with her need, and I want to seat my tongue deep inside her. Want my cock deep inside her, too. But I know she needs for her clit to be worked if she is going to come. It is the most sensitive part of her cunt, and I want her to come apart. So I focus my attentions there, lapping and teasing the tiny bud as she squirms over my face and calls my name. Her reactions remind me of mine when she licked my cock and took the head into her mouth. It felt incredible, and I want to do the same for her. I wonder briefly if pressure would feel good on her like it did me, and I take her clit and suck. Sam cries out, her legs quivering as her release bathes my face with her juices. She shudders atop me as her climax moves through her, and I keep sucking, pleased at how hard she has come. I love the little jolts that move through her legs, echoing every flick of my tongue. I love the way she rides my face, moaning my name, and the scent of hers filling my senses. My cock aches so fiercely that it is painful, but somehow having my mouth buried between Sam's legs makes it bearable. My cooey is thrumming almost as painfully as my cock, as if it knows its wishes will be fulfilled soon, and it is impatient. But Sam's needs come first. I continue to lick and suck at her clit until she pushes away from me. She collapses on her back on the furs next to me, dazed. Her cooey is singing to mine, and so I cannot resist reaching for her. I kiss her skin, pushing her tunic up and pressing my mouth to her belly, her mound, her hip. "My mate," I murmur between kisses. "My Sam." She makes a little sound in her throat that turns into a huff of laughter.
Sorry about that. I hit your horn on the way down and it felt so good I couldn't stop. That was rather shameless of me.
I liked it, I tell her. I wish I could have watched it. I imagine Sam with her head thrown back, her cunt clasping my horn as she drags herself against the surface of it repeatedly. All I saw was thigh and bottom, not that it was a bad view either. "You are welcome to rub yourself on any part of me at any time." Sam chuckles, then sits up and pulls her tunic off, tossing it aside. Her teats are not bound today, and the nipples are tight and pink and enticing.
"I'm sure I will. For now, though, there's only one part of you I should probably be rubbing against."
Her words sear through my mind. I reach for her soft, willing body, and pull her under me. I move over to her, fascinated at how small she is, how supple, how her teats bounce and jiggle with every movement. Her scent is everywhere, making me wild with need. I feel as if I am about to burst with need, and yet I also feel the same curious reluctance in my body, the one that has made it harder to work my cock with every day that passes. It does not want me to release anywhere but inside Sam. Touching myself provides less and less relief, and I know it is because we have fought resonance. No longer. Sam will become mine now. Hungry for my mate, I press my mouth to her stomach as she reaches for my braid. She touches me with languid fingers, a dreamy smile on her face.
"My handsome Sessa, I never thought it would be you."
"Why not?" I ask between kisses on her belly. She is so soft here I cannot help myself. Over and over I brush my lips against her skin, tasting her, drinking her in. I move lower, licking her slick cunt and loving the taste of her release. "What is wrong with me?"
"Nothing is wrong," she says,
then sighs, spreading her thighs wider as I kiss and lick at the folds between them.
"You're just younger than me. The last time I saw you, you were different, lusting over Tia, a teenager."
I tease her clit with the tip of my tongue, loving the shiver that moves through her body. "And now?"
"Now you are my big, handsome, perfect mate," she sighs. "God, so damn big."
I groan again because her words make me hungry for more touches. I need to seat myself inside her, desperately. I give her cunt another lick, then move over to my mate again. I kiss her, and when Sam slides her hands over my sides, a deep shudder moves through me. I press my brow to her flat one, hot need curling through me. "Tell me that it is all right to touch you. Tell me that I can claim you." I kiss her desperately before she can respond. "Tell me that you want me, and resonance is chosen wisely for us. I need to hear it."
"Sessa,"
Sam breathes. She cups my face in her hands, kissing me even as one leg lifts and curls around me.
"Take me. I'm yours."
"My what?" I ask thickly.
"Your mate,"
she says, and they are the sweetest words I have ever heard. I kiss her again and then adjust my body over hers. I am bigger, so our faces no longer line up when I press my cock against her cunt, but I can hear her little gasps and the sounds she makes. She encourages me with little whimpers, digging her nails into my skin as she lifts her other leg to go around my hips. I press my cock to her entrance, but when the head slips along her folds, I realize I am going to have to guide it into her body. My face heats with my foolishness, but Sam does not notice. She only breathes my name. I reach between us and aim the head of my cock at her core, rubbing it against her cunt. Sam's noises escalate until she is breathing, "Yes, yes, yes," into the air, and my cooey is so loud it is deafening. Sweat covers my skin as I try to delicately notch the head at the entrance to her body, but it seems too small, and my cock too large. "Sam, I do not think this is a good idea," I pant. I wish I had more experience suddenly, that this was not my first time. Perhaps I should stretch you."
"No, you're perfect," she whispers, angling her hips up. "Everything's perfect. I promise you can't hurt me."
I groan because she sounds as eager as me, and I ache to fill her up. I bite back my concerns and push the head of my cock against her entrance again.
Just like that, Sam murmurs, making little movements with her body. You're gonna fill me up so good.
The breath hisses from my lungs as I pump into her, and her cunt clasps the head of my cock. It is like sinking into her hot, wet mouth again, only tighter. My legs tremble, and I try to go slow even as I thrust forward, my body disobeying my needs. It wants to be seated deep inside her warmth as quickly as possible. Sam moans, the sound one that makes my sack tighten and draw up. My release threatens, and I hold my breath, my blood pounding in my head. It feels like everything is dammed up inside me, and I am afraid to let go, because if I do, it will pour out of me like a flood.
Oh, God, you feel so good, Sessa.
Her breath brushes over my chest, her fingers skimming over my side.
You fill me up perfectly.
Her words shatter my control. With a choked sound, I come, thrusting wildly into my mate. My release boils forth, and I fill her with my seed, pumping over and over again, unable to stop the movement of my hips as I pound away. I come so hard that stars dance behind my eyes, and the breath escapes me. Time slows, and there is nothing but my mate, the hot clasp of her cunt, and my seed pouring into her, over and over and over. When I can finally breathe, my face feels hotter than ever. In a daze, I realize Sam is still beneath me, beautiful and smiling, and my cock is still hard inside her. Resonance continues to sing between us, and I put a hand on her hip, thrusting experimentally. Even though I have come, I can feel the need for her rising again, my sack tightening for another round. My mate sucks in a breath, her eyes fluttering closed as I surge into her wet heat. Her cunt is slick with my seed, but it makes everything feel so good that I can't stop. I rock into her again, establishing a rhythm as I hunch over her and pound into her welcoming body. So good. So very good.
Sessa,
she cries, clinging to me.
Oh, fuck, Sessa, that feels amazing. Don't stop. Don't.
I slam into her, our bodies making a wet squelch that somehow only makes me even more aroused. My mate is taking my cock. She is full of my seed and hungry for more of me, and she takes my cock so good. She wants me to fill her up. She wants me to put the kit inside her. The realization makes me growl like an animal, and I move faster, harder, the need to claim Sam driving through me hard and fast and wild. Her cunt shivers around me, the walls of her sheath quaking as her cries grow in intensity, and I realize she is close to coming, and I can feel every response of her body. Ravenous hunger overtakes me, and I want her to lose control. I want her mad with lust and lost in this moment with me. I drive into her, harder, and I reach down between us to touch her clit, only to find that my spur is already there, driving and teasing against that small bud. She whimpers as I do, and instinct guides me to push the lips of her cunt together around my spur, increasing the sensation. Sam lets out a high-pitched wail, her legs clenching tight around me. Her cunt reacts immediately, tightening and rippling around my cock, and it drives me over the edge once more. I flood my mate with my release again, giving her more. This time, when every drop is wrung from my cock, I collapse over her, supporting my weight with one arm as I pant, trying to catch my breath. Sam's hands are everywhere, clutching at me, and she peppers kisses all over my skin even as she squirms underneath me. Her small movements feel so good that it makes my cock twitch in response. But I need breath. I suck in deep gulps of air and roll onto my side, clutching my mate against me as I pull her over my body. Our combined fluids make a mess between our joined thighs, but I do not care in the slightest. I am seated deep inside my mate, sated, and I feel thunderstruck with the intensity of it all. Resonance is amazing. Sam collapses over my chest, a little sigh escaping her. She traces small patterns on my skin with her fingertips, her ear pressed to the plating over my heart.
You're still resonating.
So are you. I stroke my hand down her spine, then move lower to where her bottom is spread wide, then lower still to where her cunt is stretched around my cock. We are sticky and covered in fluid here, but I am fascinated at how her cunt can take so much of me. We will probably need to do that again, just in case. Sam giggles. Just in case, huh? Just to be sure, I say as solemnly as I can. I do not think your cunt can hold enough of my seed. We should keep filling it to be certain that resonance takes. Her shoulders shake with laughter, and her little movements send shivers of pleasure along my shaft. The size of my cunt isn't the problem. Maybe you're the one with too much jizz. Is that her word for seed? Maybe so, I say with a grin. I have wanted my mate for a very, very long time. Perhaps my body was storing up for this moment. That's not how this works, she says, laughing. You can't store up semen. Are you certain? I roll her onto her back again, pressing her into the furs, because my cock is stirring once more. Because I have yet more to give. She sucks in a breath when I press into her, her legs widening to take my heavier weight. Then give it to me, she says softly. Give me everything you've got. I groan at Sam's words. My female is incredible. I am never going to get tired of being inside her, I decide. Never.
23. Sam. Of course the sex is ridiculously amazing. I should have known. I mean, I can practically hear the "I told you so" reverberating inside my chest, along with my cooey's song. It makes sense biologically. If the cooey is an imperative for species propagation, of course it's going to make the sex amazing, so we'll race into bed with one another. Even as I tell myself it makes sense, I still wasn't prepared. I don't think I'll ever be prepared. Sasa is incredible as a lover. I knew he would be. He's kind and attentive and stoked to have a mate. He's going to make me feel good, and boy, did he deliver. It's like once we decided to give in to the cooey's demands, we lost complete track of time. I'm not sure how many hours have passed, or what day it is, or how many times we fucked. Sasa's taken me slow, he's taken me hard and rough, he's gone down on me between sessions, licking my pussy clean, only to dirty it up again a few minutes later. For a virgin, his stamina is incredible. I swear I barely catch my breath before he's on me again, languidly pumping his cock into me once more and whispering how good I feel. He makes me come every time, though after a while it starts to feel as if I'm coming constantly, just a quivering, oversensitized mess that he fucks and fucks and fucks. We move into the water to clean off, and then he has me on his cock again in moments, my hands clasped tight over the lip of the pool so we don't drift away. When we climb out, I'm exhausted and thirsty, with just enough strength to crawl into the furs and flop onto my back again. "Water," I croak dramatically. "I need water." Sasa laughs at my play acting and drapes himself over me for another kiss. Our tongues meet, and then he nibbles along my jaw.
You were just in the water.
"I'm not drinking that," I protest. "There's probably a fine layer of semen on the top of the surface. It needs to filter itself clean before I drink that again."
My seed should be inside you.
He practically purrs, slipping a hand between my thighs and cupping my pussy. One finger presses at the sore entrance to my body, as if testing that theory, and I moan as he rubs his way into me.
I think you need more.
"Water first," I tell him. "Then I'm good for another round." He slips his finger out of me, and damn it, that should not make me feel lonely, and kisses the tip of my nose.
I will return quickly.
"Get it from the falls," I say with a yawn. "Not the pool itself. The falls should be nice and clean."
Falling water, he agrees. I will return quickly.
I nod, drifting off on the furs. They're a little sweaty and flattened from our repeated matings, but I'm far too worn out to get up and fluff them. It's fine. I relax, yawning,
and wait for Sessa to return. I guess that's one advantage to having a younger mate, I think with a self-indulgent smile. He can go for hours and hours on end. One particular round of sex we had was incredibly lazy. I basically laid on my side while Sessa worked into me from behind, his spur tapping against my back hole the entire time. I think I came twice in that round. Hard to say. Maybe we'll do that again. I'm sleepy, and I didn't hate the feel of his spur back there. It was kind of fun in a weird, slightly unnerving sort of way. I yawn and snuggle into the furs. I wake up and realize I've drifted off at some point. My hair is nearly dry, my stomach is growling, and I'm alone. I'm still thirsty, but as I sit up and rub my eyes, I don't know how long I've been asleep. 1 minute, 5, an hour. I put a hand to my breast, and my cooey is still purring strongly, which means resonance hasn't been fulfilled. Sessa? I call out, yawning again. Did you get the water?
He's a bit occupied, says a cold voice.
Goosebumps prickle over my skin. I clutch at the fur I'm lying on, pulling it to my naked breasts. Kvasat's voice came from behind me, and I turn, staring at him. My heart's pounding with terror. I didn't hear him come down here, and my tunic is a few feet away, between where he stands and where I'm seated. That means my knives are, too. At this moment, though, I'd give every knife I own just to know where the fuck Sessa is. I glance around, but I don't see him on the edge of the pool, or anywhere. Sessa? I call again, hoping he's above. Can you hear me?
Like I said, human. Kvasat's voice is cold. He's occupied. He won't be coming, no matter how many times you call his name. He gives me a tight smile. I'm surprised you have any voice left, truly. The both of you have been caterwauling for hours as you made it.
He was listening in? I swallow hard, repulsed. And I suppose you jerked off listening to it instead of giving us privacy like a normal person would do.
Privacy? For liars? Why should I give you anything?
He moves forward, wearing all of the heavy furs that we've let him borrow. In his hands, I see a piece of metal whittled down to a sharp, sleek blade. He must have been working on that while he was gone, and I could kick myself for spending all day in bed with Sessa when we should have been watching out for Kvasat. The catman takes a step toward me, his nose wrinkling.
You reek of his seed, female. Go wash up.
I ignore him, trying to gauge how far away my clothing is. I'll need to pick one of the seams to pull my knife out, but I've practiced that move 12 times. I can do that. I just need to get my tunic in hand. I clutch the fur to my chest, hiding my body from him as he circles me, and listen for other noises in the cave. I don't hear anything beyond my singing cooey, the cascade of water coming from the falls in the pool, and Kvasat's feet as they strike the stone floor. What did you do with Sessa?
He's alive for a bit longer, but not by much.
The catman circles around me, touching my hair.
Just until he tells me where the crashed pod or the ship you're hiding from me is located. I wouldn't get too attached if I were you, though. He's not going to be useful to me after that, no matter how much you beg.
My throat closes up, and I want to gag. I'm not going to beg. He plays with a lock of my hair, and it takes everything I have not to jerk away from him.
Good. I hate useless begging. Unless you want to tell me where your ship is and spare us all the business of me torturing your lover.
Oh, God. There's no ship. He reaches out and slaps my face lightly, his claws scratching at my skin.
There you go, lying again, he tisks. I guess you don't really care for that lover of yours after all.
If you don't want to spare him, suit yourself.
I jerk away when he touches my hair again. There's no fucking ship. How many times do I have to say that? We're stranded, just like you are. He makes a face, mocking me.
There's no ship. We were both left behind and freed ourselves. There's nothing wrong with our story at all.
Kvasat leans in, grabbing my face, and his claws dig into my jaw.
Do you think I was born yesterday, human? Do you think I don't know how this galaxy works?
Shit. I don't know how this galaxy works. Neither does Sasa. We're not lying to you. There's no ship. Sasa can't give you information about a ship because there isn't one.
Then he'll die messily,
the cat man says, flinging me away from him. And me? I ask, edging toward my tunic. Are you going to kill me? He laughs, the sound rumbling out of him.
You? Of course not. Human cunt is worth a fortune to the right buyers, and if I can't get off this planet, as you keep claiming, well, I'll need a distraction to keep me busy, won't I?
Hate surges through me. I scuttle backward again, another step, and reach my tunic. Success. I grab it in my hand, and Kvasat immediately snatches it back out of my grip again.
I told you to wash up. You reek of mating, and I don't want to touch you until I'm sure I won't get his seed on me.
He palms his cock through the layers of fur he's wearing.
Listening to you two made me very aware of what I've been missing out on.
Fuck you, I hiss at him. You're not touching me. I have to find Sasa. I have to get to him. Frantically, I think of my knives, where I've got them stashed around the cave. Several are up above, but there's a few down here. Sasa had a spear he kept in the furs, but I don't see it anywhere, which means Kvasat has taken it. That's fine. I'll find another weapon. I'll fucking drown this asshole if I have to. Sweat trickles down my face, and I brush it aside, only to notice that it's not sweat at all, but blood. He's scraped my face with those nasty claws of his. Kvasat taps the tip of his blade against my naked shoulder.
I'm not going to tell you twice, female. Go and bathe.
I slap my hand against his, the jagged metal knife scraping against my skin as it goes flying. The moment it does, I surge to my feet, racing away. I'll find something I can use as a weapon, anything. A rough hand grabs me by the back of my neck. I snarl furiously, fighting against Kvasat, but he kicks one leg out from under me and I fall heavily to the pavers at the edge of the pool. Pain shoots up my leg from my knee, and I let out a scream of anger as he jerks at his belt.
You want to play like that, female? You want to play games? Here's a game. It's called Choke on My Cock.
I punch at his crotch instead, slamming my fist into it. He bellows in anger, then slams me to the stone floor. The world tilts, and I struggle to get up, only to have that heavy hand land on my throat again. This time, he hauls me to the edge of the water, and before I can draw a breath, Kvasat shoves me under. I scream, but my mouth fills with water. When he doesn't lift me up, I realize he's got no intention of letting me up after all. He's going to drown me. I thrash, desperate to get my head above the water, but he holds me under, saying something I can't make out. Probably cussing at me. I struggle against him, but his grip is tight, and I'm weakening by the moment. Sasa, I cry out in my head. Sasa! Sasa! If Kvasat kills me, I hope he goes back to the beach village and gets a hunting party together to kill this asshole. Letting him out was my mistake, and now he's going to kill me. A gray fog takes over my mind, and I grow strangely, eerily calm. I stop fighting, because everything's getting peaceful and lovely. My poor, handsome, loyal Sasa. He's too young to be widowed. It's not fair to him. He deserves better, my handsome mate. Maybe Tia will comfort him after I'm gone. The hand holding me under surges, and I gasp for air as I resurface. Kvasat holds me by the neck in a punishing grip as I cough and sputter, desperate for air.
"Best behave, human," he tells me. "I've no patience for any more games."
Fuck Tia, I decide, and fuck this guy. I'm going to kill him, and then I'm going to save my man. So I flutter my lashes and give him a helpless look. "I'll do whatever you say," I whine. "Just don't kill me." He flings me to the ground.
"That's better. Now wash up."
My head is throbbing, and I'm dizzy. Even though I never want to look at water again, I crawl to the edge of the pool and ease myself inside. "Just don't kill me," I say again, hoping I sound as pathetic as I feel. New game plan. Get Kvasat off guard, kick his ass, save the day. I survived Brad and his bullshit. I traveled 1 billion miles across the galaxy, got a parasite, and fell in love with the best guy ever. I did not come this far to get taken out by an asshole with a cat face and a nasty attitude. So, I put on my best scared face and splash at myself, pretending to bathe. I hope I fucking reek of Sessa's cum, and it makes Kvasat want to vomit.
24. Sessa. My head throbs angrily, rousing me out of a terrible sleep. Scattered thoughts drift through my mind, and it is hard to focus. Slowly the darkness fades from my eyes, and I realize I am pressed onto my side, my cheek crushed to the rock. My arms are twisted behind me and ache terribly. In fact, all of me aches terribly. I smack my lips, trying to recall what happened. Did I trip and fall? Did something fall on my head from above? I vaguely remember filling my water skin at the falling water, then looking up at the vines high above to see if the fruit there were close to ripening, and then pain at the side of my head, then darkness. It is confusing, and when I try to open my eyes, one of them is swollen shut. Strange. My arms feel numb in the strange position I'm in, so I try to sit up. Except, I cannot. My arms are bound behind my back. Between the prickles from loss of circulation, I can feel a hard strap around my wrists, tying them together, and another one at my elbows. There is a strap around my ankles, too. Someone has tied me up. Incredulity and confusion give way to fear. Kvasat. Sam, my Sam. Hot terror rushes through me as I remember his words. You don't share your female. Don't you think I deserve a round in her cunt? He wants my mate. He means to take her even if she does not want him. I try to jerk upright only to fail and fall back onto my face again. Panting, I roll onto my back, wincing at the pain that shoots up my arms. I look around me, frantic. Where am I? I hear the trickle of the falling water nearby, but when I look around I see nothing but rocks. He has dragged me away from the pool, and I cannot see or hear Sam anywhere. I want to call for Sam, but if I do, will Kvasat come and hit me again? Is she safer if I am silent? I roll over and sit up, then worm my way toward a cluster of vines. It looks like the edge of one of the rock shelves that climb up the walls of the cave. I work over to it and then peer over the side. The strange male must have dragged me to the far end of the cavern where the supplies are stored. I can see him and Sam by the bathing pool. He holds a shiny, shiny knife, walking along the edge of the pool while Sam scrubs at her wet mane. My mate. I drink in the sight of her. She is angry, glaring at Kvasat. Her body is covered in bruises, and when she lifts her mane from her neck, I see mottled dark spots. Did he choke her? Hurt her? A precious, delicate female. My female. The idea is abhorrent. How can he think to harm Sam? How can he think to harm another being? All we have done is help him, and he attacks us. I am starting to realize that not everyone that exists is kind. Sam's stories of Brad take on a new meaning. I did not quite grasp the danger of her situation before, because I did not understand why a male would harm a female. Looking at Kvasat as he looms over my mate, I understand now, and it fills me with helpless rage. I twist at the bonds, holding my shoulders back, jerking so hard that my shoulders flare with pain. I want to call out to Sam to let her know that I am awake, but something instinctively tells me to be silent. So I twist my arms and watch as the male stalks my mate from the edge of the pool. Sam glares at him in silence. She splashes a bit more water on her arms and then puts her hands on her hips.
Better,
No, the evil one hisses. I can still smell his seed all over you.
Well, that's your problem, not mine. Maybe you should find me some soap if you think I smell so bad.
She splashes at him, defiant, and Kvasat hisses with anger when she does.
I can't get any cleaner than this.
Do you have soap?
Up above,
Sam says, gesturing at the main ledge high above the pool.
I can go get it if you like.
No. You stay here where I can watch you. He points the knife at her. When we get back to your ship, I'll put you in a disinfectant bath.
There's no fucking ship,
Sam snarls at him, her hand smacking the surface of the water.
When will you get that through your thick skull?
You are a liar, he snarls back. Why should I believe anything you say?
Where's Sessa?
Sam demands. Probably bleeding out, the alien snarls. She stiffens, her gaze flicking around the cavern. It moves right over me, and I want to call out to her, but something tells me to stay silent for a bit longer. Sam can take care of herself. I twist my arms again, but the bonds are not giving in the slightest. I wonder if I can break my wrist in order to free myself. I will if I must. For now, I keep my gaze on Sam. I noticed even more wounds on her, scratches on her cheeks and jaw, and down one arm, and more anger blisters through me, replaced a moment later by deep, angry pride. Sam has fought him. She has fought him and even now refuses to cower in front of him. She is incredible. My Kui has truly chosen well.
Where is he?
She asks again.
If you let him live, I'll do whatever you want, but you have to let him go.
He snorts, waving the shiny knife in the air. It is a piece of metal, I realize, long and sharp. Where did he get that? And when? I have been too wrapped up in resonance when I should have been paying attention to him. The moment he said he wanted Sam, I should have forced him into the snow, exiled him from the warmth of the fruit cave. But how was I to know the male would attack me? To attack another male with the intent to injure is unthinkable. Hunters occasionally have tempers, and spats occur in a tribe, but not like this. Never with bad intent. He is not good. He is another Brad, out to hurt my Sam. Frantic, I writhe in my bonds again, ignoring the pain in my arms. I must get to my mate, and quickly. Kvasat speaks again. Get out of the water, female.
Come in and make me.
I nearly drowned you once. I can do so again. You what? I tremble with anger, growling. Why are you doing that? The male asks. The humming. Why did it start again? I watch as she touches her chest. She resonates. She must sense me nearby. Her face becomes frantic as she twists around in the water, looking for me.
Sessa! Sessa, where are you?
Sam! I bellow out, twisting forward, desperate to reach her. I am here!
Sessa!
She screams my name, wading toward me. The male alien immediately moves to the far side of the pool before she can get there, blocking her from getting to me. He waves the knife in the air with a warning, and Sam stops in her tracks. Stay in the water, I tell her, twisting my arms. He will not come in after you. You shut up, Kvasat says as he approaches me. He picks up a heavy rock as he walks in my direction, a look of irritation on his strange face. You're supposed to be unconscious for a bit longer. I growl low in my throat as he looms over me with the rock in his hands. If you hurt my mate, I will. He brings the rock down. Red pain blooms behind my eyes. Then, darkness.
25. Sam. Sessa! I scream, horrified as Kvasat tries to bash his head in with a rock. Stop it! You're killing him!
That's the idea,
the feline alien says as he brings the heavy rock down on Sessa's head again.
An alive Masoka is a dangerous Masoka. He's only good dead.
I wade to the edge of the pool, scrambling out before I can give it a second thought. My only concern is to get to Sessa, whose big, strong body is lying so damn still on that ledge. As I race across the slippery rocks, Kvasat raises the rock overhead again, the knife precariously gripped in the same hand he's using to heft the beach ball-sized rock. It feels like I'm walking in slow motion as he lowers the rock once more, and I'm moving too slow to stop him. So I shove him. I let my slippery, sliding feet carry me across the wet, tricky rocks, and I slam into Kvasat's body as he tries to bash the brains out of my lover. Momentum carries me, and as I crash into him, we both go flying forward. Pain flares through my body as I collide with his larger, harder form, and his hard back knocks the breath out of me. I sprawl over something hard, Sasa's horn. Oh, God. I scramble to my feet, near hysterical, and shove at Kvasat. There's something absolutely horrifying about smashing my unconscious mate under our bodies, and I want nothing more in this moment than to get Kvasat off of him. I push at the cat alien, out of my mind with terror. "Get off, you fucker! Get off him!" Kvasat only groans, but doesn't move. I shove at him again, only to see that the knife he was holding has landed sideways. He must have hit it in the fall, and the long, narrow blade has shoved itself into the soft skin between collarbone and throat. His fur grows darker, spreading like a stain as I watch, and he gurgles something. "Help!" he says after a moment, his body twitching. "Help me!" Trembling, I stare down at him. 1,000 scenarios race through my mind. I can help him, and he'll owe me. I can patch him up, and it'll give me a few more days to decide if he should get a cooey. I should let Sasa decide what to do with him. I should. It doesn't matter. I only know one result that will satisfy me. I grab the knife by the rough handle and give Kvasat a delicate smile. "Hold still," I whisper. "This is going to hurt a little." And then I shove it deeper, twisting as I go. He gurgles again, his eyes widening, and it takes a moment for him to realize what I've done. He twitches violently, as if his body is putting up a last-minute fight, so I shove the knife in harder, as hard and as far as it'll go, until the rough end of the blade is cutting into my palms and shredding them, and the knife grinds against bone, and still I push it deeper. Deeper. Fuck this guy. Fuck Brad. Fuck every man in the universe that thinks he can own a woman. My hands grow slippery with blood, and the knife goes too far in for me to grasp any longer. I stop, pushing at Kvasat's chest until he rolls off of Sasa. I've pushed the knife so hard that it disappears into his matted fur, and blood seems to be everywhere. He's dead weight now, and heavy, and I kick him off of Sasa, furious, for no reason at all. I'm still angry, I realize, and hold a hand out to see it shaking. Angry and freaked out and in shock. I turn my hand over and wince, because I've turned my palms into ground beef shoving against that nasty piece of metal he was using as a knife. Well, it worked like one just fine. There's a groan, and I freeze. I look over at Kvasat, but he's unmoving, his eyes open and glassy, staring at nothing. His mouth is hanging open, a fine line of drool hanging from his slack tongue. Gross. I give his body another kick and turn toward Sasa, some of my anger giving way to panic. Sasa. He's injured. I flutter my hands over my lover's bloody face, worried. His forehead is covered in blood, and his scalp is tarry with it. But he's got so much plating there, thanks to his horns, that I don't know how injured he truly is. Is he just knocked out, or did Kvasat hurt him more than that? Heart pounding, I lean over him, pressing my cheek against his mouth, and I sob with joy when I feel his breath flutter over my skin. Just wounded and unconscious. He's all right then. I rub his chest and then grimace at the red smear I've left behind. I sit back on my haunches, looking over at Kvasat, and it sinks in. I killed a man. I had a choice to save his life, and I murdered him instead. My breath quickens with anxiety, and I gulp at the air. Do I regret it? No. Maybe that's the part that's freaking me out. He made it clear he was going to rape me and murder Sasa, so I can't be sorry about it. I just worry what Sasa will think. His people don't know what murder is. Not really. I think of all the stories that I've heard told around campfires. The Sukui and the Islanders love stories, and the only one that comes close is Summer and Warek's daring rescue as they took over the alien ship and saved the captives. Will Sessa see this as the same? Or will he be disgusted with my choice? I don't think he will be, but for all that he's big and brave, there's an innocence to his people. I've destroyed that, and the thought makes tears slide down my face. I wipe at them, irritated, only to become more irritated when I smear blood all over my face. Right, I tell myself. Get your shit together. Wash the blood off of you and Sessa, see how bad the wounds are, then get rid of the body. One thing at a time. I nod, pleased with my pep talk, and get to my feet. I wash off in the edge of the pool, but there's so much blood that it floods the water around me, and I have to scrub and scrub at my skin until it comes off. Who knew that blood was so clingy? I swallow hard, determined not to vomit, as I clean the raw cuts on my hands and bind them with a bit of leather torn from my tunic. Picking up my tunic makes me laugh sharply, because the knives I've worked so hard to conceal all over the place are still intact, still hidden. They're still under vines and in the seams of my tunic and wrapped in the bottoms of my boots. I was in danger, and instead of using one of my many, many weapons, I pushed a man until he fell on his own knife. So much for being prepared. Still laughing at the irony of it, and maybe a touch hysterical, I fill a container with water and move back to Sessa's side. There's so much blood all over the stones here that it looks as if I was butchering something, and I swallow hard. It's fine, I tell myself. I'll clean it up before Sessa wakes, so he won't see the worst of it. I can take care of it. With another deep breath, I kick aside the dead body and give him a push with my foot. He groans again. I freeze, turning to stare at Kvasat. He's not moving. He's not. I watch for so long that my eyes ache with the intensity of my stare, but his chest never moves. Curious, I kick him again, and there's another groan, albeit smaller. What the fuck? Dimly, I remember some trivia about corpses letting out groans and burps as the gases leave the body. That must be this. With one more nudge of my foot, just to make sure he's dead, I turn my back on him and settle next to Sessa, washing his face. Sessa's handsome face looks as bad as my palms, I decide, as I clean him off. Once I get rid of the blood, he looks better. One side of his face is bruised to hell, his eye swollen shut, and a nasty-looking gash just below the plating on his brow at his temple. There's another jagged gash on his scalp, just above his ear, and I dab it clean, pinching the edges together. And when I'm satisfied he doesn't need stitches, I take a few more strips from my tunic and wrap his head so the skin will have a chance to knit cleanly. Thank God for the kui, I think, as I trace Sessa's bruised face with my fingertips. It'll heal him faster than a normal man. This won't scar him. We're going to be just fine, I whisper, running my fingertips over his lips. You'll see. Just wake up and tell me you love me, and everything will be wonderful. Sessa sleeps on, though. I sit by his side for hours, and when he continues to sleep, I decide I should clean up and get the dead guy away from us before he starts stinking. I get to my feet, wincing at how much my body hurts, and grab 2 handfuls of Kvasat's battered, blood-covered clothing. The moment I grab him, his corpse farts, long and low and loud. For some reason, I laugh. It's the most absurd thing in the world, and yet it somehow seems like a fitting send-off for this absolute shit-stain of a being. My thoughts exactly, buddy.
26. Sessa. Something cool and wet is on my brow, easing the ache in my head a little. My thoughts are muddy, but I distinctly recall Kvasat as he approached me, and Sam screamed in terror. I remember him lowering a rock, and then nothing else. I tense testing my arms and legs. They are unbound now, and as gentle fingertips stroke my jaw, I dare to crack my eyes open. Sam sits next to me, stroking my face with a thoughtful expression. A little smile curves her mouth at the sight of me.
Just relax, Sis. Everything's okay.
Kvasat. I struggle to sit up.
Dead,
she says, and keeps stroking my jaw.
you're safe. Just lie back, okay? I don't know how badly he hurt your head, but you need to rest and let your cooey work on you.
You...
I killed him,
Sam says, her voice flat.
He was going to torture you to try to get you to tell him where our ship is. Never mind that we don't have one. And then he was going to rape me. I'm sure once he found out we didn't have a ship, he probably would have killed me, too.
She shrugs, her expression distant.
He was hurting you, so I rushed at him and pushed him. He fell on his knife, and instead of helping him, I finished him off. I killed him, Sessa.
I stare at her, shocked.
Do you hate me now? Do you think I'm awful?
There is worry all over her bruised face, and this close I can see the scratches from the stranger's claws. He must have gripped her jaw and forced her to look at him, or worse. I tried to sit up again, only for her to make an exasperated sound and push on my shoulders once more. She slides her hips over my chest, pinning me down, and leans over me.
What part of relax and rest is difficult for you to understand?
The part where my mate is hurt and I did nothing, I growl. The part where she thinks I would hate her because she defended herself. Sam's eyes filled with tears.
I didn't see a way out other than to kill him. He was going to murder you, and I couldn't let that happen. I know I should have been the bigger person, but I couldn't.
Bigger person? You will never be as big as he was, Sam. Your race is not made that way. She laughs through her tears, giving me a wobbly smile.
It means I should have chosen to be the kind one even when he wasn't. And I didn't. Instead of trying to be better, I killed him. Because I didn't see a future in which he could be part of our tribe or happy on the beach. I just saw him hurting people. And I know you're disgusted with me because that's not what your people do. You're kind and loving and good, and I'm just a shitty human who takes the easy way out.
Tears roll down her cheeks.
And the worst part is, I'm not even sorry. When he hurt you, I wanted to kill him.
Sam, I say, shaking my head. Even that small movement makes everything throb painfully. Maybe she is right, and I should continue to lie down. You have my heart. Nothing about that has changed.
But I killed someone.
And I am sad I did not get to do it for you. He hurt you. I lift a hand to the scratches on her face. He said he tried to drown you. She nods, her eyes sad.
The most pathetic part. I've carried all these knives with me for years so I could be ready. And I wasn't.
She lets out a painful-sounding laugh.
I was naked. If that's not irony, I don't know what is.
You were right not to trust him, I tell her, tracing the wounds on her face. You were wiser than I am. I should have protected you. I have failed you as a mate. She shakes her head.
That's where you're wrong, because when I knew Brad, I was scared all the time. I was always afraid and worried what he'd do to me. I lived in fear constantly and watched my shadows. With you at my side, I haven't been afraid. Not anymore. And when Kvasat drew his knife on me, it's weird, but I wasn't afraid then, either. Knowing you're there to protect me and support me has made me okay with standing up for myself. Is that strange? Because even though he held you captive, I felt like you'd be proud of me if I fought him. So I did.
Her mouth twists.
But then I took it too far and killed him.
I am not upset, Sam. I only wish I had killed him for you. My mate brushes her fingers over my mouth.
I'm not sad about that. I hope you get to stay innocent for as long as possible.
Innocent? Me? I am not having very innocent thoughts right now. My mate is sprawled over me, and my cooey is very aware of the nearness of her slick, inviting cunt. It hums and sings, reminding me that we have yet to finish fulfilling resonance. I would have done it for you. I would do anything for you. She snuggles against my chest, pressing her cheek over my heart.
That's a good thing, because I'm going to need help burying the body. He's too heavy for me to move on my own.
Even though I try to stay awake, I drift back to sleep. When I wake up sometime later, Sam is sprawled over me, dozing, one of her bone knives clutched in her hand as if she intends to protect me. My cooey sings a demanding song, and my cock stiffens. I am extremely aware of Sam's warm body over mine, my hand gliding down to cup her backside. She moans, her scent drifting up to my nose. followed by a slightly more unpleasant one of turning meat. Well, she did say she needed help burying the body. Sam, I murmur, rubbing her back and then gliding my fingers lower to cup her delicious buttocks once more. Wake up. She breathes, and my cock stiffens in reaction to her breathy little moan. I'm still resonating. Me too. I cannot resist taking her by the hips and grinding her down on my hard shaft. I am naked, but she is wearing her full clothing, and it makes me surly because it reminds me that there are things we must do. I want to take you again, but we must get rid of Kvasat first. Shit. She sits up, scrambling off of me, and I want to smack myself in the face for saying anything. Right, okay, let's get this taken care of. She smooths her tangled hair back from her face and then studies the stone floor. You can't see the blood anymore, can you? Blood. I sniff and catch a faint hint of it still in the air. It is a little more than a taste, but her worry concerns me. I do not recall Kvasat bleeding, and I wonder just how bad it was. Show me the body? Right, okay. She clutches her knife against her chest, pressing it against her tunic, and I know she is comforting herself with its presence. My poor Sam looks exhausted, the bruises on her delicate neck dark and furious, and I want nothing more than to take care of her. My head throbs when I get to my feet, but I ignore it. We cannot have a dead thing stinking up the cave, and it is far too warm in here to leave him out. She leads me to the far end of the pool, and the stink of blood and turned meat grows stronger. She has covered him in one of the furs we gave him, his features hidden, and I move over to his side and peel it back. And wince. The male's face is slack with death, his eyes open, his jaw hanging. The smell of shit and piss is under the furs, and the scent of blood is overwhelming. It is everywhere, his fur gummed up with it, and between tufts of fur I can make out the terrible wounds in his neck. There's a glint of shiny metal in there, and I realize Sam pushed the knife so far in that his body has swallowed it. I touch it and notice there is more blood pooled underneath him, the fur stuck to his limbs. My sweet mate did this? She must have been so frightened. I reached out and tried to close Kvasat's hanging mouth, only to find that he has been dead long enough that stiffness is set in. Sam gnaws on her upper lip as I glance up at her. I'm a terrible person, aren't I? You can tell me. She looks ready to burst into tears again. I get to my feet, ignoring the way my head swims and blackness creeps at the edges of my vision. Sam is more important than anything right now. You did what you had to, Sam. I am not upset. I am only sad that you had to take such drastic action. I should have protected you. She shakes her head, her lip wobbling. He hurt you. I just didn't want him to hurt you again. And while I slept, she killed a male and scrubbed the floors of his blood because she is ashamed of her actions. You have done an amazing job, I say as I take her small hand in mine, and encounter bandages. Frowning, I lift her hand and turn it over in my grip. The strips of leather are soaked with blood, and when I gently unwrap one, I see the torn flesh underneath. Sam, what did you do? I couldn't stop stabbing him, she says in a low, hushed voice. I wanted to make sure he was dead. His knife busted up my hands, though. She manages a small smile. It's fine. I'll heal fast. It is not fine. You have already done so much. I gently wrap her hand once more, careful to avoid touching her wounds. I will take care of the dead. You direct me. I will handle the rest. But you're hurt. We are both hurt, I say, desperately wanting to caress her cheek, but I just touched the dead male. I will touch her everywhere later, I decide. I will make her feel good. I hate the scratches on her face, hate the bruises on her throat. It will give me great pleasure to shove Kvasat into the ground and remove him from our lives. Let me take care of you. Okay, she breathes. Where should I take him? I ask. Out, or do you want to burn him? In here, she blanches. No, we'll never get the scent out of our noses. Can we carry him out of the cave? Part of me wants to leave him out in the open for scavengers, but that feels wrong. Sam sighs up at me. He's still a person, you know. He deserves to be buried like a person, even if he was horrible. I understand how she thinks, and it shows she has a gentle spirit despite things. Brad, and now Kvasat, cannot change her with their cruel ways. She will always be good and kind at heart. We will do what you feel is right, no matter how difficult. What is a good burial to you? She thinks for a moment, leaning against my chest, and I pull her against me, stroking her hair. After a few breaths in which she sags against me, she speaks again.
Let's put him back in his pod and forget it ever existed.
I like the way she thinks, but there is a small problem. The pod was heavy. We could not move it, remember?
Shit. Sam trembles against me. If we hide the body and there's a pod laying out in the open, someone's going to ask questions. We have to get rid of both, Cess. I don't want the others to even know he existed.
You will not tell them anything? Sam leans back, looking me in the eye.
Tell them? God, no. What am I going to say? That Neri or someone else is dropping murderous cat people on our nice, safe planet? What if it's a one-off thing and something like this never happens again? They're better off not knowing.
She shakes her head and returns to my embrace.
I want them to feel safe and unafraid, like I did when I first got here, before Daisy arrived.
My heart aches for her. She wants my people to have that joy because it was robbed from her. She will keep this as a secret because Sam is good with secrets. She is good with hiding her true thoughts. Just as long as you keep nothing from me, my mate.
Never, she breathes. You're the only one I trust on any planet.
Her words make me oddly happy. I hold her tight and think of the heavy pod, shoved in the midst of a tumble of boulders. An idea hits me, and I pat her back comfortingly. We will keep our secret then. We will tell no one of Kvasat, and it will remain with us. You will stay here, and I will take care of the body.
How will you move it?
She asks, puzzled. I will not move it. I will move the stones over it and crumble the cliff from above. The rocks here are loose anyhow. Anyone that sees it will think an avalanche tore through the canyon, and they will be glad they were not hunting at the time. Her eyes widen.
Oh, my God, that's clever.
Her arms go around my waist, and she squeezes me tight.
But I'm going with you. I don't ever want to be apart from you.
My heart fills with joy. We will take care of this, I promise my mate. And when we return to this cave, we will fulfill resonance. We will wait for our bruises and our hearts to heal, and we will mate and swim in the waters and enjoy ourselves as we should. I press a kiss to the top of her tangled head. And if we find another pod, we do not open it. Sam's teary giggles fill the cavern.
27. 10 days later. Sam. They're back! Rochelle cries, racing back to the beach ahead of us. Everyone, they're back! And they brought fruit! I laugh at the bellow that comes out of the girl. For all that Rochelle is a gangly preteen, she really does have a booming call. Jesus, she's got Liz's lungs, doesn't she?
And her attitude, I hear.
Sasa teases as he walks next to me.
Babruk and Tauschen say that Rachel is very much liege, and Ayla is very much Rahash. I have not seen them in several seasons, so you will have to tell me if that is a correct assessment.
I think about Liz and Rahash's 3 little girls. Rochelle turns into her mother a bit more every day, complete with the sass and the loudness. She carries around a bow and insists on lording her skills over the younger boys in the camp. Ayla is quiet, but not in a moody sort of way. She's the quintessential middle child, content to watch everything and drink it in. I actually think Ahsoka, the tiny one, is going to be her dad. She's a cranky thing and never satisfied. Sasa laughs with delight.
That is your impression of Rahash?
I grin up at him, loving the big smile that caresses his face. Every day, he grows more handsome and wonderful to me. I can't believe less than 2 weeks ago I was running away from this man as if my life depended on it. What's your impression of Rahash, then?
Quiet, determined.
He thinks for a moment.
Unyielding.
So, nothing like you, then? I tease, thinking of last night when I licked and sucked on his cock until he begged me to let him come inside me. And then I teased him about it until he did the same to me. His tail flicks at the back of my tunic, as if spanking me. I yelp and jump ahead a step, blushing as he shoots me a naughty look. For someone that's carrying both of our packs, he manages to make it look effortless. He has a hand on each shoulder, holding the straps, and smirks in my direction. No fair on the tail, I tell him, but I'm grinning as I rub my butt. Sasa lifts his chin into the air, giving me a lofty look.
A good hunter uses every weapon at his disposal.
I turn, walking backward in front of him, and give him a lascivious smile. Which is exactly what I did last night. And I lick my lips in an obscenely obvious sort of way. Using all my weapons, that is. My handsome mate flushes a deep, deep blue at the base of his horns and on his cheeks, and I break off into giggles again, falling in place back at his side. I haven't laughed so much or been so damn happy in years. Sasa just makes me happy. It's like the Kui knew which person would give me the perfect amount of space and yet be so protective that I'd feel safe no matter what. I love Sasa's sense of humor and his idealism. I love that he's got the same hopeful, cheerful mood he ever did, and even the whole Kvasat incident hasn't changed his good, decent nature. We haven't talked about the dead cat man much since the mini avalanche. We've gone out a few times while we were waiting for bruises and scratches to heal, just to check on the melting snows to see if anything was exposed. But there's nothing left there but rock. I'm glad. I hope no one ever discovers him, because I'm not going to tell. Knowing that Sasa still loves me despite everything has been the perfect balm for my wounded soul. At first, I was horrified that I'd killed a man, but now I'm rather proud. I finally defended myself when my back was to the wall, myself and my mate. And I know if Brad ever returned, he wouldn't be a problem. I know how to handle myself now. I know I'm safe with Sasa. My anxiety has ebbed away, replaced by a deep, intense love for my slightly younger mate. I've always adored Sasa's sweetly enthusiastic personality, even when he was a teenager. I just never thought of him as someone for me. The Kui has changed all that. It's changed everything. I feel good, settled, happy. For the first time, I'm looking forward to the future. It's a future with Sasa at my side, and children, and a warm, loving tribe to help us raise them. I move back toward Sasa's side, taking his hand as we round the path through the cliffs toward the beach. I want everyone's first sight of us to be together, joined in every way. I'm proud of Sasa and how handsome he is, and for some reason, I want to show him off to everyone. It's something I normally don't do, but I guess I want everyone to realize how amazing he is. He doesn't get enough credit for just being wonderful. I intend on changing that. Tia never gave him the time of day back when they were younger, and I suspect it was because Sasa, being kind and sweet and adoring, wasn't exciting enough for her. She doesn't realize that having a man who's gentle and caring, but still protective without being overbearing, is a better man than an exciting, temperamental asshole. Her loss is my gain, though, and I don't plan on letting go of Sasa for a moment. He takes my hand in his, a tender smile on his face.
Nervous?
I shake my head. I actually feel pretty good. I mean, sure, I'm still wearing all the knives I have built into my clothing, but I feel fine. Just want them to realize that we're together. That's all.
Sasa chuckles. We resonated. You did not deliver me in pieces back to the beach. I think they will know we are together.
I nudge him with my shoulder, smiling. For once, I don't want to be full of secrets. I want the world to know we're together. Just looking at him makes my Kui purr, and he blushes even harder, which I find even more enticing. By the time the cluster of huts that makes up the beach village comes into sight, I'm more than ready to show Sasa my hut, and more specifically, my furs.
It is quiet today,
Sasa comments with a squeeze of my hand.
Do you suppose they are displeased we are back?
I wouldn't think so, but he's right. It is a little quiet. The camp is full of activity, but everyone seems rather subdued. I catch a few people looking over at us as we cross the long strip of beach toward the far end of the inlet,
where the huts are established. But no one comes to greet us. Well, until Fleur. My friend lets out an unholy screech and races across the sands, flinging herself toward me with a bright smile. "The conquering cougar returns!" she cries. "About time!" She launches herself into my arms, knocking me into Sessa. My mate holds me steady as Fleur practically climbs me in her enthusiasm, and I laugh at the exuberant hug I receive. To my surprise, she immediately flings her arms around my neck and pulls me close. "Camp is weird the last few days. Bad injury. Everyone's on eggshells." My effervescent mood immediately turns sour. I hug her back, realizing that the hug is to hide the fact that we're whispering. "What happened?" "One of the kits tripped and nearly fell into a fire pit. Daisy took the hit instead, and it's not pretty. Veronica did what she could, but it's a burn. You can only do so much. Try not to stare, okay?" She beams at me and then hugs Sessa at the waist. "Look at you, you gorgeous mountain. How come I didn't get to resonate to all of this muscle? This world is so unfair."
I am sorry.
Sessa says gravely, a distressed look on his broad face.
I did not realize you had feelings for me, Fleur, but I am very happy with Sam as my mate.
Fleur just winks at me, patting his back before releasing him. "It's fine. Sam has usurped my cougar dreams, but I'm sure I'll get over it." My adorable mate blushes even harder and gives me a confused look.
Are you a cougar? What is this word?
"It's only 5 years," I tell Fleur, pretending to be exasperated, as if I didn't have the same issues with those 5 years in the beginning. It's completely a non-issue now. "A cougar," Fleur announces, linking her arm through mine, "is your mate. It's an older woman that seduces a hot younger man and dirties him up. I approve of this, for the record." She leans in toward me. "Just as I approve of making the man carry your bags." Oh, Lord. I laugh, blushing just as hard as Sessa is. If it makes you feel any better, I offered to carry my own bag and he refused to let me.
You are carrying my kit, and I am strong,
Sessa says, as if this is the answer to everything.
I think it is even.
"Speaking of carrying," Fleur says dramatically as we approach the beach, "guess who also resonated?" I gasp, surprised she didn't lead with this. "You? And who? Arjal?" The two of them have a weird sexual tension I can't quite figure out. "Really?" Fleur flinches, a sour look crossing her normally happy face. "Ugh, no, fuck that guy. You know how it goes with him. He can wallow in his misery." I wince because I remember now. Fleur hit on Arjal a little over a year ago, offering a friends with benefits scenario, since they were both single and nothing was changing. He turned her down flat and said he was waiting for resonance, and it hurt her feelings. I suspect it was more than just friends on her behalf, and that's why she's so offended. "I forgot. You're right. He doesn't know what he's missing out on." "Exactly," she tells me, a smile curving her lips. "I'm hot shit, and I would have rocked his world. Now he can just jerk off for all time." I look over at Sessa, and my mate is blushing even harder. I suspect his cheeks are going to be permanently dark blue before this day is out, and it might be the cutest thing I've ever seen. So, who resonated? "Lauren and Cathar all over again," Flora says. "Round 2 for yet another couple. 0 for the home team." The celebration for our return and mating has a strange vibe to it. New resonances are always celebrated with a big feast and a party, and there are 2 to celebrate, ours and Lauren and Cathar's second. It's clear from the vibe at camp that no one really wants to celebrate this, though. Veronica is exhausted from healing Daisy, the kits are upset, and the mood is off for everyone. Even so, we pull out the stores of fruit we've brought, and everyone helps themselves to a few pieces. I end up with both Devis, Narav, and Zaren sitting on my legs as I segment a piece of fruit for them. Sasa is equally busy with Shade, and Lolo climbing all over him, while Pack and Rukar toss one of the large melon fruit like it's a football. Things are quiet, but grow tense when Daisy comes out to join the group. She moves right toward the group, wearing one of her garishly dyed fur cloaks around her shoulders like a queen. But the queenly attitude is no longer there. Her shoulders are hunched, and the body language she wears is almost timid. The hood is down, and I can see all the damage the fire has done to her. Her gorgeous red-gold hair has been shorn down to the scalp and melted away on one side. Blistered, bright red skin covers one side of her face with ugly, intense scarring. Poor Daisy. Words of sympathy rise in my throat and lodge there, because I'm not sure if she even wants it acknowledged. Ojek moves to Daisy's side and then passes her. He moves to stand in front of me, glancing at the fruit in baskets at our feet.
Any more red fruit?
He asks, then lowers his voice.
She likes those best.
I nod, taking one out of the bag I have behind me for storage. They're my favorite, too, but I just had my fill of them, so she's welcome to it. I hold it out, and Ojek takes it from me with a nod, then moves back to Daisy's side. She ignores him, her expression listless, her gaze on the children as they delight in the tart fruit. There's such sadness in her eyes that it makes me ache. I watch silently as Ojek moves to her side and offers her the fruit. She shakes her head and continues to watch the children, an utterly lost air to her. God, I can only imagine how bad the burns were if this is as much as Veronica was able to fix. It's a horrifying sight. It's even more horrifying because I know how Daisy prized her looks. We've all teased her about being obsessed with her appearance, so this has to be doubly hard.
You don't look happy, chides a familiar voice as someone sits down next to me.
Steph gives me a curious look as she sits down with Jethany in her lap. Her mate, Juth, moves to sit next to her and plucks a piece of fruit from one of the baskets, sniffing it. She immediately hands the baby to him.
Be a love and share with her, will you? I bet she'd like the fruit.
Then she leans in toward me.
So, are congratulations in order, or do you need to talk about it?
I smile at her, plucking Narav off my leg with a kiss and handing him back to his father. Nadek takes his son under one arm, snatches another piece of fruit, and grins at us as he heads for his mate, who's talking animatedly at the edge of the group with Lila and Rokan. I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. Steph studies me, a thoughtful expression on her face.
You seem good. Less closed off. Resonance went okay?
I pat my stomach in the smug way of all pregnant women. You'll see in about 14 months. Her eyes light up with happiness.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy for the two of you. You're really a lovely fit together.
She beams at us.
I didn't see it until Resonance did, but I've been thinking about the two of you ever since it happened, and it's really perfect. Sasa is such a dear, and you really do need someone that will love you but give you space.
I squirm in my seat, a little uncomfortable at how on the nose Steph is, and how she brings it up to my face. Thanks. She chuckles.
I meant it as a compliment. Don't worry. I'm just so happy things worked out. You two really do seem relaxed, too. Was it a lovely vacation at the fruit cave? Was it nice to get away?
Sasa's tail swats my butt lightly, a playful tap, but also a reminder of what we've decided our story is. As if I'd forget. I smile sweetly at Steph. It was a wonderful time. All we did was lay around, eat fruit, and rest up. Couldn't ask for a lazier vacation.
It sounds amazing,
Steph says,
eyeing her mate. Maybe I can convince Juth we need to go. She shrugs and gives her mate a loving smile from afar. Perhaps when Jethany gets older. So, what's next for you two? Going to settle in and redecorate your hut? Make a new one? I pull another piece of fruit apart and hand it to Zeren, who's waiting patiently on my thigh for another piece as we talk over him. "Sorry, buddy," I whisper. "That's all I've got left. Go hit up Sessa for the rest of his." Zaren's eyes light up, and he shoves the last of my fruit into his mouth and immediately climbs onto Sessa like a spider monkey. He reaches over his shoulder and snags a piece before Sessa can eat it. Sessa says, pretending not to see Zaren, who hangs off his thick neck.
Where did my fruit go?
"I stole it!"
Zaren shouts in his ear gleefully.
"It's mine now!"
Is that so?
Sessa grabs Zaren and pulls him forward, tickling him. The other kits on his lap dive in, adding to the tickle fest. I smile at the shrieks of laughter, then turn back to Steph, thinking, what is next for us? It's an excellent question, but I think I know the answer already. In fact, it's an easy one. We're going to visit Croatoan, I tell my friend. I've never been, and I'd love to meet everyone. I'd especially like to meet Sessa's parents. Steph's eyes fill with tears. You're venturing out of your comfort zone. I'm so proud, Sam. Am I? I don't know that I am. I just think my comfort zone has switched. Before, it was knives and being alone and ever vigilant. Now, my comfort zone is Sessa.
28. Sessa. It is growing late, but I cannot move from the fire. I watch my mate from the other side of the flames, smiling to myself as she talks animatedly with Loren and Qatar about residence and pregnancy. She holds their son, Katen, in her arms, her cheek pressed to the kid's chubby one, and her laughter fills the camp. She is so beautiful that I could stare at her for days and never drink in enough. I thought once Resonance had finished its song and we settled, this intense need for my mate would go away. If anything, it has only gotten stronger. I find myself seeking Sam's smile wherever I look. If we are walking, I distract her. If we are hunting, I compliment her technique. If we are in the furs, I do everything. I live for the curve of her lips. I am a male obsessed, and I have never been so happy. Even now I want to drag her away from the others and cover her with kisses. I watch her eagerly for a yawn, so I will have an excuse to take her to bed. As I give my mate longing looks, someone sits down next to me. It is my brother, Rokan. He gives my shoulder a warm squeeze and glances over at Sam.
You are pleased with the mate Resonance chose for you?
He says it more like a statement, as if he already knows the answer. Perhaps he does. Sam is everything I wanted, I admit. I am well pleased. Rokan nods.
After you visit home, you will come back here for the birth?
He pauses, thinking.
You will be at Croatoan through the brutal season.
Will we? I turn toward my brother, wondering if this is another one of his knowings. Is that bad? He shakes his head.
It is quiet there. Sam will like it. Mother and father will like having a new daughter to fuss over, too.
He nudges my shoulder.
Sam will stop sleeping with her knife soon enough. After she does, will you tell Mahdi and Hassan something for me?
I groan. He is naming them specifically, which worries me. Let me guess, another resonance for them? That will make things uncomfortable. They were not shy about the sounds, or locations, of their mating the last time they resonated, and I suspect if their cooeys sing again, we will all be treated to far too much of Mahdi and Hassan for my tastes. Rokan chuckles.
There is nothing wrong with being eager to touch your mate.
There is if they end up in my bed again, I grumble. I do not know how they managed that before, but I was not pleased to find the couple mating in my furs back when they were newly mated. They said it was exciting, and Mahdi was aroused while pregnant. Hassan pounded me on the shoulder and laughed, but I distinctly remember having to wash all my furs again because I could not get their smell out of my nose. Qatar and Loren are newly resonated once more, too, and I look over at the couple. It is a second time for one of the islanders, and Cathar hovers over his mate protectively, his pet perched atop his head, between his short horns. He has two of his hands on his mate's middle, and another around her waist, as if he is guarding her from the world, or the jealousy of Shadowcat clan. I feel badly for Ojak and Irek, and Arjal of Tallhorn. All of them have waited so long for a mate, and Cathar is resonating a second time. "Do you see more resonances on this beach?" I ask my brother.
Oh, yes,
Rokan says, and his gaze is distant.
a great many.
"Even for those that have no mate yet." He glances over at me.
If you worry for them, my brother, do not. Their hearts will be full soon enough.
His smile broadens.
I should tell Daisy to watch for her left.
I frown to myself. Sometimes Rokan's statements make no sense. "What do you mean, watch for her left?"
Her left,
he says, as if this is the simplest thing.
it will give her everything if she reaches for it.
I think of Daisy and her burned face. It was hard to look at it, and the listless female with the shorn hair is nothing like the laughing, flirty female I remember. Which side of her face was the injured one? I stop my brother before he gets up. "Maybe do not mention this to Daisy yet. She might grow upset if you warn her of something and did not warn her of the fire." Rokan's face grows devastated. He scrubs a hand over his jaw and nods.
Sometimes I do not see everything. I wish I did.
He shakes his head.
Perhaps we keep silent, then. Do not say anything to Mahdi when you go back.
He pats my shoulder again.
Some secrets are best buried, yes?
My brother gets to his feet, and I watch him go with narrowed eyes, wondering if he saw the stranger's fate. I do not ask, though. I swore to Sam I would never bring it up again, and I will not. Not to anyone. Our secret is safe.
Epilogue. Sam. Croatoan greets us with open arms and a lot of gifts. "You guys can have this chessboard Warek and I made this last brutal season," Summer says, pushing a leather-wrapped package into my arms. "He even had Drayan help us carve the pieces. Everyone will play you, too. I swear, Croatoan is addicted to chess. It makes me so happy. You don't know how hard it was to find people to play with back home, and now everyone here wants to play. It's like paradise, but cold and snowy." She pauses. "And without a warm beach or cocktails or palm trees or chocolate, so I guess not like paradise too much. Still, really great though, and we call it Chiefs and not chess, just because it helps everyone understand it more." I clutch the board, trying to absorb Summer's cheery rambling, and she puts another bag in my hands. "I'm not sure I know how to play chess. Oh, Sasa can teach you. I showed him how to play already." She pulls out one of the little castle-looking pieces, carved from bone and rubbed with ash to give it a dark color. It actually looks really nice, and I'm impressed at the detail. "So we call these elders instead of rocks. The queen is the chief's mate, of course, and..." I shoot Sasa a look as Summer tells me all about the different names of the chess pieces, and who's the best to play in the village, and how Dranal won't play anyone unless he knows he can beat them, so everyone pretends to lose to him. She talks about the carving of the boards and how she has to hide the pieces from her son, Rek, because he loves to chew on them. "He's like his father," she tells me absently as she checks the ties on the leather pouch with the pieces in it. "Always putting things into his mouth." She pauses and then flushes. I didn't mean it like that." I giggle, even as Sasa comes to my rescue and waits nearby to pull me away. "I would love if you could show me how to play sometime. Maybe after we get settled?" Summer claps her hands and clasps them under her chin. "Oh, that'd be lovely. I promise not to talk your ear off forever. I just get nervous and ramble." She gives me an awkward smile, and I decide that I adore her. I hug her and thank her for the labor-intensive gift. A chess set can't be easy to whip together, considering everything has to be carved from bone. I'm genuinely touched, and I hug her, promising to swing by tomorrow for some chess. Sasa smiles as he puts a hand on the small of my back and leans down to whisper in my ear.
"Are you having fun? or do you need a break?
I'm having a wonderful time, I tell him, and I mean it. The Croatoan people are absolutely lovely, and they adore Sessa, which makes me love them. I've been showered with gifts from every human woman I've met. Tiffany gave me a scarf made from knitted Dvisti wool, which I absolutely need to learn how to make. Megan gave me a belt made from intricately braided leather macrame. Stacy cooked up a ton of human treats that we're going to be feasting on tonight. Claire and Georgie gave me leather tunics to wear for my pregnancy. Brooke braided my hair and showed off her baby. And Farley gave me a quiver for my bow. I've been given bags of tea, furs, snacks, a beaded pouch from a very pregnant Asha, and the healer checked me over and pronounced me very healthy. Even Tia hugged me and asked about everyone back at Icehome, but she had an ulterior motive. She's given me several pouches of tea and a long note, more of a leather scroll, for someone to read to Erek when we return home. I don't mind being the messenger. She seems happy here and not ready to leave. She seems a lot calmer and less boy-crazy than she was back at the beach, and told me she's learning everything she can about herbs from Kemley, who's acting as both mother and teacher to the young woman. I wanted to talk to her more, but then someone else was giving me a gift and there was no time to chat. It's a lot, but it's also so damned affectionate and loving and generous that it doesn't feel overwhelming. I don't know why I put off visiting for so long. Well, actually, I do know why. But looking back, it seems silly.
The feast is being prepared,
Sessa tells me as he takes the chessboard from my hands.
Stay C and R-E. Say they are holding spots for us near the fire. It is a place of honor.
His mouth quirks.
It also means it will be less easy to get away from the group. So, perhaps we take a small break now?
I know what that means. A pee break. It's ridiculous, but ever since we mated, my bladder has been working overtime. I'm not even showing and won't for months yet, and somehow I pee all the damn time. It might be because I'm constantly thirsty, too. I had to give up my beloved shrimp tea because I'm not sure how much caffeine they have in them, and I don't want the baby jittery. So I've been chugging water and herbal tea like there's no tomorrow, which means lots of bathroom breaks. Sessa is a good man, though, for remembering this. Awesome. Can we stop by our hut, too? I want to change out of some of this. I gesture at the layers I'm wearing. It's like everyone I met wanted to dress me. He chuckles, guiding me towards the hut we're staying in.
Of course they did. They dressed you, and now they will want to feed you. My parents will be feeding you constantly, too, so be warned. They are going to stuff you and fill your hands with so many gifts you will need a dozen sleds to bring everything back to the beach.
Or one dragon, I joke, since Ashtar flies between the two villages regularly. Sessa chuckles and guides me into the cozy stone hut we've claimed for the time being. I'm told they're leftovers from an ancient culture, and portions had to be rebuilt, but it's nice compared to the flimsier huts back on Icehome Beach. There's a slab of rock established for a kitchen counter, a stone hearth in the center of the floor, a nook for a nest of furs, and best of all, a toilet room with some sort of plumbing. It's nothing more than a pipe system that runs water under the village, but it's heaven as far as I'm concerned. Normally, I'd feel a little guilty about taking up someone's space, since most of the huts are tiny, but Croatoan has several used just for storage, and some for Icehome visitors specifically. I take a pee break in our hut and change out of the layers upon layers of clothing I'm wearing, as Sessa gets me a cup of hot tea from the fire. I thought he was protective before, but he's positively doting now, and I kind of eat it up. I'll let him know how grateful I am for his sweetness later in bed.
There's a scratch at the covering over the door, and then a loud familiar
Ho!
that practically shakes the rafters of the hut. Sasa groans good-naturedly.
That will be my brother back from hunting.
I chuckle, slipping a fresh tunic over my head and tucking it into my new belt. He's welcome to come in.
You say that now.
Sasa grumps. He lifts his head, calling out in a loud voice,
But some of us went to Icehome to avoid him.
Lies! Ihako bellows through the door cheerfully.
You are excited to see your brother, admit it.
Sasa pretends to be annoyed and opens the screen. Immediately, Ihako bursts in all horns and smile. He's big and stocky, like my Sasa, and they both take after their father, Ashen. Whereas Sasa has his father's quieter personality, Ihako is loud and noisy and full of laughter. He loops an arm around Sasa's neck and tugs one of his horns, grinning widely.
I see my little brother has snared himself a fine female. I told you the courting gift would work.
Huh? This is the first I've heard of a courting gift. What courting gift? To my surprise, Sasa turns deep blue from horn to chin.
Ihako, he growls, do not... A courting gift?
Ihako continues, poking Sasa in the ribs like a true brother.
It is an ancient human secret. You court a female by carving a replica of your cock out of bone. You gift it to her when you know she is the one for you, and she can try your gift out to determine if you are the right male for her.
What? I choke on the words. I'm sorry. A bone cock?
A dilho.
Ihako agrees with a mischievous smile.
I gave one to my Kyra when I decided she was to be my mate. I told this one about it, and he crafted a dilho for a future mate a few seasons back. My mother was quite furious when she found out I had told him such a thing.
He grins at me wickedly.
If I had a braid, she would have pulled it off my head.
He tilts his face.
Come to think of it, Kyra was not very pleased with me either. Because you were laughing at me,
Sasa says, shoving his brother in the gut. He looks so embarrassed that it dries my laughter up.
The elders say that dilho exists to this day,
Ihako intones.
But no one has ever seen it again. Enough,
Sasa says, twisting out of his brother's arms. He gives him a good-natured shove.
Go and harass your mate. Mine needs a rest from visitors before we join the celebration.
Ihako just winks at me.
We are glad you are here, Sam. My Kyra will be along shortly. She is painting the kids' faces for the celebration. And look out for my mother. If I know her, and I do, she will have more than one dish put aside to stuff you full of food so you give Sasa a fat, happy kid. You go,
Sasa says to his brother, pushing him toward the door.
Leave my mate alone. You will tell her all kinds of horrifying things at the feast, but until then, she is mine.
Ihako waves and heads back out, and Sasa wastes no time shoving the screen back over the door. He relaxes against the wall with a sigh and shakes his head.
My family is impossible.
I cross my arms under my breasts and give him an amused look. What's this about a carved penis? He scrubs a hand over his face, groaning.
Liege played a trick on my brother when he first showed interest in Kyra. She told him humans want a carved cock to test out a male before they decide to take them into the furs. Ihako decided to play the same prank upon me, and when I first returned after leaving Icehome, he told me about it. I made one, and my mother caught me. She was very confused until I told her about Ihako's story, and then she was just angry.
I tried to imagine regal, elegant Seva finding teenage Sessa with a bone dildo and can't picture it. It's too strange, and I'm a little embarrassed on Sessa's behalf. What did you do with it?
Burned it, he says promptly, and then put ashes in my brother's food for the next week.
I giggle at that, moving over to Sessa's side. I wrap my arms around his waist. That's a shame. I would have liked to have seen it.
I will show you the real thing later,
he whispers, leaning in,
but only if you promise to lick it.
My giggles turn to full-blown laughter. Buddy, that's how I got pregnant. Sessa shakes his head, enjoying the joke.
I cannot believe after all this time you still do not know how a kit is made. He tisks. Such a shame. I guess I will have to show you again.
His eyes gleam with amusement. Hot, sweet lust races through my veins. I twine my arms around his neck. I guess you will. Think you have time to show me before the celebration?
We will make time,
he vows. And we do. This concludes Sam's Secret by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Felicity Monroe and Sean Crisden. Copyright 2021 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.